Oh, wow. No, what are you doing up there? If you... No! Don't. Honey! Good. Rubio and Musk. Base. Inside the explosive meeting, where Trump officials clashed with Elon Musk. Simmering anger at the billionaire's unchecked power spilled out in a remarkable cabinet room meeting. The president quickly moved to rein in Mr. Musk. Uh-oh. Sorry. New York Times story. Marco Rubio was incensed. Here he was in the cabinet room of the White House, the Secretary of State, seated beside the president and listening to a litany of attacks from the richest man in the world. Seated diagonally opposite across the elliptical mahogany table, Elon Musk was letting Mr. Rubio have it, accusing him of failing to slash his staff. You have fired nobody, Mr. Musk told Mr. Rubio, then scornfully added that perhaps the only person he had fired was a staff member from Mr. Musk's own Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE. Mr. Rubio had been privately furious with Mr. Musk for weeks, ever since his team effectively shuttered an entire agency that was supposedly under Mr. Rubio's control, the United States Agency for International Development. True. But in the extraordinary cabinet meeting in front of President Trump and around 20 others, details of which have not been reported before, Mr. Rubio got his grievances off his chest. How long? Oh, maybe they'll say when this happened. Mr. Musk was not being truthful, Mr. Rubio said. What about the more than 1,500 State Department officials who took early retirement and buyouts? Didn't they count as layoffs? He asked sarcastically whether Mr. Musk wanted him to rehire all those people just so that he could make a show of firing them again. Then he laid out his detailed plan for reorganizing the State Department. Mr. Musk was unimpressed. He told Mr. Rubio he was good on TV, with the clear subtext being that he was not good for much else. Throughout all of this, the president sat back in his chair, arms folded, as if he were watching a tennis match. After the argument dragged on for an uncomfortable time, Mr. Trump finally intervened to defend Mr. Rubio, who was doing a great job. Mr. Rubio has a lot to deal with, the president said. He's very busy. He's always traveling and on TV, and he has an agency to run, so everybody just needs to work together. The meeting was a potential turning point after the frenetic first weeks of Mr. Trump's second term. It yielded the first significant indication that Mr. Trump was willing to put some limits on Mr. Musk, whose efforts had become the subject of several lawsuits and prompted concerns from Republican lawmakers, some of whom have complained directly to the president. By the way, this was always the case. Musk is not running the government against Donald Trump so much as Donald Trump will allow Musk to do anything only insofar as the public opinion is on the side of that. If the MAGA opinion were to turn against it, or if it were to become unpopular for whatever reason, Trump would ditch Elon Musk in a microsecond. Cabinet officials almost uniformly like the concept of what Mr. Musk set out to do, reducing waste, fraud, and abuse in government, but have been frustrated by the by the chainsaw approach to upending the government and the lack of consistent coordination. Thursday's meeting, which was abruptly scheduled on Wednesday evening, was a sign that Mr. Trump was mindful of the growing complaints. He tried to offer each side something by praising both Mr. Musk and his cabinet secretaries. At least one, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who has had tense encounters related to Mr. Musk's team, was not present. RIP. The president made clear that he still supported the mission of the Musk initiative, but now was the time, he said, to be a bit more refined in its approach. From now on, he said, the secretaries would be in charge. The Musk team would only advise. This was a few days ago, because Trump made this announcement 3 days ago, I think. But they said it was on Wednesday. So this meeting was like on the 5th. Is that what they're referring to? It must be, huh? And they made that announcement later that day, I think. The richest man in the world, with no way of running for president himself, is a pretty important eunuch. I think it would take a lot for Trump to ditch him. Oh, no. You're thinking like Game of Thrones, bro. You need to step back and think like Checker. No, you need to think like running for class president, okay? Trump has Musk around because Musk is super popular, has Twitter, everybody loved him in MAGA. If that opinion slides, Musk is gone. Like... When they describe this meeting of Trump sitting here listening to these two people shout at each other, it actually reminds me a lot of the meeting in the White House on the 3rd of January when all those guys showed up and Jeffrey Clark was making arguments for why he should be the new attorney general because Trump wanted to kill his Department of Justice basically to bring in Jeffrey Clark. And Trump was sitting there and watching that unfold as well. I feel like Trump, what he does is he sits and he watches and he sees like, who does he think is going to come out on top? And then he sides with that person. That's what it feels like. That's what this meeting felt like. Really, I mean, in the few lines that they write about it, but. It's the exact same analysis that we would have of Hassan. When Hassan would defend somebody who did something kind of weird, the first thing you do is you check the viewer count. It's like, oh, it's a popular streamer. I get it. Okay, right? It's the same thing. It's unclear what the long-term impact of the meeting will be. Mr. Musk remains Mr. Trump's biggest political financial supporter. Just this week, his super PAC aired $1 million worth of ads that said, "Thank you, President Trump." And Mr. Musk's control of the social media website X has made administration staff members and cabinet secretaries alike fearful that he will target them in public. God, this fucking disgusting subhuman piece of shit. I feel like I hate him more than anyone else. But if nothing else, the session laid bare the tensions within Mr. Trump's team, and news of the sharp clashes spread quickly through senior ranks of cabinet agencies after it was over. This account is based on interviews with 5 people with knowledge of the events. In a post on social media after the meeting, Mr. Trump said the next phase of his plan to cut the federal workforce would be conducted with a scalpel rather than a hatchet, a clear reference to Mr. Musk's scorched earth approach. Musk, who wore a suit and tie to Thursday's meeting instead of his usual t-shirt after Mr. Trump publicly ribbed him about his sloppy appearance, defended himself by saying that he had 3 companies with a market cap of tens of billions of dollars, and that his results spoke for themselves. But he was soon clashing with members of the cabinet. Just moments before the blow-up with Mr. Rubio, Musk and the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, went back and forth about the state of the Federal Aviation Administration's equipment for tracking airplanes and what kind of fix was needed. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, jumped in to support Musk. Mr. Duffy said the young staff of Musk's team was trying to lay off air traffic controllers. "What am I supposed to do?" Mr. Duffy said. "I have multiple plane crashes to deal with, and your people want me to fire air traffic controllers?" Musk told Duffy that his assertion was a lie. Mr. Duffy insisted it was not. He had heard it from them directly. Musk, asking who had been fired, said, "Give me their names. Tell me their names." Duffy said there were not any names because he had stopped them from being fired. At another point, Musk insisted that people hired under diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were working in control towers. Duffy pushed back, and Musk did not add any details because he's a fucking retard, but said during the longer back and forth that Mr. Duffy had his phone number and should call him if he had any issues to raise. The exchange ended with Trump telling Mr. Duffy that he had to hire people from MIT as air traffic controllers. These air traffic controllers need to be geniuses, he said. The Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, had been dealing with one of the most politically sensitive challenges of all the cabinet secretaries. Musk's cuts will affect thousands of veterans, a powerful constituency and a core part of the Trump base. Mr. Collins made the point that they should not wield a blunt instrument and cleave off everyone from the VA. They needed to be strategic about it. Trump agreed with Collins, saying they ought to retain the smart ones and get rid of the bad ones. Easy. In response to a request for comment from the New York Times, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said in a statement, Tammy Bruce, a spokeswoman for the State Department, responded, Secretary Rubio considered the meeting an open and productive discussion with a dynamic team that is united in achieving the same goal, making America great again. A Department of Veterans Affairs spokesman said, as President Trump has said, it's important to increase efficiency and reduce bureaucracy while keeping in place the best and most productive federal employees. VA is working with DOJ and the rest of the administration to do just that. A Transportation Department official would not comment. Mr. Musk, who later claimed on X that the cabinet meeting was very productive, seemed far less enthused inside the room. He aggressively defended himself, reminding the cabinet secretaries that he had hundreds of Twitter accounts with millions of followers. He knew something about hiring good people. Most cabinet members did not join the fray. Elon Musk's anger, directed at Marco Rubio in particular, seemed to catch people in the room by surprise. One person with knowledge of the meeting said, another person said, Mr. Musk's autistic responses to Mr. Duffy and Mr. Rubio seemed to deter other cabinet members, many of whom have privately complained about how much of a fucking retard Elon Musk is. But it remains to be seen how long this new arrangement will last. Wow. Apparently, Tom Bilyeu reacted to us. What is this?
In regards to the pause on military...
Was this today? Did he do another one today? Bro, I was serious. This motherfucker screams more than me.
In regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia...
Gun to your head. Do you think Elon is still associated with the White House in 1 year? No, I don't think so.
You put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of the Patriot missile batteries?
Good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death, more important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion, and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us.
True. Last I heard, the U.S. gave $500 billion.
And, you know, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
In regards to the pause...
Oh, no. Honestly,
I went down.
Your scariest thing might be Iran. If Trump is retarded enough to listen to everybody around him, I could totally see BB telling Trump, listen, We got to nuke Iran, bro. We got to get them out of here. They're going to have nukes. They're going to blow us up. We got to nuke them, dude. Israel would love that. That would be... Get my jacket on. What? Say it to my face, bitch. Hi. Hi. Hi, baby. Look. Look at this. Look at this big baby. Whoa. What? Did he change the tone on the amount of money the U.S. has given? Here he said, we are in for $350 billion. Hasn't he said prior that they have given the amount already? Well, that's what it means. We're in for this, is like how much you've already given. The fuck is this?
Taking effective fire!
Battlefield 2025. Is this like a new game coming out, or? Fucking controller players. Console slap.
Taking fire!
Dumbass.
We can go straight to the Oval Office.
Oval Office. Oval. Yeah, what did that have to do with the political and economic state of the world right now, man? Tradle. What? It's going to be one of the micronations. I don't even know. They do cars, so the Caribbean maybe? Nope. I don't even know what those things are called. Oh, no. Total exports is only $397 million. No, is this the country now? Fuck. What's the name of that? The B. Is it Bhutan? What's northeast of Bhutan? I don't fucking know, bro. Does like North Korea like not export anything? Do they not trade with people maybe? Oh, okay. All right. Let's LFG. Let's fucking go. Oh no, wait, is this real? Wait, hold on. Uh-oh. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions, and tariffs on Russia. This is, I did say the same thing 3 times? Until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached to Russia and Ukraine. Get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. Holy shit, the master negotiator at it once again. All those meetings just to truth it out. There should be like 1 million people retweeting every single thing Donald Trump says, and it just needs to be it needs to be like a Donald Trump AI face shop on this, and then it just says the art of the deal in all caps, just on every single thing Trump does. That's just what it should be. Has somebody made this yet? Art of the deal. Fuck. That should just be a thing for every fucking retarded thing that Trump does. You know what? I bet he's ultra fucking ass pained. No, that's such a... I don't even know. It's hard to even make assumption. I wonder if Trump legitimately thought that Putin was like, oh yeah, I got him, dude. I totally got this. And then they stopped shipping arms to Ukraine, and Russia's like, oh, well, we're just gonna go fucking rape Ukraine now. And Trump's like, what? What? Putin told me he wanted peace. What? Did he lie to me? Trump addresses in the press combo. All right, we'll get there. All right.
I went on.
Friend of the stream, Matt Dearden. Okay, let's check the top 3 comments first, just so we know how we should feel about this video. Destiny's never been an honest actor in the realm of political debate. Any long-form debate such conversation, he is always exposed. He wants clips and Sorry, hold on. This doesn't make sense to read this like this. Okay. Destiny's never been an honest actor in the realm of political debate. Any long-form debate / conversation, he is always exposed. He wants clips and blurbs and will bait people for these. You shouldn't give Destiny any attention at all. He is, in general, a horrible person. I know we don't agree on every single thing, but you are miles above Destiny's level. Miles in outer space. Okay, thank you. All right. Let's
I
go.
went on Destiny's stream the other day, and it was a good conversation. I appreciated Destiny having me on, so thank you, Destiny, for that. We talked for about 90 minutes, and we covered a pretty wide range of subjects. When we scheduled it like 45 minutes before the stream started, so it's not like we had all this time to prepare or anything. And I said I didn't want it to be a debate. I wanted it to be more of like a conversation about some ideological issues and policy issues. But I feel like it became a pro and against Trump thing, which I get. I mean, that's kind of Destiny's space, and that's what a lot of his conversations revolve around, right?
Well, but also it's, we're talking policy. There is no policy to really speak of for Trump, right? What else are we going to be talking about? It's just executive orders and shit, right? I don't know. Maybe.
Now, I tried to talk a little tax policy. I didn't feel like Destiny was all that interested. I tried to talk Social Security reform.
We tried to talk tax policy. What did we talk much tax policy? I have no problem talking tax policy. I like tax policy. I think did he say he didn't like a progressive taxation system? He wanted a use tax on everything? Or was that somebody in chat earlier? No, never mind. The corporate tax is lowering? Oh, I'm not a fan of corporate taxes. There's not much to talk about there. I think we disagree on that. I think corporate taxes are stupid. The Kamala unrealized cap gains came up. Yeah, but that's stupid too. But I don't think she would have done that. But
deficit spending. We talked a little bit about the roots of progressivism and conservatism, but overall, I just don't think he was too interested in those topics, and maybe that's just not his thing. But needless to say, he didn't take the bait. But we did get into a lot of interesting.
what? Why not just? Okay, I don't know. Maybe I don't remember. Why are corporate taxes stupid? Because it's tax income. I don't know. Why would you? It's just I don't understand the purpose of corporate taxes. It seems retarded. Just tax people's income when it hits a bank account.
Things over 90 minutes. There are some clips floating around about our conversation, and they're pretty charitable to Destiny. Like there's one where he asks me why I didn't vote for Kamala, and the clip breaks it up so it looks like I have like 3 words of a response. And in reality, I talked about DEI, affirmative action, and then I talked about Kamala's tax policy, which like
He brought up DEI and affirmative action. A longer clip on that, though, would have shown that when he brought up affirmative action, I brought up that it got shut down under Biden, and they didn't try to bring it back. So I don't know how that helps him. DEI and affirmative action. And then wait, what was the last thing he said?
Action, and then I talked about Kamala's tax policy.
We didn't really get much into Kamala's tax policy because I think we both agreed that unrealized cap gains taxes would be dumb, and it wouldn't, but it probably wouldn't go anywhere.
Which, like I said before, I don't think Destiny was too interested in discussing in any depth, but it is what it is. That's what you're going to get, and his followers are notoriously interesting, let's just say, in the messages and DMs. I mean, look, I just think Kamala was a terrible candidate. I think she bowed to many interests that themselves are antithetical to.
I don't like these general vague statements. I don't know if I don't want to be mean. I'm trying so hard not 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 to be mean. He said this guy's a professor, right? Like, essay. Write 5 reasons why, in the book, Omega Lulls for Paradise, John was a selfish character. I feel like this would be an essay that I'd be given in school, okay? And I feel like if I hadn't read the book, there's an answer that I would give here to bullshit my way to like a D or a C on this test. And I feel like this is the standard answer for conservatives, okay? The answer would be, in Omega Lulls for Paradise, John is clearly one of the most selfish characters written about in the entire book. He exhibits many times throughout the story unbelievably selfish behavior. It's very clear that the author himself sees that John is one of the that the author himself has tried to exemplify selfishness through his portrayal of John and how he treats all of those around him. There are many different ways that John, throughout the story, treats those around him. And everyone who interacts with John immediately perceives his selfishness. This is the type of bullshit-ass essay answer you give, and then the teacher gives you, like, half credit on it, or maybe more, depending on how much of a sucker your teacher is. And then they call you up and they're like, Steven, you need to talk more about this. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, and then they're like, when you say he exhibits many times throughout the story unbelievably selfish behavior, you need to talk about the behavior. And then I would go, oh, I didn't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was my bad. And then they'll be like, so I know you know, Steven. I know you know what you're talking about. Because you're saying, like, it's clear that the author himself was trying to exemplify selfishness through his portrayal, but you need to talk about, like, examples in the book. And I'd be like, oh, I thought you just wanted me to say like that. And then you act like a fucking reader. This is every single fucking answer I get about anything having to do with politics now. All of it.
Interests that themselves are antithetical
Like,
to interests. Terrible candidate. I think she bowed to many interests.
Wait, but maybe I just wasted this whole time because maybe he's about to give examples of the particular interests and the particular beliefs they have that are antithetical to American beliefs. Maybe he will. Hold on. Sorry.
That themselves are antithetical to America being a great nation and remaining a great nation. I don't think she understood her tax policy at all. And a lot of the...
Okay, no, he won't. Okay. Like, just who are these interests? What's your evidence that she's beholden to them? How are their interests and the policy demands that they're making of Kamala antithetical to the United States? And would she have followed through on those? Would it have been likely? Like, that would be a fleshed out answer, right? That would be an answer of substance. I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't tell. I was really good in English classes. I got so much credit in school for writing. But I can't tell sometimes that I feel like in the ordinary political population that if I were to give an essay answer like this, I feel like right now 50% of people would think this is a good answer. This is a decent answer without realizing this is a dog shit answer. If a student came up to me, a disheveled, unwashed, retarded, one eye hanging out of his eye, if he were to walk up to me and he were to go, and then, like, this is one student's answer, and he would have turned in a piece of paper and he would go, John killed Jane dog because too expensive. John steals from parents. John took money from homeless jar. John would always steal food from brother's plate. And John lies on his taxes, right? This answer down here has infinitely more substance to it than this answer up here. I don't know how many people can perceive that, though. I can't tell, right? Like, this answer here is, like, when we listened to Charlie Kirk talk last night, this is what I mean when I say this is information density. This is conveying what are 5 reasons why in the book Omega lives for paradise. John was a selfish character. Boom! We have 5 concrete reasons right here. Oh, okay, that's it. That's tons of information that you know the answer to the prompt. That's good, right? Now, obviously it's written poorly, and, you know, ideally they would have, you know, better writing or whatever. But, like, this answer is nothing. This answer is worse than nothing. There's, like, a malicious answer. Like, you know what you're doing. You must know that you're just spewing bullshit to try to get some kind of score on this paper, right? Yeah, I don't know how to. But I feel like people love this shit, and there's just no respect for this stuff. It just drives me crazy. I don't know. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. We'll get on that later. No, we're on. Hold on. There's always time to bash Hassan. Remember, love me or hate me. I bring the views wherever the fuck I go, okay? Hassan has spent way too much time in his own little internet bubble. He hasn't broken out to be able to do that yet. Why can't I make this there? Apparently he's tweeting out, "We can't let Clandis beat me on this. Like she stole anti-Semite of the year from me. Go show the vid." He's like desperately trying to pump the gas views up on this fucking video. Candace Owens does the rounds though. She has super broad appeal. He's never ever beating the viewership on this. Why would he think that? Oh man. And he did it on his Instagram thing too. Oh no. Obviously, you both didn't enjoy the conversation. Just try again and say what y'all want to say. I'm confused. I'll talk to him as much as he wants. I don't mind. I'm polite in the conversation. I try to be. And I'll be polite in future conversations. I'm trying to be polite now. I'm trying to be mean. I just like, if you want to get into like tax policy, like for real, I mean, like that's interesting. I like tax policy. Like I'll talk. There was one guy ever, we disagreed on a lot, but I loved it because this guy was fucking, I don't know if he was past a CPA or whatever, but we did a lot of tax. I was like, oh shit. I think there's a lot of interesting conversations to have around tax policy. My favorite idea, one of my favorite ideas that I felt like would be really good, and I feel like it would align a lot of different interests. Like, here's an idea. I think that you should have to realize 1%, maybe we could play the number, 1 to 3% of your unrealized gains should have to be stepped up in basis every year. That would be easy to implement. Because you get a valuation of your, or at least like stocks and shit, right? So let's say, for instance, I invest $1 million. Let's say that next year my stock is worth $2 million, right? But I haven't sold it, so it's an unrealized gain. So I have $1 million of unrealized gains. You have to realize 1 to 3% of it, and then the basis is stepped up. So now my investment goes from $1 million to $1,030,000, and then that's my tax basis now, and then I pay income on capital gains of $30,000. That'd be an easy way to start collecting money from unrealized capital gains. I think that'd be an easy idea. There's tons of little like tax ideas like that I think would be. I think that would even be a decent revenue earner. Maybe not significant. For significant, my two big ideas are: one, the progressive tax bracket is good. Taxes on the highest people and all that need to go up. But two, and this is a really mega unpopular one, but I think it would be this would be a huge revenue earner, and I think we should do it, like revenue-wise and morally. We need to expand the tax base in the United States. Bottom 50% of people should start paying federal income taxes. Not a lot, maybe for somebody earning $50,000 a year, or not, maybe somebody for earning like $32,000 a year, maybe their overall federal tax footprint or thumbprint or whatever, I don't know, would be like 2%. It'd be low, but where it stands right now, where the bottom 50% pay almost nothing, I think that the tax base should be broadened a bit, because when you broaden your tax base, you can earn a ton of money with very little bit of percentage paid by everybody. But like these are, I don't know, you can talk tax policy if you want, but nobody wants to actually talk tax policy. They just want to attack, not this guy in particular, but like politicians are usually just on some wacky wild shit.
At all, and a lot of the recommendations that she made within her policy would have been horrible for our economy.
Like what? Name some. I want to hear some. I can name three. The three big. No. Sorry. Like I feel like I could even be more specific in criticism, but maybe he will. Like I don't think the tax buyer home credit thing is a good idea right now. I feel like it would have just inflated the market. Maybe if you targeted it to first-time home buyers, it'd be okay, which she might have said she wanted to do. Maybe. It'd still be pretty inflationary on the housing market. Maybe, though. I think she wanted to do a first-time business deduction. I think I like that because it's probably at the end of the day, it's not that effective. Like, not that many people are probably using it, but it, like, feels good. So, yeah, fuck it. Why not policy like that? And then the third one was, what was her third one? Oh, expanding the child tax credit. Probably good. But I like my demand-side stimulus. But also widen your tax base, too.
I mean, raising the corporate tax rate again, back up into the 30s, ending the
Yeah, I already said this. So corporate taxes, I don't know. I don't care about the corporate tax rate. Like, I'm not a fan of that. We talked about that for like 2 seconds because I think it's dumb.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that had tax cuts across the board for every income group, raising the cap on Social Security, which I've talked about in many of my other videos, and even super dumb suggestions like the unrealized capital gains tax for those with 100 million or more net worth is just going to destroy market liquidity, for example. And
I just don't understand. I'm sure he has a way to justify that. I don't know where he says an unrealized capital gains tax would destroy liquidity. I think there are a lot of criticisms you can make, but I feel like it would increase liquidity. Liquidity generally refers to how easy can you buy or sell a given thing at a predictable price point, right? So collector's items are generally very illiquid, meaning there's not a lot of people buying and selling it, and it's hard to know what the spread between asks and bids is very high, right? Like, what's a Mewtwo first edition card worth? I don't know. There were only like 2 sold last year, and one was sold for $5,000, and the other was sold for $10 million. Okay, well, fuck. One of the complaints, though, of unrealized capital gains is that it actually decreases market liquidity because people are not incentivized to trade their stock. So you would think that taxing unrealized gains would actually increase market liquidity because people would be buying and selling securities more. That would be my assumption, unless there's some other weird way that it would decrease liquidity, but I don't know. Destiny, wait, so you're saying every end of fiscal year you pay 1 to 3% of your gains, not your overall amount, even if you haven't realized them. How would that work with derivatives, non-liquid stocks, bonds? Like if you just did it on shares, you would push people into other assets, and you would have to have carve-outs for some assets, because if you would, everyone selling at the end of the year at lower liquidity stocks would plummet every EOY. This wouldn't work in my opinion. You can make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. I don't think I would fuck our whole tax system up because I'm worried about like derivative markets that losers are fucking gambling on anyway. Get fucked. But bring back specialized debate / interviews. We reach out to professors / people specialized in certain fields to research to talk about very specific things. I don't want to sound like a fucking asshole, but I will sound like an asshole because I don't give a fuck, and nobody's going to challenge me on this point because they're all fucking cowards anyways. Talking to super educated people is a waste of fucking time because we agree on everything anyway. There are no super educated people that disagree with me on any topic because I know everything about everything. Not really, but like it's unfortunately kind of close to that. Like if I bring on somebody who's like really well read into something, like I'm generally just parroting whatever the majority opinion is in the field anyway, so there's not much to generally talk about, unless it's like a field that I don't know anything at all about. But
many other things, even investment in companies and even startups to some degree. So that's just the tip of the iceberg. But I thought our tax policy was really bad. I think the Democrat Party in general has been really awful on immigration, and that's coming from someone who believes in a pathway to citizenship for some illegal immigrants. But they've been really bad on the border. It's been more porous than at any point in history under the Biden-Harris administration. They've become the party of censorship, weirdly, and they shouldn't have been.
Like the party of censorship? Seriously? Seriously? That's one of the critiques we're going to go with? Like, I just can't take that seriously.
Based on their history, but they have been. And we saw that come out with the social media companies. A lot of that stuff was very damning to.
Like, how does this work? He says the stuff that came out with the social media companies. Now, I'm not trying to be critical, I am trying to be critical. I'm not trying to attack him, but he said he didn't know anything about any of the January 6th stuff. He didn't know anything about like any of the election stealing stuff. He didn't know anything about the Trump lawsuits right now that are one of the biggest attacks on freedom of speech we've ever seen in this country. But he knows about the social media company stuff? What? Where are our priorities here? What?
To the Biden administration and those who worked within it. And there's just been a lot of comments made by leaders high up in the Democrat Party that seem to be advocating for increased censorship and
like what?
Essentially First Amendment violations.
Well, like, how can you say this?
Which is obviously one of our most sacred rights. And then I think that the party as a whole just, in general, favors a bigger government now. And I think that that's one of the biggest problems America has, especially the executive branch, which has, over 2 million people that work in it now, all of which are unelected bureaucrats. And
like you're just criticizing. You're just criticizing the structure of our government. Do you not like the United States, the Constitution, and how it sets out the structure of our government? Like, I'm curious what the answer to that is. Like, you know, the majority of people in Congress are unelected, right? Like, most staffers aren't elected people. Most of the people that work in the buildings and everything, like, these are not elected people, right? We elect the people to the House and the Senate, and that's it. And everybody else is an unelected bureaucrat. Like,
spend a lot of money and make a lot of rules that dictate our lives. And I generally think that should be smaller, not larger. And that more aligns with where the right in the country is right now. And I think that the Democrat Party as a whole has become super moralistic. And you saw a lot of that with what Kamala said during her campaign and while she was vice president. It's like either you believe these 554 maxims, or you're not one of us, and in fact, you're racist or homophobic or bigoted or one of those types of things. Where the Republican Party has become much more open doors and much more open ideologically in many ways, even welcoming pretty well-known people from the Democrat side, people like Tulsi Gabbard or people
like RFK. It's always those two.
Like Kennedy. And that's not even to mention Kamala's, I think, awful stance on late-term abortions, which I'm absolutely opposed to. She recommended federal buybacks of certain firearms, which I think would have been a disaster. And she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, actually, which
had like 12 votes in the House.
I don't think was really actionable at all. And so because of that was not a good idea as it was proposed. So yeah, good conversation.
Feels like you're still having the same problems last year. You're still trying to have a cordial conversation while they ignore all problems with Trump and then say they debated you when they were back on their channel. Maybe, yeah. Bro. Dustin, do you have trouble taking Trumpists? Wait, don't call him a Trumpist. You make it sound like a Trump player. No, like a trumpet player. What do you call a trumpet player? A trumpetist? A trumpist? He's a trumpet. No, what? What am I thinking about? You just broke my brain. Do you have trouble taking Trumpists seriously about complicated topics? A trumpeteer. I don't think I've ever heard that word in my life, at least in band. That's a funny word, though. About complicated topics, foreign/tax policy, after saying things like, Trump is a champion of free speech despite all the evidence. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, does Scrub King link this in chat? I can't believe this is real. That's a great talking point. The fuck? In 2025, we have about 3 million federal employees. In 1945, we had about 3 million federal employees. Have we seriously had the same number of federal employees about? That's kind of crazy. What could they possibly be working on? I feel like it's one guy with a stripped screw, just like pushing the button on his electric screwdriver for like 6 hours. Are they adding floors to my building? You know what, Metaloid? I don't care. This is my most communist take. I don't know if this counts as communism or not. Or anarchy. All right? Destiny, the biggest reason companies IPO is that there's a base of shareholders who don't sell. If you started forcing people to sell their shares, I'm not talking about derivatives at all, companies that experience a gain will have to be sold to pay for Set unrealized gains. Small companies have 20 to 100 million notional value traded a day at best. Companies will be obliterated every tax season. You know why? You know why? It's because those companies don't want to make profit. And you know what? We need to go back to the... You know what? I changed my mind. I'm the true capitalist. Companies, firms, should be about maximizing profits. Period. Not driving fucking revenue, okay? Revenue is AIDS. When you go to school, okay, and you're in your high school finance bullshit class, and you're like... Oh, professor, right? Destiny, the dumb fuck, used to this. Professor, this company must be really good because it has a lot of revenue, right? And then the professor goes, actually, the revenue might be high, but if they're not making profits, it's actually unprofitable, right? And then the real world startup guy comes along. He's like, profit, motherfucker? We're not after profit. We're after user acquisition and maybe revenue. Maybe not even revenue. We're just after user acquisition. And when we get high enough, we sell to like one of 5 companies. That's cute, though, that you think anybody gives a fuck about actually being a profitable firm. So you know what? Fuck that. Fuck that model of firms. Fuck that model of startup bullshit, all right? If you've got a company that's worth $20 to $100 million, you can't make money, then fuck you. Kill your business, okay? Sell your shit and go do something else. I don't like this business entrepreneur idea of I'm going to make a company to try to get enough users and then sell it to fucking Google or Amazon and fuck ever making a profit. That's why we already have too many computer programmers making too much money, getting paid in these dog shit companies. Dog shit, too much money. Get them out of here. Get them all out of here. All right? Get them all out of here. Make them make money. New rule. You can't sell your company unless you're turning at least a 5% profit for 4 years. All right? You're welcome. I just kamikaze the whole startup environment in San Francisco. Get obliviated, okay? Let me hold on. What? I can't walk my own fucking kitchen. Yogurt like rotted shit anyway? If you're eating yogurt, you're already eating gross shit, so eat it. Fuck it. All right. Ugh. I don't believe that. You know how people are like 20% of people can't eat cilantro because it tastes like soap. Bullshit. I don't believe them. That's a lie. Those people just want to feel special. They're like people who say they have gluten intolerances. Also, hold on. Brace yourselves, okay? I might be about to give a really unpopular take. Okay? I don't think women should vote. No, I'm just kidding. I'm having mixed feelings. I just finished season 2 of The Sopranos, okay? I feel like parts of that show are like The Wire tier. But then I feel like other parts of the show aren't quite up to that. One issue that I'm having is, and maybe it'll get better past season 2 even. What's this guy's name? James, whatever the fuck. Can I please? No. Galdafini. This guy, I feel like his acting he's just so good. He's just so, I don't want to say he's above or better than everybody else on the show, because I think the wife's performance is pretty good. I don't know the names. The capos, like the circle people around him, I think, are generally pretty good. But Gandolfini, this guy's performance, the therapy girl is good. I can't tell sometimes if I like the writing or don't like the writing sometimes in the therapy sessions. She does okay, yeah. But this guy is just on another level. Holy fuck. He slays the fuck out of this role. It's unreal. Yeah. One thing I liked about The Wire is that The Wire is just very, very, very tight. Like, every episode matters. Every scene matters. Every actor kills it, in my opinion. I can't think of a bad actor in The Wire. They're very good at, like, sharing the spotlight. The Sopranos hasn't been bad, though. I'm glad I'm watching it. I think we're probably starting season 3 tonight. What do you think about his performance in Lord of the Rings? Wait, what? Was he? Fuck you. Oh, Gandalf. Could you also floor plan of your apartment again? I seem to remember you doing that when you first moved in. Now that you've changed rooms and so much has changed, it'd be good to have a refresher. I'll get right on that for you. Oh, I bought a small tripod to put my ring light on my bookshelf, so I got rid of the stand behind me. My God, these efficiency gains. Musk came through and he cut the 2 stands. The $2,000 one? What? No, it was like a $50 one or $25 one. Fuck off. Have I watched Severance? No. Oh, we didn't even finish with this guy. Hold on.
With Destiny, the clips floating around are kind of trash because they're edited to be able to say something like Destiny owns a conservative or whatever. But it was an interesting conversation. I appreciate Destiny having me on his show, and yeah, hope you all have a great night.
I don't know what to do about the clips thing. I have thought about that a little bit because obviously the clips are edited to be pretty favorable to me, but and I'm glad I've got like a whole group of people that do that now. That's good, but it does kind of like shit on the person that comes on, which I guess wouldn't be a problem. Like, I understand people are gonna make clips, like I'm used to it, but maybe everybody else isn't. I don't know what I should do for that. I don't know. Do you like Christoph Waltz from *Inglourious Basterds*? Wait, did I answer that? Yeah, he's like one of the sickest actors of all time. Maybe, I think he's really, really good. I'm pretty sure he is, but I don't know how much credit goes to him versus to Tarantino's writing, because Tarantino writes dialogue scenes just phenomenally. Although for some reason I hated The Hateful Eight. I don't know why I fucking hated that movie so much. Do you mean directing? Wait. No, I didn't. I meant writing. Who does the writing? Why did I just assume Tarantino? Maybe Tarantino doesn't do the writing for his own movies. *Inglourious Basterds*. He does do the writing? Oh, okay. Written by Quentin. Yeah, okay, yeah. He wrote that part for Christoph Waltz. Oh God, all of his writing is so good. Does he do his own? Does he have an editor, or does somebody else do that? When you're a director, I imagine you have a huge. You probably have a big. You have a ton of input into the actual editing itself. You're probably in the editing room with the guy. You must be, right? You must be. Yeah, of course. Otherwise, what are you? Just a camera guy, basically? I mean, you're still setting up shots and everything. Okay. What does a DP do exactly? Director of photography? That's a different role than the director themselves, right? They do small shots. They make stuff look good. Have Have you seen Better Call Saul? No, not yet. What do cinematographers do? Is that a real... Is that a role? Some directors are the DP. It's a collaborative process of getting types of shots. Okay, okay. What about cinematic engineering? Shut the fuck up. Keep on watching Glorious Bastards. Waltz clips. No, fuck off. That is a good movie, though. Most federal employees work at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Damn. Do people in the military don't count as employees or federal employee? Probably not, because if you're in the military, you're on a contract and you are not considered a federal employee. You're not a civilian employee. You're like a military person, right? A soldier? I don't know, is that what you would say? Have you thought about making chat shorter during reactions and putting the video on top of the chat box, mirroring your cam? Leaves the right side free for obsidian/google/games. We don't need that. We don't need that much chat anyway. Putting the video on top of the chat box and making the chat box shorter. I feel like the video would be too small then. Chat is pretty huge on screen. That is true. Ever since I made my camera larger, that is true. I feel like Hassan used to do his stream a certain way one time, and I was gonna bite it, but then I think
Weasley little here, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying.
Jesus.
Oh, turns out they were actually doing some really significant stuff. Turns out they were actually working on some fairly important things. Oops, my bad.
What camera is he using? Does he ever say?
And then they just come back and they're
High
like, please.
quality.
Oh yeah, the juice.
And also spreading misinformation.
Tougher the more information you learn, I think.
I feel like at one point in time, Hassan used to do a thing where he would stream and he would he just said like fuck it, and he had his whole, he just like not minimized, I don't know what you would say, he resized the whole thing to basically be something like this. No, fuck. This. Did he ever do this, or am I hallucinating? But it was like, it was some kind of setup like this. And then there was stuff along the bottom and top, I think. And then now you have like the full monitor. No matter what's being talked about, you can literally see everything. But I don't know if you've got like a smaller monitor or 1080p or on mobile. I don't know how this would look. I don't think I ever experimented with this, but I thought Hassan used to stream like this, but then he stopped, so I'm assuming it didn't work. You spend way too much time bringing up stuff that they hadn't heard or facts you later have to refute. I feel like publishing your obsidian and sending it to them ahead of the conversation at least allows you to call them out when they say they don't know anything. I mean, I don't know if I can give people homework for our conversations. I don't know if people would do that. The bottom quarter screen can be merch, scroll, AE schedule, upcoming, blah, blah, blah. I just don't know if I can. I think it's probably just better to do this on this. I can make could the chat be smaller? And then my camera stay the same size. I could probably make my camera a tad smaller. Since I'm streaming at 4K now, the clippers they still have a higher quality thing to borrow from. I don't know if I should fuck with that. Okay, hold on. What's his name? Okay. On my main overlay, can we reduce the chat size by like 40%? Question mark. One thing that I want to do, I need to do this before our next episode. I keep putting this off. Get rid of the logs blocking the screen. Oh, the border should probably be smaller. Oh. Okay, yeah, okay. So that works. My name is PewDiePie. Okay, I don't know why. If I was watching myself browse the internet, I would get triggered.
Right?
No, I don't think so. Shut up!
The thing, I do think that
I wish there was like a way. If I were to do a slightly more cinematic broadcast from the cameras, like a little bit like this, I wish there was an easy way to have chat on the bottom in a wide format, but I don't think there's any way. There's no way to do that, is there? Like, imagine if your broadcast window, this is your full broadcast window, and then imagine like from here to here is your camera. Like, there's just no way to make, in English, there's just no way to have like a chat here that doesn't look fucking retarded because of the way we read and the lines have to scroll from bottom to top, right? VTubers do it. Do this, in my opinion. Japanese style, scrolling right to left, one message at a time. Yeah, nobody would be able to read that, motherfucker.
Project. The 18 to 24 month project. Wow. Okay. This is why Cub can stream for 7 hours and be fine. I hit the 2 hours.
What if the chat was both the bottom and top borders? Yes, you can. You have bubbles that appear and disappear instead of scroll. Just delete chat on screen. Nobody reads that and it makes your stream look cleaner. I agree with you, but most people hard disagree. When people are watching, the community aspect and seeing chat is a pretty big part, I think. Not I think, a lot of people have said that, so. Asmongold feels vindicated as Destiny. Oh, as Disney walks back on woke policy. Okay. Why not make a D&D style cookie cutout where your main screen is in the middle and all your other shit is on the side? Nothing will ever overlap. Well, that's what I think I might end up doing that for anything else. Because we need a better way to watch stuff here without it. Without the cameras ever cutting it off. And the cameras are too small here. What was the name of our campaign? D&D, Destiny, Mr. Moot and Nick. Tombs of Scoria? The aspect ratio is different though on this middle thing, so we wouldn't be able to watch YouTube. Or if we did, it would be cut off. Unless, but like the whole side here, no, it would still be kind of cut off a little bit. I mean, it's not impossible to do. What if chat bounces around like the card when you beat solitaire on Windows? The challenging is that all multimedia is designed for widescreen and not 1x1 format. True. But phones are the exact opposite. I feel like death, please watch. People ask why Dean doesn't go against Hassan, or why people won't backstab, or not backstab, but why people morals is Russia's prime minister. People of the points, I guess. I'm going to rewatch a 14.5-minute video of my own stream content. Find more for the. Does a good edit though. Post on Twitter. I'll retweet you. Okay. Not you, Destiny DG. Okay. Destiny, about chat in top/bottom bar. I was envisioning the chat box being split in between the top and bottom. Starts at the bottom, scrolls up, and continues above center image, but I imagine that would be a bitch and or impossible to do. No, that'd be easy to do, probably. You would just have to, but the issue is that it wouldn't be readable. Like, that'd actually be arbitrarily easy, right? You could just create, like, 2 chats, and then you would just cut one in half here. And then you would just cut the other one to match here. And then you just like put one down here. And then one up here. But I don't think people could follow messages going from like from one to the other. I don't think you'd be able to follow it. It'd be too weird. Put one chat perfectly in between the lines of the other. Holy shit. Oh, information density. That's what we need. Hell yes. Okay, hold on. Next one. Wait, what is this video? Why do we have Hassan up?
I think in the world.
Oh, just for a stream layout. Hassan doesn't use like, he doesn't have an overlay or any kind of border stuff at all. He just goes from scene to scene. Oh, he got those Joe Rogan arms for his microphones. These are supposed to be really nice. I think they're like $300 or $400 each though. The new, whatever these are, Elgato arms, the hydraulic ones, these are really good too, though.
His rationale as he explained it on social media. He said,
This camera takes up quite a bit. Is this camera bigger or larger than mine? I wonder. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Wait. Oh, this camera is quite a bit larger than mine. Wait, but did he used to have chat on the side, didn't he? Did he change that recently? It's because too many of them are terrorists, or? Oh no, wait, he does have them. Oh, but he just has an open oh, he's doing what I'm doing. Never mind, I see. He's got it like he just has the window open over here and then chats over here. I see.
As an accommodation and out of respect for President Sheinbaum. Our relationship has been a very good one, and we are working hard together. He goes on to say to stop undocumented immigrants and fentanyl.
His background is better though, so his can be bigger. What? What? You should have a news scroll at the bottom, and only people who pay you $100 can have their chat there. True.
Then he also is using this to
Does he have a plug-in when he's doing like full screen video to make Twitter videos not go full screen? No, he's just doing like theater mode here and stuff, I guess. Okay. Nico chat solution. You keep linking this picture and I have no idea what I'm looking at. Oh, you guys don't know what I'm looking at right now, sorry. I don't know what you're communicating here. I don't know what this is. This is still, it looks like it's still top to bottom. I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're expecting me to get from this. Is there a reason the chat is above your head and not below you? I don't know. I just feel like we're used to seeing the camera in the bottom corner of the screen. I could put it in the top left, but... Chat messages fly into the screen from right to left. Oh. If only there was a format that allowed us to show picture, like in a rapid succession. Bring back dono voices. Listen, you got dono alerts. Okay, the guy pops up. I don't know if I can handle voices. It interrupts my train of thought way too much. It triggers the fuck out of me. Don't care about this. Oh wait, you said they're streaming right now. Hold on.
侠客风格的设计真的惊艳住了 ！GG 战队第2套冠军时装爆料，整体设计。
Is this an ad that I'm waiting for to finish? Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Or it doesn't matter if it is. I see. This is the scrolling text thing. I wonder how hard it would be to implement this. And would it be dog shit? If is this like a trivial to create thing, or would this be like a huge project? I imagine this is probably trivial. It's probably already done. You can just copy paste it somewhere. One thing I wonder, I imagine that there is a value for speed here on how fast. Oh, I wouldn't be able to do this. This would be a whole ass thing. I wouldn't be able to do that in the broadcast. Wait, what the fuck is this technology? The fuck? Is the text a separate element? Damn. Okay. This is, never mind. This is way more sophisticated than I thought it was. I thought this was embedded in the video. Well, but regardless. Damn, what year are we living in that they have this tech and we don't? What the fuck? It would be interesting to have this style text scrolling, but whatever the value is set for speed, if when there's like more messages, the value increases. So like if chat's like all lulling or spamming or whatever, like it's going very fast versus not as fast. However, one thing I worry about is that because of the style of conversation, that also what I'm thinking of right now, this is just for anything else. This wouldn't be for my ordinary stream. If people are typing longer messages though, this doesn't work. Or does it? I don't know. How long is this message? Like, do people tend to read this? I don't know. Okay. All right. Oh boy, good luck.
Understand that. So everybody just has to walk their own path. And like I've always said, I really want kids. I just want to not have kids a little bit more. But I don't expect that to be a popular take. And when people ask what I think other people should do, meaning and purpose, the surest way to get meaning and purpose is to align with the evolutionarily placed algorithms in your brain. And those are going to be to fall in love, have sex, make babies, raise babies. Like that's just the default path. And so deviate from the default path. You can do it, but you need to be very thoughtful about compensating for what the leverage that evolution will use to make sure that you do it, which is meaning and purpose. And so if you don't have meaning and purpose, you are going to curl up in a fetal position.
Where's my volume?
Over the fact that you didn't have kids. And so Lisa and I are very thoughtful about, okay, we've chosen to step around something that evolution wants us to do. So we better have meaning and purpose, because that will be the pain lever it pulls for us not doing it. And if we have not addressed that, we're going to be in real emotional trouble. So.
All right, now let's cue up this Destiny clip.
Let's do it.
My man Eric, we're about to play it soon. So for context, yesterday on Destiny stream, he reacted to
Was
his
I mean?
interview.
I wasn't mean, right? Please tell me I wasn't mean. I wasn't super mean, was I? Please tell me I wasn't super mean. Tom's never mean to me. And make sure these clips get back to him. I appreciate Tom. Tom's one of the few people I've been able to get like good business advice from ever. Like one of two people I know ever. You called him a retard? No! I wouldn't even say that because I don't think he's retarded, which is one of the reasons why it's so frustrating talking to him sometimes. He's a smart dude. I think he is.
With Tom, you guys covered tariffs, inflation, and this was right around the election. So this is when Trump and Harris were neck to neck, and we didn't know who was going to win. So just for context, how.
And I have legitimately not seen.
So this is a live reaction of Tom being reacted to.
We will
live.
see.
Oh, it's 3:13, like
Okay,
50,
I lied on my stream.
50 seconds, so we can scroll a little bit over.
Oh, not 6:13.
No, you were right. 6:13 to the 50-second. You're at the 12-second.
episode. Legal.
So you can just let it play.
There it is.
I want to watch this Gavin Newsom thing.
Shut up.
How am I involved with Gavin Newsom?
A full embrace to do with this show. A full embrace to the truth, an acknowledgement that even when I bang on a table and say I know this and I understand this and everybody should listen, people should merely take it as a data point that allows them to build a more cohesive worldview.
Play it at 1x, please.
No, Destiny played it.
Oh, he's playing it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Got it.
Don't have all the right answers. I don't want anybody to treat me like I have all the right answers. Everybody needs to think for themselves. No one is coming to save us. We want to map the world as it actually is. Okay. Only thing to talk about though is
What is this? Okay, this is him clicking around.
this inflation. The second you print money, you are fucking. What do you think tariffs would do? Tariffs would cause tons of inflation. Remember, you have to map me. So my thing on tariffs is that most of it's posturing, that he's going to do it selectively, and if he doesn't, and he really does it across everything, he's a fucking moron. But he's already done tariffs. Why would we not say he wouldn't do more? But he did tariffs reasonably well. So he didn't though, right? Just increase the cost of goods in the United States. We can actually bring sometimes where you want to do that. So take the chips, for instance. If we're really trying to onshore things, or take things that are weapons manufacturing, anything that's in that chain, even if it's slightly more expensive for us to do it domestically, we need to do it because I think, and nobody.
For people asking about their audio setup, I think they're capturing the audio that's just coming out of speakers into a microphone. They don't have the actual audio routed into the stream. That's why you're hearing it sound kind of hollowy. But
I do not want to be dictator, very much because I think I'm very fallible. But odds are that we're moving towards conflict with China. The last thing I want are my artillery shells or bullets or whatever to be hamstrung by their ability to produce. Which I think that's fair, and I think that there are national security arguments you can use for tariffs. Trump very rarely makes these. He usually makes economic arguments for it. But in what you're talking about, they would say, you say, we'll probably pay a little bit more for this, but it's probably worth it for the national security implications. And I could agree with some of that, for sure. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't think I even put this on that video that they're watching right now, but my argument is even more prescient there because I don't believe Trump has spoken about national security arguments almost at all with the current tariffs, right? I don't think I've heard that at all. I think all of the arguments right now are economic, with Trump saying that they've been taking advantage of us. We're suckers to these guys. They're making us suckers. We're suckers, you know? So there are no national security arguments right now. It's literally just the econ ones.
That's not across the board tariff. I agree. So, one more time. Okay, sure. We're saying that Kamala is suggesting the tax on unrealized gains, which I'll bet you here now, we have, $5,000, $10,000, will never happen because it's such a stupid policy. All forms of wealth tax, financial transaction tax, unrealized gain taxes are untenable for a billion different reasons. Yep. Okay, so I know it won't happen.
So I don't remember the rest of the conversation that we had, but that's going to go something like, Well, when she puts forward absurd policy, it's just never going to happen. When Trump puts forward absurd policy, well, you have to actually take that seriously. So,
hold on. Sorry. Wait. Hold on. It's okay. I'm powering up. Sorry. I was in my unpowered form, so I just incurred a lot of damage there that I wasn't ready for. Okay. I think I even justified it in our conversation. What I say is that Democrats govern by law generally, and they're responsive to their constituents and they're responsive to other lawmakers, right? So if Kamala comes in and she were to say, I want to do a wealth tax, guys, I think that her secretaries would look at her. I think that donors and lobbyists would look at her. I think that other people that are politically mobile look at her and go, listen, Kamala, it's great, honey, that you ran on that, but this policy would probably destroy the fucking economy. So we're not doing this. There's no realistic way to implement this. Most countries that try to don't like it. It's just, we're not doing this. And then she would have to go, oh, okay. Because Democrats are more receptive to feedback from the people around them, because they're trying to govern actually, so like with legislation in Congress, I think that there are more brakes on crazy shit. One might call them guardrails, Kamala Harris. Or I'm sorry, what Ben Shapiro said about would protect us from Trump, right? Guardrails. With Donald Trump, because Donald Trump doesn't try to govern effectively, he just does things through executive order, and because Donald Trump doesn't care what people around him are saying, it only matters as long as it's popular in his fan base. Donald Trump doesn't have constituents, he has fans, right? Donald Trump will do crazy things unilaterally, and he doesn't give a fuck if people around him are telling him that's a bad idea. That's the difference. I think I made it clear even in that conversation that we had like 6 months ago or whatever. I think I made it clear then, and I've made it clear abundantly over and over again. Now, it's a little bit cheap, I guess, for me to use this argument now, if I haven't in the past, but I have in the past, because this is exactly what's happened, right? I think Biden, I'm trying to think if Biden had 15-hour minimum wage as part of his platform. I know Hillary did. Hillary eventually got pushed there, by probably in large part, at least by Bernie or Bernie's fans. So Hillary got pushed there. I think Biden was in favor of a bigger minimum wage, but it didn't happen because he didn't have the support in Congress for it. He couldn't govern that into existence. Donald Trump doesn't need to govern. He just needs to have a Sharpie for his next executive order.
So remember, this was recorded. I had no idea what Trump was actually going to do with his tariffs. And I kept saying in the interview, if he does an across-the-board tariff, that's dumb. So anyway, keep playing.
Okay, even if she might have flirted with it, I don't know how she's talking about it now. But so we're saying that she will do that. We're genuinely concerned about that. But we're not genuinely concerned about Trump doing the only economic policy that he's given, that he's basically running on, that he's shown indications of and has done a little bit in the past. Because, one, I've seen what 4 years under Trump looks like. It was bad for everything that you care about. It was horrible. He spent like crazy, printed money like crazy. Oh, he did. On that, they're both. But I don't understand how people are so resistant. They'll say the things. It's not just this guy, by the way, because it was the guy that I talked to last time, and the guy before, Richard, and the law TikTok guy, where they'll say, like, I care about this thing. And it's like, okay, wait, hold on. You said that you care about this thing, right? It's the guy is like, my favorite person in all of human history is O.J. Simpson. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. What are the things you care the most about again? I hate people that play sports, and I value the lives of white women more than anything else in the world. Okay, wait. Hold on. And I'm racist. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay, well, wait. I feel like wasn't he like a football player though? Okay, maybe. Wait. Okay. What about like the whole like murder thing? Sure. Okay, maybe. Past performance is not an indicator of future behavior. Okay, and then also, isn't he black? It's like, that means a lot of things. It's like, okay, wait. So, and then the comparison is like to like Bill Gates or some like white nerd unathletic. It's like, okay, make this make sense for me, because every single thing that you're saying, this person represents the exact opposite.
Okay, pause it.
Looks like.
It was bad. Okay, make this make sense. Here is, you have two opposing worldviews. So he is looking at me as somebody who is on a team, and that I'm saying Trump can do no wrong. And
no, he's falling into the trap. He's projecting what he's doing right now. No, don't do this, Tom. You're better than this. I'm not accusing you of being on a team. I literally just pointed out, here are the issues that you care about, and the person that you're supporting is bad on these issues, worse than the opposition. Make that make sense. I'm not accusing you of being on a team. I don't think Tom is on a team. That's why I know that I wouldn't accuse Tom of being on a team, because I don't think that Tom's on a team. But in that conversation, Tom said, the thing I care about the most, more than anything else, he either says it before or after, the thing I care about more than anything else is the deficit and borrowing money. And it's like, okay, well, in that case, you must not be voting for Trump, because Trump came in at a time of economic prosperity, and he ran up the deficit greater than any president in the history of all the United States of America. So on that one issue alone, then you must not be in favor of Donald Trump, right? Even if you don't like Democrat positions on like tax policy, higher taxes might be a thing you don't like, but higher taxes means lower deficit. So you must be in favor of that if the deficit truly is the most important thing to you. So that I'm not doing a team analysis here at all. I'm just doing an issues analysis, just the issue, just those issues. I'm pointing out policies.
And that I'm saying Trump can do no wrong. And because he said, like, this is your favorite person in the world. Obviously, just making an example. Trump is not my favorite person in the world.
No, I'm not saying, no, that wasn't what the analogy meant. Is he going to say Trump's not a football player? I'm just saying it would be crazy for somebody to say, this is my favorite person in the world, but also I hate football players, and I hate people that endanger the lives of white women, and I hate black people. Then it's like, wait, hold on, how can that be your favorite person in the world then when all three of these things? I'm not saying that Trump is your favorite person in the world. I'm just using that as an example of, like, you like a person for some role, but all the traits that they possess seem to be contrary to the traits you're looking for. It wasn't about, I don't think Trump is your favorite person in the world. No.
I was sad that Trump was the only option that I considered reasonable. He was not the person that I want. I did not want to be choosing between Kamala Harris and Trump. Also, with the why was I, quote unquote, giving Trump a pass on the money printing? I'm not. And so I've got two governments, both of whom money print like fucking crazy. So those just cancel.
Republicans do it more. The last budget surplus we had was under Clinton. The hugest hit that we've taken recently to our budget has been the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The only piece of legislation Trump did massively burdened the fuck out of us fiscally. It was the only legislative accomplishment, really, the only big one that he had, and it fucked our deficit so hard.
Each other out. So the money printing, I'm not going to be like, yeah, you got to disqualify Trump on money printing so that I go to the other money printer. I'm saying if I had a choice between one government that was like, dude, we understand. We are driving towards a fiscal cliff. We have got to back off from that. This government will never money print. There is no way. We are focused on innovation. I'd be like, fuck yes. Like, I want to go to that team. But they both print like psychopaths. So it's just that those two cancel each other out. So if you want to, like, if I'm having to go back to his...
Can't we just look at the history of governance and see how they treat the deficit? See how they treat the budget?
Example, if I'm having to choose between two people that murdered people, I'm like, fuck. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to be able to make the decision based on that. So there's that one.
Why did the surplus happen? Are you suddenly pro spending cuts now? Stop being bad faith. Why did the surplus happen? The surplus happened under Clinton. Why? I don't remember. That was before I was a real human being. Are you suddenly pro spending cuts now? Not necessarily, but if you want to make spending cuts, you can. But I'm pro revenue raising. So, but I've said as much a million times.
I think the thing that he's trying to point out is that, to Destiny's point, he did say that across the board tariffs were bad. And you were like, yeah, if he does across the board tariffs, that'll be like fucking crazy. And Trump is doing across the board tariffs right now.
Right.
So
do you hear me going, oh my God, these are amazing. I'm so glad he's doing across the board tariffs.
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean? Yes.
No.
You hear me?
He's saying yes, he agrees with you.
You saying that?
Okay. I heard that you're not saying, yes, tariffs are great. I love tariffs. Let's do more tariffs.
I said, literally, if he does it across the board tariffs, that would be fucking stupid. And? Do you hear me championing them now? Or do you hear me being very consistent with that? Because my hypothesis remains that you're going to put yourself in a position where you are now playing chicken. Now, admittedly, I don't know how it will play out. And the more I look into tariffs...
No, he's not changing he don't say it. No, it's all roads, all the roads. Every sign falls away and all roads lead to Rome. No, he's not about to say it. I'm making a dramatic assumption for literally no reason. I'm making a dramatic assumption for no reason. He's going to say, the more I look into it, the more I'm realizing it is a really bad thing. But also, he's already done the tariffs, but it's not even bad that he's done the tariffs. He's like, I'm waiting to see how this plays out. How long? He already did them.
Put yourself in a position where you are now playing chicken. Now, admittedly, I don't know how it will play out. And the more I look into tariffs, the more I'm like, okay, it has one outcome, which is it will onshore manufacturing.
No. 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 We just have to have a business talk. Because Tom, this is also a thing. Tom knows. Tom absolutely knows what comparative advantage is. I know from personal conversations, not in those economic words, but like if I were to go to Tom and say, Tom, I need business advice. I'm really, really, really good at streaming. I'm so bad at like managing my at my email and my finances, okay? Help me get better at managing my email and my finances. Tom would say, why are you wasting your time on your email and your finances? If you're really good at streaming, pay somebody to do that shit. Why the fuck would you waste your fucking time doing something you're not that good at? It's not even making that much money for you. You make way more money. Just stream more. Pay somebody else to do it. I'm like, oh shit, Tom. Good idea. You're right. United States of America. Hi. We have highly productive labor. We're really good at like last stage of assembly on products, and we lead the world in tech and AI. That is true. But do you guys like manufacture widgets? Well, no, but we just like buy the widgets from somewhere else. Fuck that. Why the fuck would we hold on? Have you thought about cutting back on your most productive work and pulling back on retarded shit like tech and AI and getting back into manufacturing widgets? Maybe? Wouldn't that be kind of cool if you made your own widgets? No, actually, it doesn't sound cool at all. It actually sounds like it would be a major step back in our economy. Why the fuck would we ever do that? He knows this. He knows this intuitively when it comes to business. I just don't know why he just doesn't apply it to the country. Somebody noticed said, Destiny, I think you're thinking about this too hard. Whenever people say they care about the deficit and vote Trump, what they mean is they don't want the government to spend on stuff. They don't care about how it makes money. Maybe.
Which we need to do, but it will also piss off your trade partners. And if you're doing them as far as I can tell, I think Trump is driven largely by two things. The desire to onshore, he is right about that. It is.
No, where is he getting his? I just have to find out. Maybe if I ask Tom and I get the answer to this, maybe I'll figure out where all these guys are getting their econ advice from. And then I can just go to the source and start shitting on that person. You see, you've had to say, and that is very important. That's very true and very important. We need to onshore all of our supply chains again.
The more I research about that, the more I'm like, holy fuck.
No.
We have got to onshore some of our manufacturing.
No, but you really don't.
And then the other is...
No, you really don't, right? If you were to go to the economies of the world that do base level manufacturing and then compare them to the more abstract economies, what do you think is doing better? All of the more abstracted economies are doing so much better. They're doing so much better. You don't want to be like those other. You don't want to be North Korea. You don't want to be a resource extraction and widget manufacturing economy.
This like super weird, petty, like, it's got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Now, I haven't looked at it enough to know if we should be worried about like one for one. We probably shouldn't. So it's like,
what is he saying? It's got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Is he talking about? Hold on.
Is this like super weird, petty, like, it's got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Now, I haven't looked at it enough to know if we should be worried about like one for one.
He knows this too. He knows this. I know that Tom knows this. It's got to be fair. It is important to be fair, or at least to have the perception of being fair to your allies and trading partners, because relationships are everything. I don't know if I've made fun of this statement. I've said that people say it. There's a good degree of truth to it, so I hope I made fun of it. That idea of like, your network is your net worth, right? It's important for people to have the impression, at least, that you treat them fair and that you'll do right by them. Otherwise, nobody's gonna want to do business with you. That type of shit is incredibly important.
He's talking
about Trump. Oh, never mind. when you're saying he's talking about Trump, I thought you meant criticism of Trump, but he's saying when Trump is saying our trade has to be fair trade, that's what he's criticizing. Okay, never mind. I understand more what you're saying. I got it.
Weird, petty, like it's got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Now, I haven't looked at it enough to know if we should be worried about like one for one. We probably shouldn't. So
I see Metalzoid's link. I see it. Metal. He didn't read a 41-page paper from Trump's economic advisor. There's some influencer. There's some dude that is talking about this shit all day long. Nobody. I love you. I love you, and I appreciate it.
It's like that one is.
Okay. Whatever you hear. Nobody read this, okay? Maybe somebody on Trump's team read this. Nobody else read this. Tom did not read this whole fucking paper, okay? I promise. There's some other influencer, YouTuber, some guy that talks about this shit. That's what I'm curious where it's coming from. Tom did not read this whole paper. I promise you he did not, okay? Okay.
Yeah, it's probably. So it's like that one is, yeah, it's probably a bad idea. And the way that he's doing it is putting us in this super weird fucking position where now we are.
I don't like all these words. When I hear this a lot, I'm trying to point this out more and more when I hear it. Okay, I don't want to call it a weasel word like it's intentional, but it's the thing that if we were to talk about DEI, okay, DEI is destroying this country. Okay, it's retaliatory, it's vicious, it's destructive. It's this force that's just tearing apart it's turning us against each other, it's making us hate each other, right? What do you think about Trump's stuff that he's done?
And the way that he's doing it?
Well, for Trump stuff, I would say
is putting us in this super weird fucking position.
Puts us in a super weird fucking position.
Where now we are racing towards catastrophe.
Racing towards catastrophe? That's a bit more extreme, sure.
Probably shouldn't. And then if we should be worried about like one for one, we probably shouldn't. So
it's like so much hedging, and the language around what Trump is doing is so much more gentle. It's so much gentler, the language around what Trump is doing, even though it's like a trillion times in actuality worse, right? It's so much worse. The difference in language is so telling for some of the underlying thoughts about it. Not telling and underlying thoughts, not that they're being malicious, but that it's pretty obvious you don't think it's as big of a deal, even though it is. They're all saying the quiet part, not knowing the loud part. Think about what Russia manufactures, anti yet pro-military complex misinfo.
It's like that one is, yeah, it's probably a bad idea. And the way that he's doing it is putting us in this super weird fucking position where now we are racing towards catastrophe in terms of if he is not able to onshore enough jobs fast enough, if he is not able to get other countries and
dog, our unemployment is at like 5%. What are we onshore? Who's working these jobs? Our unemployment is low, and we're about to deport, in Trump's ideal world, 15 million low-skill workers who are exactly the types of people you would need, by the way, for these jobs. What are you onshoring? Who's working these jobs? Who's going to be doing this? What are you talking about? Yeah, and then someone in chat said it. Remember how ass mad these guys got about a theoretical, hyper work-brained, unrealized capital gains tax, and then when Trump literally pushes the start a recession button, they're like, yeah, I guess it's kind of bad.
Companies to invest in America large enough, fast enough.
And then also keep in mind as well that like all of this is starting over nothing. Nothing is happening. At the very least, I won't grant it to Trumples anymore, by the way. If somebody were to ask me about COVID, I would say, oh, if Hillary Clinton was elected, the COVID catastrophe would have never happened, by the way. And if they ask me to prove it, I'll say, okay, prove that Trump wouldn't have let Russia invade Ukraine. Thought so. Suck my dick, motherfucker. Not to Tom. I'm not saying that to Tom. But like Trump had at least an excuse kind of for the last year of his administration, because who knows how another president honestly would have handled COVID. It's possible people would have made the same or worse missteps. We don't know that. However, this time Trump is causing catastrophes all on his own. He inherited like one of the strongest economies from the G7, from the OECD. America, for the most part, we rebounded from COVID, crushed everybody else, crushing it in the world. We're withdrawn from most bullshit conflict now, I would say. Not in Yemen, not in Syria, not in Afghanistan anymore. He kicked the can down the road on the extraction for that, and he managed to skirt by that. Nobody even questions where that Afghanistan withdrawal came from. And now all we have an exploding economy. Okay. I mean that in a good way. We have two big foreign policy issues. One is Israel and the Gaza Strip, although that's mostly done. And most old people love Israel, so you don't have to think about that much. Now you have Ukraine, Russia. That's your one big area that has a lot of volatility right now. Could be really bad, could be really good. We don't know. And then all you have to do is shore up some of the issues that we have at home now, domestically, right? How do we deal with inflation? Is there a way that we can bring down housing prices? For the most part, you've been set up really well for success, okay? You can come and give all these bullshit speeches about how you're onshoring chip manufacturing, even though most of that's probably because of the CHIPS Act from Biden. You can talk some shit about how you're reinvesting in infrastructure and improving that, even though that was because of the infrastructure bill and the investments made in the Inflation Reduction Act into green energy and stuff. Like, you can take credit for so much. You're set up for so much success. This is the easiest handoff in the fucking world. All you have to do is not fuck it up. And then what does he do? He comes in and he fucks up everything for no fucking reason. For no fucking reason. For no reason. Even if Trump manages, or the U.S. economy manages to come out, okay, this is the worst thing, is that this isn't mapping on anything, but it doesn't have to look like this for it to be bad. It could be that a world where we do this is actually bad because Biden had set it up for, if you just continue the same shit, it would have looked like this. Like, what the fuck are we doing? All you have to do was Bill Clinton your way through it and do nothing. Just fuck off and do nothing. Or just manage your economy, manage some domestic issues, and you're good. Why did you link this? You're fucking retarded. If you link something, you misquoted. You're getting banned for. You're getting a 1 week ban on this. You linked this and he said, actually, most people hate Israel now. And then he linked something that shows that support for Israel is at a low, which isn't actually that surprising. But it's still, the sympathies for the Israelis are still 13 points higher than the Palestinians. And I'm willing to bet that if you broke this out by age cohort, the older you get, the higher this number goes, which is where your voters are at, which is the most important thing. But
planning on doing. And I mean, to Scott's point, he's feeling emboldened. He believes that he has a mandate and he wants to do it immediately. What would the impact of doing all of these things be if it is done as he wants it to be done right away?
It would be terrible. I mean, all of the things that are his priorities, whether it's global tariffs, deporting 10 to 20 million people, politicizing the Fed, devaluing the dollar, all of...
Every time this guy's face appears on the screen, I think these guys always have to appear as a couple. Like, it always has to be her and him together. Or maybe they're both always on the show, actually. I don't know. I like how the camera guy cues up. It's like, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. We know that this guy is about to give the most dog shit fucking take you've ever heard in your life. Okay, after she just, speaks plain facts. Okay, here we go. Don't worry. And he's even, got his Finkel smirk ready. He's like, ha, yeah, wait for this one. I'm about to make this motherfucker kill themselves. I'm about to say the most retarded shit you've ever heard in your life. Here we go. Here we go. You do know they are married? Are these two married? No shot.
Of those things would be inflationary and or cause the economy to crash. I think the very best thing Trump could do is nothing at all. Go out, play golf.
True! Holy shit, true. This is what I mean. This is why I said I don't talk to experts, because why would I waste my time? Because we're just going to be agreeing with each other the whole fucking time. Do you understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Take credit for the economic trends that we already have.
Yes!
That are already quite strong. Wages have been outpacing inflation for over a year, for example. Inflation has come down a lot. GDP growth has been robust quarter after quarter. Just take credit Take credit for the economy he inherited.
For the CHIPS Act, for the infrastructure bill, for the IRA, take credit for all of it, and just like fucking try your best to like fix some domestic problems. That's it. You're good.
And do nothing else, and that's the best possible outcome we can hope for.
Oh, thank God. He actually watched this 2 months ago. I might have already watched it, so don't give a fuck.
Other countries and companies to invest in America large enough, fast enough, it will have been an unmet enough jobs fast enough. If he is not able to onshore enough jobs fast enough, if he is not able to get other countries and companies to invest in America large enough, fast enough, it will have been an unmitigated disaster.
Why? I just want to ask, because these people have so much respect for Elon Musk. Why did Elon Musk come to the United States of America? Did Elon Musk come here because we excel at resource extraction or because we make the best widgets? Elon Musk didn't go to, I don't even know which fucking primitive economies excel the most in these things. He came to the United States because we have educated workers, because we thrive in technology, and last stage of assembly on complicated, there's a better word for this economically. I don't know what it's called when you're that last stage in the supply chain, highest value added part of the supply chain, whatever. He came to the United States of America. If you respect Elon Musk, why wouldn't you respect his business decisions there? And what was Elon Musk saying when he came to the United States of America? Did Elon Musk come to the US and say, boy, we need to tariff everybody else. Boy, I sure do wish you guys mined more coal. Boy, I sure do wish you guys had more onshore resource extraction and widget manufacture. Like,
but what I don't understand is how people think that I'm thinking through the problem in any way other than I know where I'm trying to end up. I need to be in a strong position to protect myself from a hot war with China, which people may want to pretend is not a possibility. That shit is a very real possibility.
That's another thing, though, where you've destroyed. That can't possibly be what you care about. You want to be ready for a hot war with China? Okay. Well, what is Trump doing to prepare for that war? We're showing the world weakness in that we're not willing to defend Ukraine. Now, maybe he doesn't care about Taiwan, so okay, fine. We're ditching NATO. Trump has said some of the most disgusting things that could ever be said about NATO. When Trump said, I don't think any other country would come to our aid, when the United States is the only country to have triggered Article 5, when there might still be Ukrainian bodies left in Iraq today, unrecovered. Like, the idea that we're strengthening our position against China by alienating not only NATO, not only our European allies, but also our North American allies, Canada and Mexico. Imagine, now I don't know how this would look geopolitically, like if it would be possible for Mexico or Canada to do this. And I feel like there's so much else at play that would make this impossible. So my idea here is like fantastic. But like, imagine a China that comes in to a struggling Canadian and Mexican economy as the U.S. is like trying to batter and bully both economies with tariffs. Imagine a China that comes in and says, hey, you remember things like the TPP and all these other trade arrangements and deals? We should set some good shit up. You're fucked. You've lost at that point. You've actually lost. It's game over. The war or whatever doesn't even matter at that point. If China could capture Mexico and Canada, two countries that China already trades, at least with Canada, a great deal with, right? And already has like a lot of FDI, foreign direct investment and everything else, right? What are you going to do at that point? You've isolated yourself. This is why isolationism also is not a great idea. You've isolated yourself from the world. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's not helping anything. None of this is helping anything.
Onshore gets us there.
Onshoring, dude, onshoring the most important elements of our modern life, from modern warfare, which is going to be drones and semiconductors, which guess what China controls? rare earth minerals.
Guess who's collecting probably the most combat experience in the world right now? With drones! I'm not a military expert by any means, but it wouldn't surprise me if every single military commander in the fucking world was like pouring through footage, reports, whatever the fuck information they can collect from the ongoing battles in Ukraine, because it's probably highly indicative of what future battles could look like in a world where drone warfare is so easy to do, where soldiers can be killed. So what did we listen to this on stream where somebody said, was it like 70% of the soldiers killed had been killed by drones so far? That can't be true, right? That number is insanely high. Did we listen to that on stream? Like every single thing. Oh yeah, somebody said something like 70% of battleground deaths in Ukraine are now drones. Oh, maybe like over the last year or something. Like, also it is important. Like, real life is more similar to RPGs than it seems. It's not just about having the right equipment. Having soldiers that have experience and having commanders that have experience. I don't know anything about military doctrine or any of that bullshit, but I do know that's incredibly important. Having people with real combat experience, having a military that's fought real battles before, and being able to organize around all of these different people with experience is arguably one of the most important things. This is why people, cringe at all the training exercises we do and the NATO training and the U.S. training, but that's why you do. You have to be up to date on that. That's why Russia fell apart so hard when it came to invading Ukraine, because they didn't have the supplies to do that. They don't do as much training as they should. They don't have the necessary upkeep. That stuff is so important. But I mean, like, if you want to be excelling in these battles, Ukraine is the battlefield of tomorrow.
For batteries and shit like that, guess what China controls? So it's like we are in this super weakened position, and I understand that we have to get an outcome that brings that stuff home. Is across the board tariffs going to do it? As far as I can tell, across the board tariffs put you in a very precarious position. And so I do not love that this is his strategy. So
just listen to that. Now, I don't know if Tom's talked as much about DEI, so I don't want to describe this position. But if I were to ask somebody about DEI, if we implemented countrywide DEI, what would happen? The country would be destroyed tomorrow. What if we were to tariff 25% every ally we have in the world? Well, we'd be in quite a precarious position. What?
Will they end up coming to fruition? And let's remember, this is halftime. We don't know where this is going to go yet.
It's already going. It's already going. It's already going.
But dude, I'm watching the way that he's doing this, and I'm like, if I were advising you, I would not be advising you to do this.
And he's already pulled back a lot of these tariffs. The auto tariffs got pulled back.
Canada, thank God, and I hope you guys hold strong. I think Canada has already responded saying they're not undoing their tariffs until they've gotten a long-term commitment from the United States that the United States is going to stop acting like it has schizophrenia, and that needs to be the case. There have to be guarantees, security guarantees. There has to be a guarantee from the United States saying, like, okay, we're not doing this anymore. We're done. We learned our lesson. We're done. Okay, no more wacky tariffs. We're good. No, they said they were pulling back yesterday. Wait, did Canada say they were pulling back on all their tariffs yesterday? Did they? Yes, we aren't getting rid of any of ours until all of the American tariffs are gone for good. Oh, wait, we got contradicting things in chat. Canada, tariffs. Not all. I didn't say all. Oh, okay.
Just also pulled back some more from Canada and Mexico because he was violating the trade agreement that you and Edward talked about, which I'm
his own trade agreement.
Very excited about that interview to drop.
His own trade agreement.
But here's the thing: you were about to go down a path where you were going to grab me by the lapel and slap me around, and I want you to give me your best argument, and I want you to know, Drew, your employment is not in any way. Okay, this is going to be fodder for the audience, but your employment is not contingent. Hold on. Yeah. Let me finish, and then you can tell people whatever you believe, which they will assume you're lying because you're next to your boss. But
bro, if I had a boss tell me this on air, no matter what you say right now, your employment will not be continued. Blah, blah, I'm like, okay, cool. I would steal every dollar I could the next day from that job. I'd steal everything. You're going to fire me after saying that? On air, motherfucker? Try it. Just kidding. Don't do that.
Your employment, as I hope you know into your soul, is not contingent on you echoing back the things I already believe.
Yes.
Your employment is contingent on you being thoughtful, for sure. This is my show, and if you were here being an asshole, that would be a problem. But is help me see something I don't see. So I will, and I hope you know, and I certainly hope the audience knows, I will give you my best, most voracious argument as a way to test whether or not my argument holds water, because I want to see if you're still like, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And you've got to look at it from this angle, which will only make me more able to predict the outcome of my behaviors, which will make me able to be in the stock market better and make more fucking money. So even if you just trust me to be selfish, I just want to know, like, what actually works. Because my self-esteem is not based around being right. My self-esteem is based around identifying the right answer faster than the next person and making that something real in my life that leads me to the places that I want to go, which include getting even wealthier, which include building the biggest video game of all time. So just trusting me to be selfish, if you understand what I build my self-esteem around, you will understand why. I'm like, yeah. The guy saying the bad things, go back to him. I want to hear what the bad things are. So give it to me. I want to know, like, what do you think I'm being blind to? Where am I?
That's the thing, though. I spend time with you, so I understand how you make decisions. So that's why I see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a lot of times when we're playing the politics game, it's they want you to come on here and say, Trump did terrorists, he's fucked up. And as soon as they hear this, they're like, yay, Tom gets it again. So it's not necessarily you have a take wrong or you are blind to something. It's they want you to disagree as feverishly as they disagree, so that way you can be on there.
This is true. I agree with this guy, but I'm not like that. There are a lot of people who just want to hear you say, just say Trump better. That is true. I agree with him. He's right, but I'm not like that. I feel like I've earned my spot on to say that I'm not like that, and I should be given the credit that I'm not like that. But
fucking nonsensical.
But it's emotional. It's looking for emotional response.
True.
Was he trying to say that Destiny is emotional in this?
You are blind to something. It's they want you to disagree as feverishly as they disagree, so that you can be on there.
It's fucking nonsensical.
But it's emotional.
Oh no, he's saying that's that. Okay.
Looking for emotional response.
True. And we may remain a small channel until the end of time because I'm that is the game, and that unless I can give people that, they are not going to be interested. I get it. Entertainment is a drug that people take because they want to feel a certain way. And if I'm not able to make people feel the way they want to feel, this show will stall. Understood. I steer by the following observation. All that matters is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. And so I have to say the things that I believe to be true. Because I have maybe erroneously built a value system inside of myself that says every word out of my fucking mouth has to be true, and it has to lead to making other people's lives better. And that's where I'm like, if people will argue with me at the level of value system, then, now we can have, because people always want to argue at the level of belief. My beliefs? What the fuck?
But that's the thing, it's a headline argument. So, okay, first argument, Trump is a fascist, Trump is a Nazi, you shouldn't like Trump because he's divisive. We can play the...
Very different statements.
But
the divisive part, I care not about. Well, that's not quite true. I wish he could bring people together. That would be super powerful. I am far more drawn to characters that can bring people together, for sure.
I feel like this is hitting too close to his own lived experience for business stuff now. He has to believe that, right? You have to be able to bring people together. It's an incredibly important aspect of a CEO or a business leader at all. People have to enjoy working for you. It's incredibly important. Hold on. It's important to show leadership competence. One second. What because I don't know how many people are aware of this or not. I'm pretty sure Tom started. If you guys have ever gone to like a gym or a store even, and you've seen like the Quest, is it QWEST? The Quest cookies, like the all that nutrition stuff. I think he like started that business and took it from 1 employee to like 1,000 in like 3 or 4 years. Oh, is it just Quest spelled normally? So he's got like he's got very solid business experience. That's him. Yes, I think he's the founder or co-founder. I think didn't he have 50% when he sold that business? It was huge. Yeah. So he has to know this. You just that myth of like the strong CEO or leader who treats all of his employees like shit, you know, like he's House MD or Whiplash, you know, like this just doesn't typically work that way. People don't usually like working for people like that.
I am far more drawn to characters that can bring people together, for sure. But if Trump, this is why, and somebody said in the comments, well, Tom, Trump was saying that he wanted to run for a 3rd term before. Why are you acting surprised now? And the reason is, honestly, when he said it earlier, I was always like, I don't like that. But I thought he was being funny. Then he started going for Greenland, Panama Canal, Canada, and talking about running for a 3rd term. I was like, oh God, this is somebody revealing exactly like this little thing inside of them. And I think Trump has imperialistic impulses.
And all of these things were not as important as taxing.
In terms of people hating Tom or feeling this way about him based on everything he's saying, like I think Tom has major errors in empirics, like how he's actually looking at real events and then rating them or something maybe. But I don't think that he's like a mask on, you know, fucking hates wokeism and is going to support Trump to the ends of the earth. I just think he has issues like accurately assessing the magnitude of certain actions or something like that. But just he's savable. That's what I'm saying.
And all of these things were not as important as taxing unrealized gains to you.
So that was a good question.
They were not visible to me at the time, but if you re-held the election today, I would still vote for Trump.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, but why?
So, but that doesn't mean that is me choosing between 2 bad options. That is not me saying, oh, there's somebody perfect. But also, by the way, we're talking about all the things that I don't like. There are also a lot of things that I do like.
Like what? Oh, and then also the sources of information and stuff. And again, all the tech bros have this weird libertarian flavor to them. I don't know why. If it's just part of growing up as like a computer nerd or whatever. I mean, I was a libertarian in my early part of my life, but I don't know.
About what Trump is doing. And so, yeah, if the nice, succinct way to put it is, I'm growing increasingly skeptical that Trump will be able to get a positive outcome. And at the same time today, given those same 2 choices over, I would make the same decision still, for sure.
Because you didn't have faith in who Kamala was as a presidential candidate because
I think the entire Democratic Party has a value system that will run us into the ground. It will become increasingly authoritarian. It will be economically nonsensical. They
like increasingly authoritarian, really? Like I would just love to hear, let's run through some situations and find equivalents on the other side.
Would have clamped down on AI. We would continue to be at China's mercy from a manufacturing standpoint. They want to control the narrative, which is why they all speak with one unified voice. They are...
I'm so sorry. Hold on, I need to do a tweet real quick. There, I retweeted your shit.
want to be at China's mercy from a manufacturing standpoint. They want to control China's mercy. Economically nonsensical, become increasingly authoritarian. Okay. It will be economically nonsensical. They would have clamped down on AI. We would continue to be at China's mercy from a manufacturing standpoint. They want to
like clamped down on AI because we want to regulate crypto at least a little bit. Like, how do we feel about our current crypto environment, where now you have world leaders and countries scamming people? Is that what we like? Are we in a good crypto environment right now?
Control the narrative, which,
like, if we wanted China to take over, why would Biden pass the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure, the IRA, things that are giving us huge investments into catching up in our green energy investments? Because whether you think green energy is gay or not, like, the rest of the world is going to be moving to things like solar and wind, because especially fucking solar has gotten so fucking cheap. Or if you are, or the CHIPS Act to bring back, like chip manufacturing to the United States, which was working way better than the fucking random tariffs Trump had.
Which is why they all speak with one unified voice. They are anti-First Amendment. Like, those things are so much more dangerous than the things that I see coming out of Trump's camp. Because here's what I think is going to happen.
Like, I think that the media bubble is pretty important as well. Like, I don't think he's consumed any of the media, or the one unified voice as well. Seriously, I just don't think he's consumed any media to even know what's happening on the other side here.
The thing about Trump that scares me the most is not that he'll make an economic mistake. The economy is extremely difficult.
Like, an economic mistake. That's what we call 25. That's not just an economic mistake, by the way. It's an economic mistake, and it's a geopolitical mistake. It's damaging. It's a national security mistake. Like, all of these mistakes are bad through like 5 different huge dimensions.
It does scare me, and you will continue to hear me make noises if I think Trump is misstepping. But the thing that I worry most about with him is Bonapartism. And the Bonapartism, I think, will get checked at the midterms. So it takes a literal act of Congress to amend the Constitution. So I think the Constitution will protect us. But I'm not going to lie and say that it isn't becoming self-evident that Trump has an imperialist impulse. From the rhetoric around Gaza, I mean, it's just like, that's undeniable. So again, I will seem crazy if people think I'm on a team. I am not on a team. I have an end state that I'm trying to reach. I voted for the person that I thought would get us there. That person remains, though by a decreasing margin, the person that I think is actually most likely to get us there. If he continues to do shit that causes problems, like, I mean, right now, the short-term effect on the economy is horrendous. On the stock market, I should be more clear. The short-term impact on the stock market is ugly. And so now it becomes a question, is it a short-term blip, as these often are, or is he legitimately going to run us aground? Don't know. We're going to see that play out. But all the people that look at me or anybody else, and they keep trying to take it back to
teams. No one is putting on a team,
and he voted for the wrong person, and he's now just trying to defend him. I am unable to pierce your frame of reference because that is a nonsensical way to interpret the words that I'm saying. There's no way they could repeat my stance back to me in a way that I would recognize. There's no way, because I have said over and over and over exactly how I process data. I can go point by point and explain exactly how I'm processing data. And then people are trying to cram that into their team-based worldview. And this will happen in marriages. This will happen when working with teammates in a company. You're literally saying one thing, but it deflects off their worldview that they are projecting onto you. And so I will say to my wife routinely, if I meant what you would have meant when I said those words, I get why you're upset. But since I didn't mean that, we have to go with what did I actually mean? And so then you break it down and you say, okay, this is what I mean. I can say it to you in a single sentence that's less than 35 words. Tell me my position back to me in a way that I say, yes, you understand my position. If then she's like, I understand your position, but I disagree with it, cool. Now we're having an argument at the level of values and beliefs. We are not having an argument at the level of two ships passing in the night, where if you said the words I said, they would mean something different than when I say them. And if, by the way, if chat is slapping me around, they have something that they think that
I'm literally scrolling through
Give
it so I can catch everything.
Give it to me.
And again, we had these conversations off camera plenty of times. We had these conversations on camera with our guests. We had a whole election week special where we interviewed 2 Republicans, a Democrat. Like, we went down the rigmarole of it. So I see how you come to these decisions. So again, emphatically, I'm not just yes manning. It's just I understand it. I get your point of view. We voted for 2 different people. We came from it from 2 different angles. I am not mad at that. I don't get that. But in the we came from it from 2 different angles. I am not mad at that. I don't get that. But I think in the increasingly tribal world, everybody is trying to make you pick a side. But there is one thing. There is one thing that what would it have to take for you to say I regret voting for Trump?
What would have to happen?
Yeah.
If he hollows out the middle class even more, if he puts us on a...
What does that mean? If he hollows out the middle class even more? Do we even... What a weird... Like, do we even know what... I don't know if I'm being dumb. I don't even know. Like, what do we consider, like, the middle class? That's, in and of it, that's already kind of like a loose... Like, what actually is, like... What defines the middle class? But...
A weakened stage with China...
We've already
the thing
done
I
that.
care the most about, China is scary, but the thing I care most about is thriving lower and middle class. Again, you need only trust me to be selfish. As a wealthy person, you sell things to, at least the things that I make, are sold to the middle class. So it's like, I need them to be thriving.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think I care about people, which I fucking do, even if I'm just being a greedy capitalist, you cannot function as a society if you don't have a thriving middle class. It's fucking crazy. I'm also not a pull the ladder up behind me guy. So I came from middle. There's an argument to be made. I came from lower middle class, and becoming successful has been one of the great thrills of my life, because it did not feel like it was an outcropping of innate talents that I had. It feels like it was an outcropping of learning a way of thinking that I was not taught as a kid and going, oh my God, this works so much better than what I was taught as a kid. Holy shit. Like, you can teach other people to do this. Fuck. And now, long before anybody knows who I am, privately in my companies, there are no cameras on me. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I'm just a guy building a company. And I'm like, I will show up early. I will stay late. This is to drug dealers, gang members. I will show up early. I will stay late. I will teach you anything, including building a competitive company to mine, because I want you to understand how powerful these ideas are. And I can see you've been trapped by what at that time I realized was an ideas problem. This is not a money problem. You guys can, if you can adopt these ideas, they will change your life.
What are the KPIs then? So you say hollow out the middle class. I love that term, but it's a generic term. Like, are you saying the middle class will decline, the inflation rate will drop below this rate, you want to see average earnings increase? What does it mean to have a bolstering middle class?
Love that. Okay, so there are a few key metrics you want to look at. Right now, what you have is more people than ever are becoming wealthy. Okay, yay, right? No, because more people than ever are becoming poor. And so what you see is
more people than ever. He means in the United States, I'm saying, right? I think.
Where you're going to have these 2 wildly stratified contingents. Now, the problem lies with the Gini coefficient. And you can't live in that world. So the wealthy will try to distance themselves physically, intellectually, every which way possible from the poor. And the poor will always be the far larger group, and they will come to kill the rich. So again, just from a perspective of self-preservation, that sounds fucking terrible. So one of the metrics that we're going to look at is the middle class getting bigger? So are people going from poor to middle class? Like, that is a fucking key. You want to see that happening like crazy. And then mine is, one of the core things has got to be that the poor and middle class can just save their money to success. Not gamble, not bet in the stock market. If they want to do that, it's amazing. And I hope that they do, because owning assets is very powerful, even when your money is not being inflated. But you have to understand it. It is a complicated game where you can lose your money as fast as you make your money. So I want everybody to have the ability to do it. I don't want anybody to be forced to do it. So those two are massively important and can be measured just on a financial scale. There will be more, but those are the easiest to talk about that are just, they're going to be naked in the data.
And then last one, just from...
How can you take people like seriously? He just rambles like a dipshit, and when he's pushing on anything, he just goes. I mean, like his thoughts are good here in terms of his broad thoughts are fine. It's just the individual. It's just the individual issues, like the empirical data that he's collected, the media bubble, I guess. Do you read how the pipe/fluid mechanics changed? It's way simpler now. Wait, what changed?
Poor to middle class. You want to see upward mobility, so is that again? What is the? How do you define going from poor to middle class? Because I think.
It'll be a question of earnings, real earnings per household.
Copy. Household.
So he was asked for a specific line that could indicate success for you. He didn't give anything. It sounds like he's given quite a few specifics, way more than I would expect from almost anybody. What do you mean? Gini coefficient, what does that measure? Economic inequality. It sounds like that's one thing he's talking about. People moving up through quintiles of wealth. It sounds like something he's talking about. Or moving up through, I don't know what the exact metric you measure, but...
Real earnings per household.
Copy. Household earnings increasing.
Yeah, but real. Like you have to understand the difference between nominal, where it's like, yeah, number go up, but it only go up because of inflation. Real is like you're actually outstripping inflation.
So household earnings adjusted for inflation increasing.
Yes.
Caps have infinite throughput.
All right. Let's talk Gavin Newsom.
Did we finish with does he have a kill shot? Does Destiny have a kill shot?
I think that was it.
Okay.
Could we play a little bit more? I feel like after he rants and then he switches to something else.
You need pumps? How can you tell when you need a pump?
For everything that you care about, it was horrible. He spent like crazy, printed money like crazy. Oh, he did on that. They're both. But he did that in a time of economic prosperity. Prosperity, yeah. So why would we ever expect him to buckle down? He won't. But then he's just going to keep spending. Correct. Remember, if you try to map me as somebody who's going to back for Trump, you're always going to be confused. Okay. If you go, whoa, this is weird. Even though Trump has all this scary shit, like what the fuck, he's still more scared of Kamala Harris. How is that possible? That becomes, if somebody's trying to map my mind, if they keep going to Tom loves Trump, that isn't true. No one has ever heard me go to bat and be like, oh my God, he's me, I'm so excited. Did I ask him, wait, why was he so scared of Kamala? Did we ask that? So inflation and money printing, you don't actually care about that then? Money printing and inflation I care about so deeply. If I thought Kamala Harris would do less of it, I'd be voting for Kamala Harris. But the fact that Donald Trump was willing to have the largest deficits in U.S. history in times of economic prosperity, and the fact that he tried to pressure the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates low, and he said he'll do it again. All of these things lead to inflation and more money in circulation. Absolute insanity. But you think the Democrats will do it worse, even though they haven't talked about pressuring the Fed to keep rates low. They haven't talked about which one will be worse. I won't even say. As I look at them both, I just say the way that they think about the government is very different. So you've got Trump on one side, who is bringing in.
Dude, my breathing on this, whatever the frequencies they're picking up here, sounds like I'm getting murdered.
Elon Musk, trying to get more efficient, very open to reducing. Elon Musk survives on government subsidies and contracts. It's important to keep in mind, right? Okay. Why does that matter?
I'm so curious to hear what he says about that.
Okay. It's okay.
Man, I wanted to hear his take on that. Okay, well, so here's my thing. I think Destiny is dope. Even if he wears a shirt that says Tom is a retard, like I still think he is I'm so glad that he is in the public sphere. Somebody was saying, I think it was a Charlie Kirk interview with Gavin Newsom, which man, do I love. I am very impressed with Gavin Newsom. A sentence I never thought I would say as a Californian.
Wow.
But the fact that he brought Charlie Kirk in, I was very impressed.
That's exactly where I was going. It worked. Gavin Newsom saw that podcasts were big. He says, I'm going to start a podcast and let me go sit with the other side.
Yeah.
And he's flip-flopping on positions. Everything he said, everything he was 10 toes down 6 months ago. Now, oh yeah, I never felt that way. Oh, I feel completely different.
I would like you to press the James Burnham button. That is so self-evident. So now you at least have somebody that's good at what he does. This is why people call Gavin Newsom slippery. He's got enough charisma, enough good looks that he can pull it off. He can do it. So anyway, the thing that I'm impressed with is that he sat down with Charlie Kirk. Like he was willing to go 10 toes down with Charlie Kirk, who is a formidable foe for anybody on the left. I am impressed. And I now understand how Newsom has gotten where he's gotten. But I brought that up for a reason. Oh, I lost it.
I have a clip. Can we play that clip I sent you? The Gavin Newsom clip?
Here, while they finish this,
oh, wait. Sorry.
Came back?
Yeah, because I was trying to wrap up the Destiny thing. So I think it was in that interview that Newsom asked Charlie, is anybody on the left doing it? And they were like, nobody. And I was like, what do you mean? Destiny's doing it. And Destiny's very good. That kid is a debater extraordinaire. Also, I've had private conversations with him. He is lovely. Look, I get it. Destiny can be very theatrical. I don't know what word you'd want to use. He says he's always making a decision between whether he's going to be, I don't want to mischaracterize, but unhinged. I don't know. Like, he's got what I'll call an unhinged mode, right? The guy deserved to get shot and for showing up at the thing, the rally. Not a big fan of the unhinged side. But nonetheless, he is very capable of just being a hard-nosed debater who is very thoughtful about the issues, extremely well-researched. So again, even if he renamed his show Tom is a Retard, I would still go listen to find out, like, what can he remove any of my blind spots? So yeah, for people that want to know a very thoughtful argument from the left, like, that's the play. I don't like Destiny. He can fall back, says Jordash. Fair, man. Look, everybody's going to have their opinion, but I think he's sharp.
Hold on. I'm going to send you this clip, Eric, because people are trying to dunk on me in the comments, and I actually do research, guys. So, please, let's do
see what happens here.
Let's do this. Play the second one.
Guns out.
Yes. Y'all watch YouTube.
What are they trying to dunk on you for?
And think your political analysis. Come on. Okay, come on. Let's.
Shots getting fired. What happened?
Yeah.
I missed something.
We're gonna react to this together, Tom.
All right, let's see.
I'm excited. Let me curate this.
But you got to tell me, what are they saying in chat?
Okay, so right now, I just said that Gavin Newsom was flip flopping, and then somebody said, is he flip flopping, or is that just a characterization of him you saw on Fox? And I was like, oh, okay, so let's play this clip where Gavin Newsom is saying no in women's sports when he just signed a bill 6 months ago that said schools are allowed to transition kids without telling their parents. But now you don't want. But now your new line is they can't play sports though, but they can transition and not tell their parents. It's slippery,
All
slippery
right,
Gavin.
let's
Slippery
see.
Gavin.
Let's see what.
And I'm not like an anti-trans person, but I'm just directly showing you he wrote a bill 6 months ago that is directly not agreeable with what is at odds with what he's saying right now in this clip. Can we play this clip, please, Eric?
Now should come out and be.
Okay. Are we done? He glazed you? I didn't miss it. I turned my speakers on. I am doing everything. Okay. What do we got next? Israel objected to secret U.S.-Hamas talks and tense call between Netanyahu's right-hand man and Trump's envoy. Israel's concerns over the Trump administration's secret negotiations with Hamas erupted in a contentious call Tuesday between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-hand man and the U.S. official leading the talks, an Israeli official and a source with knowledge of the call tells Axios. When Trump aides sounded out Israeli officials in early February about the possibility of engaging directly with Hamas, the Israelis advised them not to do it, particularly not without preconditions. Israel found out through other channels that the U.S. was moving ahead anyway. How can you make trouble with Israel? How does this guy manage to piss off literally everybody? What? Driving the news. Netanyahu has avoided publicly criticizing President Trump since Axios revealed the unprecedented U.S.-Hamas talks on Wednesday, saying only that Israel had made its opinion clear to the U.S. But Netanyahu's closest confidant, Ron Dermer, was much less restrained a day earlier in a call with U.S. hostage envoy Adam Boehler, the sources say. The sources declined to be identified due to the sensitivity of the discussions. The call happened several hours after Bowler met in Doha with Khalil al-Hayya, one of Hamas's most senior political officials and the head of its negotiating team. Bowler's negotiations in the Qatari capital began the week prior with a meeting with low-level Hamas officials. The talks were centered on bringing home American hostage Eden Alexander, 21, and the bodies of 4 deceased American hostages, part of Bowler's mandate as hostage envoy. Hamas released a video on Saturday with proof of life from U.S. citizen Eden Alexander. Wait, where's this video? Does anybody have it? Destiny, you think maybe Trump has seen the populist anti-Israel rhetoric from... You know what? Some guy tweeted out some fucking retarded shit the other day, and maybe this is the way to explain it. Trump just really likes making phone calls, and he wants to be like the guy on the phone. Like, hey, Trump's on the line, or Trump, this guy wants to talk. Trump just wants to, like... You ever have like a grandma? When I lived in that... when I lived with my grandma in this like senior citizen apartment facility, they just like gossip all day. That's all they ever want to do. Maybe Trump's like that. He's like, I just want to be the guy that people need to call. You want to get on the phone and call me and chat. But the U.S. message was that such a deal would go a long way with Trump, who would then press for a broader deal that could involve a long-term truce, safe passage out of Gaza for Hamas leaders. They were like all dead, but maybe the new ones, I guess. The release of all remaining hostages and the effective end of the war. The alternative was a renewed Israeli military campaign to destroy the group. Trump and his advisors hoped for a breakthrough prior to his address to Congress on Tuesday, but found Hamas's response insufficient. Wait, you're saying that the offer to buy Gaza didn't do it? The talks also touched on specifics like the number of Palestinian prisoners who would be released from Israeli jails in exchange for Alexander's safe return that Israel hadn't agreed to. Oh, wait, hold on. While Netanyahu was initially dismissive of the idea that the U.S. would actually sit down with Hamas, he and his advisors grew more and more concerned after the idea became reality, according to a source familiar with his thinking. In what both sources described as a difficult call, Dermer objected to Bowler making such proposals without Israel's consent. Bowler assured Dermer he wasn't close to a deal with Hamas and that he understood Israel's parameters, a source with direct knowledge said. One Israeli official claimed Dermer's intense call Bowler led the White House to reevaluate its approach. Dermer declined to comment. Damn. When Trump envoy Steve Witkoff joined the efforts toward a Gaza deal in the closing days of the Biden admin, he proposed meeting directly with Hamas to speed up the talks, but that didn't ultimately happen at the time, an Israeli official and former U.S. official said. Trump and his advisors had a long meeting Wednesday about the talks with Hamas and decided they needed to send a strong public message. The idea was to both put pressure on Hamas to make concessions and to clarify that the U.S. position on the group had not changed, a U.S. official said. On Wednesday evening, shortly after he met with a group of freed hostages, Trump issued a new public ultimatum for Hamas to release all remaining hostages. "This is your last warning," he wrote on Truth Social. That Shalom Hamas thing. Trump defended the talks with Hamas on Thursday as helpful to Israel because we are talking about Israeli hostages. He's so fucking stupid, dude. What's next? Witkoff, who is scheduled to travel to the region early next week, said Thursday that Alexander's release is the administration's top priority and mentioned he is injured. He said good humanitarian action by Hamas regarding Alexander would get them a lot of political capital and emphasized that there was a deadline for Hamas to agree to a deal. Trump's envoy said that if Hamas doesn't take a more reasonable approach, there's going to be some action taken by Israel. Jesus.
This is not what we should be doing. I don't even know why we fighting with Greenland. Why we fighting with Greenland? We fighting with Canada. We fighting with Mexico. Yet we in love with Putin. What is happening? Like, this is not America. This is a terrible nightmare. Somebody slap me and wake me the fuck up because I'm ready to get on with it.
Honestly, Jasmine Crockett sounds completely illiterate when she speaks. That's me interviewing Representative Crockett. Please don't use the word illiterate when you voted for a president that speaks like a lobotomized crackhead. Damn. Oh, 145K, damn. I would comfortably challenge her to a spelling contest. One of the funniest things about Ebonics is that people will look at a manner of speaking for like African Americans, right? And they'll say like, oh, well, this is the sign of an uneducated person. But a lot of Ebonics is like traced back through, you know how people in the South speak. But when people in the South speak like Southerners, it doesn't carry that same ultra negative connotation that it does when black people speak that, which I think is always funny. There are ways that you can speak and sound like a dipshit, whether it's Ebonics or normal English or whatever, but Trump, honest to God, speaks like a fucking retard. So I don't know how he gets credit for any type of speaking style or whatever, so I don't know. No shot. The U.S. military has removed photos of the B-29 bomber Enola Gay, which dropped the first atomic bomb on Japan, apparently because it contains the word gay, which violates their new anti-DEI rules. Is there proof of the source? War heroes and military firsts are among 26,000 images flagged for removal in Pentagon's DEI purge. Oh, they probably did a Control F, found everything, and then flagged all these, so hopefully there's a manual review, I guess, but... Okay, nice. Somebody responded with what I was going to say, but then he responded to them. WAPO under Trump. Economy adds 151,000 jobs in February, a solid showing amid start of federal worker layoffs. The report showed a labor market in decent shape, despite growing concerns that higher tariffs or the Trump admin's cuts to the public sector could slow the economy. Federal government payrolls lost 10,000 jobs. Under Biden, the U.S. economy added 194,000 jobs in September, another weak month heading into the final stretch of 2021. However, I will say, this guy who replied brought up an important point. Where in the business cycle matters when recovering from a deep recession / high unemployment, so there are lots of people looking for jobs. 190K is relatively weak. When you're at near record low unemployment and with a slow population growth, 150K is pretty solid. But then he responded to the time, and apparently for this Biden jobs report, this was when unemployment was 4.7%. So. Genuine question. What do you think Musk will do after his relationship with Trump will inevitably blow up? I think he might really off himself with all the relationships and reputation he destroyed. I have no idea. I can't predict any of this. Favorite Indian dish? I love me some chicken vindaloo. And like every Indian appetizer. The anti-woke coalition is basically 75 million people who are too dumb or morally insensitive to understand the logic of wokeism, and a couple thousand HBD, realist tech bros. What is HBD? Even if Elon, big balls at all have high IQs, MAGA is going to be dragged down by its collective stupidity, hence the trade wars, the shakedown of a weaker country for its minerals, Steve Bannon, neither stupid nor a Nazi, giving the Nazi salute, outbreaks of measles, and more to come. I've been sounding the alarm that the right needs to focus on its human capital problem by attacking the ideology of the left on intellectual grounds and therefore bringing elites to our side. Establishment anti-wokesters have ignored me and are focused on owning the libs on X and destroying all their institutions, with no indication that the right is going to be able to build serious alternatives. But we are soon going to see that mob rule by morons isn't a good political system. Is this guy a right-winger? He's echoing some of what Charlie kind of said, and I have this belief as well. Although, I'd be happy, I guess, to see this happen because I hate the right. But the right does have to do something about replacing their institutions. Like, you have to be able to have some, if you don't like the FDA, the Department of Education, all this shit, okay, fine. But you got to have something to replace it. And it's not going to be fucking homeschooling and chickens in your backyard. And they need to attract better human capital as well. They kind of shored that up a little bit with the tech bro obsession. But the tech bro MAGA alliance, I don't think is as strong as some people think it is. Like, it's not like tech bros are full fucking MAGA for all the crazy nationalist MAGA reasons. I think they're there because it's a collection of retarded, like, libertarian shit plus crypto deregulation shit and other stuff. Like, that link is not anywhere near as strong. Which I think would be a scary thing for the right if the relationship between Elon and Trump collapses. You might start to see some of the tech bro people fall away, especially if Elon becomes hostile towards Trump. That would be crazy. But who knows? Trump is speaking at a crypto summit now? Okay, I still have the first Trump thing to act, or to watch. Safest Mr. Beast challenge.
Push Ron! Oh, XQC, push Ron! Oh, push Ron! Oh, Ron's getting tired! Push him! Getting tired! Push him! Push him! Oh! XQC, push Ron! Oh, XQC, push Ron!
Okay, thanks.
Oh, push Ron! Oh, Ron's getting tired!
Are most marathon runners or sprinters, do they tend to be taller or shorter? Holy shit. I just figured he was like 6 foot or 6'1". Have I not seen this guy stand next to other presenters enough? Usain Bolt is 6'5"? Usain is an anomaly. This guy's definitely a right-winger, by the way. HBD is human biodiversity. It's what race realists call themselves today. It's a big undercurrent in the Richard Hanania / Chris Rufo type right-wing intellectual spaces. Oh. World's best marathon runners. Kelvin Kiptum, height 5'11". Kipchoge, Jesus, height 5'7". Okay. Five, 6. Is this a woman or a man? I don't know this name. Tigst. Long distance runner and former world record holder in the women's marathon. Okay. There exists no world where Elon isn't gladly the lapdog of Trump. He doesn't have the masculinity. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if Elon sees himself as Trump's lapdog. I don't think Elon's ego could handle that. What's the logical pushback to HBDism? I've never heard that term in my life. Human biodiversity, I don't even know, so I wouldn't be able to say. People are saying height doesn't matter that much. It's the length of the legs. Kipchoge runs near 4-minute miles for an entire marathon. What? What is that? What would that pace be? What is your miles per hour? What? What the fuck? That's no shot. Wait, who? Hold on. Kipchoge. Jesus Christ. What? That's not human. What the fuck? Wait, what? What are competitive male times for high school sprinters for a mile? America record high school sprinter 1 mile. Is 3:53 by Alan Webb. Wait a second. Is that Jason Bourne? Jason Bourne's real name. Oh, David Webb. The term pace literally means minutes/mile or yeah, but usually when runners talk about pace, they're talking about time meant to run a mile. I was just curious what it translated to for miles per hour. That's unbelievable. That's disgusting. For a marathon. For 2 hours to run that fast? Look at a video of him running.
The laser. It's now all down to Elliott and the pacemakers.
The gloves are off.
He's getting quicker.
He's racing right now. This is racing.
Well, this is true racing.
Okay, it doesn't look fast from this perspective, okay, but
Chillin knows what this feels like through the streets of Central Park in New York, whether it's in Berlin.
it's a form of self-hatred. The shoes he was wearing were controversial. Oh, those Nike Alpha Flies. I've heard people argue about those.
Trying to survive something like that for 2 hours would be almost impossible. It's unreal that somebody did that.
It's right up there with your big sprint, except towards the end, you're on that treadmill or that rolling belt. There's no stopping. So you have to keep going. There's no way you can just bail, give up.
This marathon runner on NPR was happy she got her toenail removed because she said they usually fall off anyway. Yeah, there's like a weird thing when it comes to like elite athletes. I don't know exactly what this looks like, but if you were to like plot how much somebody trains, so I'm including all training, like normal diet and exercise, like go to the gym or whatever. There's like, as you train more, you generally become like healthier. But once you start to hit like elite athlete levels, you're worse off. You're decreasing your health outcomes. I don't know by how much, but it's like if you were to take somebody who runs marathons recreationally, as crazy as that sounds, versus like a world record marathon runner, the world record marathon runner is probably in worse overall health than the person who like can just run marathons recreationally. Because generally like elite athletes are pushing the boundaries of their body like too much. Well, I say too much. I mean, their goal is to be competitive, but they're not like optimizing for their health. They're optimizing for their athletic performance. Did you ever run a mile? How fast was your best? I mean, I ran 5Ks in high school track. I don't remember my times out, but they sucked. I hated running. Fuck running. Why are we looking at marathons? I just saw the speed of that guy. That's just crazy. I would have expected like marathon runners to do like 6-minute miles, and I would have been really impressed. 4.5 minutes is fucking wild. Okay. Yeah, we're just hate watching runners. Middle schoolers can do 6-minute miles for 2 hours? Did you watch the Barclays Marathon documentary? Nope. Also, children aren't fair to compare against because for laws of physics reasons, children can be like considerably stronger in body weight stuff than like adults can. So, did you cover Riley Gaines' tweet about his tweet? I don't know, link. I'm gonna ride my bicycle 440 miles over the 2 days next month to prove my coworkers wrong. I've been training for months. Do you think I can do it? I don't know. That sounds like a long distance. Is that a long distance for biking? 220 miles a day? Jesus. They say this unironically, then claim Republicans are on the wrong side of history. The irony would be hilarious. You weren't so devilishly sick. Hey, if you don't like people making fun of kids, don't use your kids to make fun of us. Fuck you. Okay? Listen, I wouldn't have made the tweet
to have met.
But you're using the kid as a political weapon.
Such an honor to have met you. What he has one more thing to say. I won't interrupt you.
If you're a Democrat and you're being mean to President Trump, I'm on your bumper.
Fuck you. Now you're fair game. During season, athletes are so close to being sick or injured at all times just so they can peak at the perfect time. If you pull it off, it's one of the greatest feelings ever, but if it fails, the entire year might be fucked, or at least suboptimal as fuck. Rip. Was it Ronnie Coleman was a bodybuilder, right? Oh yeah. Bodybuilders having not the greatest health in their later age probably has less to do with them lifting and more to do with the 20,000 T count they have as they juice up for their entire fucking career, and then cut to fucking 2% body fat. My brain can't function right now, but I can flex real good. Ronnie Coleman is the GOAT, but he fucked up his body because he trained like a retard. It wasn't the steroids. Well, that Chero Jeep says it wasn't the steroids, and it was the lifting. He also lifted retardedly heavy. You don't have to lift retardedly heavy to do for bodybuilding, no? I thought it was like focused on aesthetics and like particular muscle groups. I don't know what the training program looks like for nobody did it anyway. Well, but you say retardedly heavy, but that's not. But you would lose. Wouldn't you perform worse in a bodybuilding competition? Like you would intentionally, like if some muscles are too big, it looks worse insofar as like a bodybuilding judge would be concerned, right? Like you're like just having a bigger muscle. It's supposed to be about like symmetry of different muscles and what ideal forms or whatever of the bullshit body, right? Or did he not? Maybe he didn't place well. Or I thought he's a really popular guy. I've heard him. No, not if you're Ronnie Coleman. He was a genetic freak. Oh, okay. Dude, I love, I clicked one weightlifting thing on my subreddit, so I got all the weightlifting and, like male fitness stuff. I love to see my young men have joined women now when it comes to body dysmorphia. Holy shit. The amount of guys who post and they're like, I can't tell if I'm like super skinny or if I look fucking hideous, and it's like, bro, a lot of these threads, like the top comment will just be body dysmorphia. It's like, oh my god. Remember like a year ago when you didn't believe in that? Believe in what? I thought I said like, didn't I say like 2 or 3 years ago that men were going to start getting body dysmorphia because of fucking TRT and how pervasive it is, and now every fucking influencer who does weightlifting on Twitter is on some kind of fucking gear or on Instagram or whatever else? You've always said it doesn't matter to men how they look. Okay, that definitely sounds like something I said. What the fuck was this event?
All right, last one running wins. No, this is for real. Don't take me down. Go to your right.
Okay, are these all famous people, or am I just face blind for real? Like, is that Logan Paul or some bullshit back there? That's XQC in the back, right?
No, this is for real. Don't push it down. Just take it right a little bit. Alright, crank up the speed.
Is that Mr. Beast?
Okay.
Is that Kendrick Lamar? I'm just kidding.
How you guys feeling?
These are all famous people. Some of them are pretty trained. I thought somebody, when people were doing the jump over the car shit, Speed, somebody said that one of the reasons why they thought it was real, I still don't know if it was real or not, but apparently Speed used to be not like a championship athlete, but was like really athletic in high school or something.
Hey, a little faster.
He still is a really good athlete? Oh, okay.
A little faster.
Exposing all the fake natties was bad. It just led to everyone getting on gear. Bays.
Oh, God. Go on, Deji. Go on, Deji.
Speed can backflip on command.
Oh, we're losing people. We're losing people.
Oh, shit, that reminds me of
Bye, Jimmy. Bye. Kai's going. Bye, Kai.
I could see he's on the back there. So.
Go on, Reed.
Wait, is this one of the Paul brothers, or is it one of the different people? Is that the guy who does the boxing, or is it the other guy? Or is this a totally not Paul brother guy? It's the other one. Okay. Logan Paul.
Logan's gone. Oh!
Ooh, close. You ask every time? Yeah, I'm never going to remember. Wait, does anybody have the... there was a video that was posted on Reddit, I think, a while ago, where a dad tells his kid, like, hey, do the thing or whatever, and he didn't know it, I guess, but the kid did a backflip, and he's like, bro, dude, don't do that. What the fuck? You're going to hurt yourself. That was sick, though, but don't do that. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yes, I'm aware Speed can do things. Okay. I don't need a million speed clubs. Thank you. Trying to protect my reputation as a racist over here. All right. Retired boxing champ. Saves hostage and disarms. Knife man. Oh, we got the music and everything. What's going on? I feel like we're being kind of chill. This is the guy with the knife, right? Are we just... Do we just like do a hostage switch? The brother's like, I gotta take a piss. Can we... What is happening here that they're just like still like scanning bags? I mean, I guess there are flights that people have to catch. Fuck it. What? Nothing even happened. What? I still want to get through. Yeah, you're in line. Like, why aren't you scanning my bag? There's a hostage situation going on. Okay. Is scanning my bag gonna make it worse? Because if not, get me the fuck through here. Oh, wait. What? Did he just grab it? Oh, I didn't even see that. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait. Did he take it or... I'm so confused about what just happened here. It looks like he grabs it. He grabs something, but the guy's still holding something else or not, or... What is the guy still holding? Did the blade come out of the handle? Or is this like bad video compression, or... He's holding video compression. Because watch, you can see he takes it, but then... There's no way that's video compression. He has to be holding something. Also, what does any of this have to... Retired boxer saves a hostage. Did he save them because he offered to switch places, or... Oh, he's saying, oh, let's switch places. And the guy's like, okay. There you go. Let's change. Oh, okay. That was the cute part. I gotcha. All right. Oh, what if he pulled the classic oiled up trick? What if he would have gotten Vaseline? He would have been all oiled up and they switch and just whoosh, slips away.
One, two, three, go. No more of that. That was really cool, but I didn't even...
of it.
Yeah, go ahead. Do that again. Go ahead. All right, that was cool. All right, and then if you want to do your little... That was awesome. All right, please don't do that again. That was really cool.
Okay, we didn't need the music and the editing, but... Oh no. HBO officially names Papa Esudu to play Snape for the Harry Potter series. Is this a troll? Is this even real? It's the N Wokeness account. I don't even know if it's real or not. Is there a Harry Potter series? It's real. But also, who cares? It's Snape. I don't think Snape has to be white. I don't think it matters that much, no? The Harry Potter HBO series has been hyped for a while. Harry Potter HBO series finds its Professor Snape and McGonagall. Am I face blind? Are these the same guy? Wait, I might actually be face blind. The fuck? I feel like the beard makes this guy's chin like way fatter than it looks when he doesn't have one. All the characters are gonna be black except for the Death Eaters. They're gonna be white. Based. Could you imagine they give the fucking Death Eaters like swastika armbands and MAGA hats just to fucking trigger the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Said it a million times and I'll say it again. one of the big reasons for the successes in the Harry Potter movies is the casting was just out of this fucking world. I shouldn't just say that, because I'm sure also the writing, directing, costumes, and everything else probably helped as well, but Alan Rickman's performance was just unbelievable for this character, though. Jesus, it's going to be really hard to see Snape as literally anybody else. They got so lucky on the kids, too? Ooh, yeah, just kidding. True. Thoughts on Adam Driver as Snape? I think I need to watch, like, is it a Marriage Story or something else with Adam Driver in it? I just don't think Adam Driver's, like, a great actor. I like, his performances are okay. I saw him, obviously, in the Star Wars movies. I saw him in the, is it Black Klansman? That movie? Or was it a different one? Where he's, like, a Jewish dude who infiltrated the KKK. Yeah, he's in this. I don't know. Maybe I need to see more movies with Adam Driver where he's like giving more dynamic performances, but I feel like he's like a super meh actor. He was nominated for Best Actor. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess, huh? He was in The Last Duel. Oh yeah, he was okay there, I guess. But casting Matt Damon for that movie was very strange too. Why were they all French but they had English accents? Was there like a historical reason there that I just didn't understand as well? They just didn't care? Because French accents are horrible? Do you really want to watch a whole film with French accents? Well, this is all like France, right? And French stuff? So it just seems kind of weird that they were all...
The benefit of clergy. There really is no decision to make. You're cleric and holding church office. Church, try.
Speak.
Absolutely not.
Strange. She...
Say more shit.
All of France is talking about this, and I'm innocent. I've said publicly that this never happened.
And yet, under extraordinary pressure and at great risk to her name and reputation, the lady...
Okay, I don't even know if they're using accent or whatever. I think Adam Driver is meh. For Americans, English accent means old. True, actually. That is how we view it. Unironically. Is there a scene more cringe than this?
Skylar?
Yes.
I want to hear it first.
Oh, no.
Absolutely not. No way.
Come on, you cannot deny your employer his birthday wish.
Yes, I can. Watch me.
Please!
If this is your birthday wish, I feel very, very sorry for you.
Oh, come on. It was so good last time. Come on.
It was ages ago, and I'm enormous.
I can't watch all this. Well, your favorite contractor, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Are you one of those people that thinks Good Will Hunting is overrated? Who can think Good Will Hunting is overrated? That's like almost a perfect movie. That's such a good movie. Who thinks Good Will Hunting is overrated? What?
About this, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. The thing is, though, is like,
Aspen Gold speaks on Destiny's controversial tweet about DJ Daniel. You can't make comments like this and then make appeals to decency. You're actually kind of hurting the cause. Real quick, can somebody give me a streamable so that I can download it of Aspen Gold saying he's going to be laughing at, was it people being deported or federal workers being fired? Or was it both? Somebody streamable me that, please, so I can respond with a video of that. Thank you.
About this, I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. The thing is, though, is like, the thing is that you can't make comments like this and then make appeals to decency, right?
When the fuck have I ever made an appeal to decency? Right now, I'm trying to just appeal to democracy. I don't care if we're indecent. Can we just at least follow the fucking law? Does he know who he's talking about? What the fuck? Why would you accuse me of making appeals to decency? What? Destiny, the story sucks donkey balls. For Good Will Hunting? What do you mean? Robin Williams carries that movie? Hard disagree. Matt Damon gives an outstanding performance, and I think Affleck does a really good job too. The Swedish professor guy also does a good job. Girl does an okay job.
You can't do both. And so I think that in a lot of cases, I've heard Destiny kind of make appeals to decency a couple of times.
What could he possibly be referring to here? If I'm ever making a quote-unquote appeal to decency, it's generally just in the context of them accusing us of being indecent, where I'm like, hold on, how are you going to say that Democrats are off the, are flying off the handle here when you guys have said X, Y, and Z? But I don't think I ever make appeals to decency. I don't give a fuck about people being decent. Just don't be fucking evil.
Especially even in regards to me. And I don't think you can do both of those things, But yeah. He does this a lot, it seems. Yeah, it was the same. He did it with the person that got shot at the Trump rally as well. And just in general, I do feel like the thing is that it's interesting because in a way, it's like I get the joke, right? I'm also a very big dark humor enjoyer. But at the same time, I think if you want to do something like this and it's like you're doing it with politics, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to be frustrated about it and like annoyed, etc. And so, yeah, you can, but they end up looking like Destiny. Yeah, I don't know. But I've seen this before. I do think like comments like this, it's kind of like what I was saying before about like supporting Hamas, where it's like,
I hate civility politics so much. Can we have like a dark liberal party or something? What? Making edgy jokes is the same as supporting actual terrorists? That's not a take I expected to hear from fucking Asmongold.
Yeah, you can be pro-Palestine, but like if you're trying to like run defense for a terrorist organization, then now like you're actually like kind of hurting them. You're hurting the cause because of just how indefensible the position is, right? He's supposed to represent the side of morality. Yeah, exactly, right? Like nobody's going to give you the moral high ground if you make comments like this. It's just that simple.
I remember this epic classic.
One other thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5% chance, right? Like, I think we're at a 5 to 10% chance that this could happen. Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. And, yeah, probably not going to happen, though, but it would be fucking funny. For the love of God, you must try. Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. And, yeah, your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Like, what is this? One other thing. So.
Good one.
No one in Canada should ever be afraid to call themselves a Zionist. I am a Zionist.
Uh-oh.
No one in Canada should ever be afraid to call themselves a Zionist.
To say, Reddit's just a DNC propaganda tool. I'm gonna hit you with some big tariffs, loser. Then I guess I have to put tariffs on you too. Why are you so mean to me? And this got 83,000 updoderinos. I feel like, honestly, Reddit is, it's just a liberal place, right? It's, I mean, like, 83,000 updude-arinos, like, that might seem like it's a lot, but at the end of the day, it's just, you know, a handful of people, really. I wouldn't take it that seriously. Yeah, they're about to start. They're gonna start this shit? When's it gonna happen? No, it's not. It says stand up for science. Yeah, I should be worried about my finals, not my future. Yeah, you should. Then go home. Let's see here. And
saying we're.
How come Piers Morgan did so many shows in Ukraine and he doesn't know shit about it? Just watched Interview to Tucker, zero comments whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know. People just don't read or study anything. But that's good. You know, who cares?
It's like Trump saying we're going to take Greenland. It's kind of fun.
Right.
I like that shit. That's
Gulf of America. I like it.
Hell yeah. Like Gulf of America, I don't care. Why was it ever Gulf of Mexico?
I know. We're so much bigger than they are.
Right? Matter of fact, they could still call it Gulf of Mexico. We don't care. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's
like all these same. Hold on. How mean do I want to be here? Hold on. I'm just turning this down like 80% of where it was about to come out of. All of the same people now that are talking about how epic it is to go after Greenland and Canada and Mexico are all the people who were soy crying and shitting and pissing themselves over Iraq for, you know, the past like decade. Where's the consistency? So is it like funny as fuck and epic to be an imperialistic bully, or was it horrible and tragic and not okay? Like, what is it? Like,
that's the energy that we need. Americans love abundance.
Yeah.
You need to sell us on abundance.
No, we aren't.
Like what Americans liked, and we're missing this. You know what happened? We stopped making World War II movies, okay? I, along with many other people, used to make fun of the History Channel for just being the World War II replay channel. And you know what? We need to bring it back. We need more World War II movies, all right? We need more America Good Guy movies, all right? We need more monoculture. None of the stories that you hear about America as good stories, like the ones that we champion the most, are like, and then America came in and they bullied the fuck out of this small country, and then we took their shit, and it was fucking epic. Those aren't the stories that are supposed to be, at least, inspiring to America, right? It's stuff like World War I and World War II, or even like the First Gulf War, or maybe saving, I would say Libya, although a lot of people don't like that one. The Bosnian genocide stuff. Like, these are supposed to be the things that we feel good about as Americans. Why are we now wanting to be world bullies, especially when all these people had an entire foreign policy perspective that was informed by not being bullies after Iraq? But
energy that we need. Americans love abundance.
Yeah.
You need to sell us on abundance.
No, wait, aren't you the guy? You're the one who said this to me, and I've quoted you on it many times, on how the moment Trump won you over was when he took the guy from Montenegro by the shoulder and was like, to the back.
Wait, which one?
When he was over at like the G7 or the G18.
I loved it.
And he shoved that guy.
Why am I in the back?
There's also like, this is also a thing too, and I think this was understated even on the right, or it was correctly stated on the right. There's nothing about it. The masculinity crisis is so apparent with so many of these insecure young and middle-aged men. The idea that like, oh, this is what it means to be masculine. It's when you're the bully who shows up in the first 10 minutes of every movie, with every person is always understood to be universally the biggest fucking loser in the movie. That's actually the guy that I want to be like. Like, oh, what's an inspirational movie to you? Oh, I really liked all the Karate Kids. Oh yeah, that's kind of a cool movie. Yeah, I really like the bully that shows up in the first 15 minutes of every single Karate Kid movie. That's the guy that I want to be like. It's like, oh, okay, well, I feel like you stopped watching too early, or you seems like you took the wrong message from that. But okay.
Wait, which one?
When he was over at like the G7 or the G18.
I loved it.
And he shoved that guy.
Why am I in the back?
Right.
Why this?
I'm America.
Nobody even understands what this country is. This guy in the front. Move out of the way. I will sit here. And then he did it, and everybody got in line. It happens. You need that kind of. That is some like psychotic shit. I don't think I would have the balls to do that. That is some ballsy
Montenegro's
shit.
in the back, sir.
Bye. See you later. You're all in the back. It doesn't really matter.
Right.
Meanwhile, Israel's not listening to the United States. Hamas doesn't listen to the United States. Ukraine and Russia both aren't listening to the United States. We're in tariff wars with like our biggest allies, and we're gearing up for one with China. Like, wow, such epic, great leadership. Such epic, great masculinity. Like, great leadership. Good job.
If I'm giving you money, you're in the back.
Yes.
Are you guys giving me money? So why are you in the front? Right? It's like.
Well, that's part of his like weirdly.
It's unbelievably charming.
Charm and humor.
What? Liberals like yourself and those further to the left also made fun of atheist types on the internet and basically bullied them out. Why is that group so harmful to the things that are on your side? That was like 15 years ago, and I'm pretty sure atheists got bullied out of the internet by other atheists, just because the whole epic atheism shit in the late 2000s kind of got a little bit too epic. Capped by the crowning quote made by the philosopher, I don't remember his Reddit name, who was enlightened by his own intelligence. Oh my God. Dr. Phil and Cenk Uygur.
That have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to use their power and their access to power, their access to government levers, to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong, and we do not have to accept this. And so in the next few minutes, I want to try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you, as quickly as I can, just some of the most significant instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency. When you see it all together, there is no way to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country. And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism.
Remember, create confrontation. People in media need to be creating confrontation over this. I don't think I've heard a single mainstream conservative figure talk about this. Has there been? Have I missed it? Did this come up on Joe Rogan or any of the stupid fucking podcasts or Fox News or anything? Did anybody talk about or have to answer for Trump's like blatant scam crypto?
By which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to.
Yeah, actually, we might just watch this whole thing. Fuck it. Don't forget how MAGA used scenes from Full Metal Jacket as an example of what a good military is like. Wait, did they actually? I don't remember. I'm trying to remember the ads for that.
Each of you will clear out his nuclear closet.
What is this?
Immediately. Failure to participate will be considered an act.
Oh my God, it's the guy.
Of war.
And it's a good shorts clip because it got the music.
You're joking, of course. This summit is over. And this is it. This country is at war.
What is this movie? Why was I link this?
You got 3 minutes to decide.
We cannot, we will not leave a legacy of acquiescence.
Lunch. Well, the good news is no global warming summit next month. Unless.
Oh, wait, I think I remember that. Elon and Joe Rogan talked Trump coin a bit. Elon tried to say it was like a casino and then went on to say Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. I think we did watch that.
One of us cared enough about his place in history to unilaterally disable his warheads. Me.
Wow, this is
really
fucking...
going to stand by and
This
watch?
is fucking epic, bro. He just solved world peace.
Watch as Earth is destroyed?
Abort, you imagine.
Welcome to a nuclear-free world.
Fucking epic, dude. Epic.
I believe she's worse than him. And we can't allow it to happen. Now, I had this done because, you know, our military is great. I knocked out ISIS. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. I did it in about a month, right? And we knocked them out. General Raisin Kane, this is a tough guy. Our military is great. and they're not going woke. You could put them in a woke room and scream at them for 2.5 years. They'd walk out and they'd say, let me at them. You know, these are not woke people. But I had this little clip, and I thought you'd find it very interesting. It's the military of the past, let's call it the Trump military, compared to the very woke military that we have now. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
No shot. It's not about to happen.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah!
Like, it's got to be a troll, because aren't there like 50 million military movies that are like jerking the military off that you could film that have endings that don't involve the boot camp guy getting fucking killed by a traumatized trainee?
Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah!
They're media illiterate.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as the brown stain on the mattress.
I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Lets me know just who I am. Lets me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
So it's a little exaggeration, probably really not that much, actually. But what's happening to our country is
Okay. People said that the crypto summit was boring. I don't know if we'll watch it later or not.
How often did he go in?
I don't know why you guys always link me like fucking derivative live streams instead of just... He doesn't talk over it ever. Okay.
Well,
I'll watch this later.
Suffering through these brief.
This dude and... Is this interesting? We have a grooming review. Who are these people? I was in a relationship with @newish, trigger warning, abuse, grooming, sexual content. 541 followers. Who is newish? What is this even about? Overwatch drama. Is it an Overwatch player? Is it a popular Overwatch player? This document was not made with the intent to harass or incite harm to this person, but to purely spread awareness. So, for no fucking reason at all, except somebody needs attention. Hell yeah. I read it, it's boring as fuck. We have abuse, emotional and physical and sexual and psychological. both emotional and psychological. That's the worst type of abuse. Oh, and coercion, grooming, predatory behavior. I guess coercion and grooming aren't predatory behavior. And sexual content. The grooming and abuse transpires between 2021 and August 2022, when we officially broke up. What? We did keep in contact on and off for a little bit after that, mainly because there were unresolved issues and things left unsaid. Okay. This person is 19 or 20? How old is the person here? The guy dipped off the internet immediately and admitted to everything, so I don't know if it's much of a review. What did he admit to? What happened? Whatever you do, please, if this doc is retarded, you have to draft the meaning QT tweet ever over this. I don't know what that means. Meanest? Quote tweet ever. I don't even know what any of these people are. Let's see. I met this person there. The mutual friends started dating 21. I honestly don't remember the month/day we officially started dating because there were so many on and off moments. I had moved in with him a few months after we started dating as one of his roommates was moving out. And so there was a spare bedroom. That seems we both had a separate room with a bed and a setup. During our relationship, I eventually discovered that he was cheating on me with multiple girls. The most alarming one was housewife due to her age. She was 16. He was 20. Housewife is the name. Whenever I confronted him, he would gaslight and manipulate me into thinking everything was fine and that I was just imagining things. Can I just say, there's nothing... Nobody can just, like, lie anymore? It has to be gaslighting and manipulating? Really? It sounds like he just told a lie to you, but okay. Or he lied to you, which is still bad. You shouldn't lie, but... This took a serious toll on my mental state. Yeah, cheating and lying will do that. He would call me insecure, belittle me, and accuse me of always overreacting, making me feel like I was the problem, and would find ways to make me believe that I was wrong and that they were just rumors. His constant manipulation made me question myself, and in the end, I became too scared to leave. Oh, nice. They read up the dictionary definition of gaslighting to throw this in here. All right. Nourish is only known because he plays with famous Overwatch streamers. Okay. Manipulation makes it hard to leave a relationship because it messes with your head. Gaslighting makes you question yourself, so you start thinking maybe you're the problem. Oh, nice. Okay. Grooming and predatory actions. All right, here we go. Housewife was 16 when I was dating Newish, but before I was in the picture, they had been talking since she was 15. He was 20 years old when I was dating him at 21, and I was 18/19. Him admitting her age in a conversation. Upon him realizing that I now knew his secret, he would get angry with me and tell me that he had to continue talking to her and doing anything she wanted so that she didn't expose him. What? None of these should be not safe for work, right? I did a lot of horrible stuff, and for what? I never thought you'd be the person to tell people. I don't blame you, but it's just so dumb. I only brought this up because a longtime chatter of mine donated 5 subs and said, I know what you've done. No one knows to the extent of it other than me. People know she was 15. People already knew that, though. OC, look, no. I gotta go. No one actually knew. And question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Wow. All right. Abuse. Anything physical would mostly occur when he was trying to take my phone off me, as I had a private Discord server with myself where I would vent. What? Well, okay. It seemed like a game to him, and it aroused him, wrestling with me to get my phone, or when I was in his room and he did not want me to see what he was doing. In relation to, I tried to take a shower, I went into the room to shower, and I assumed he was doing something he did not want me to see. As I walked into the doorway of the bathroom, he pulled my neck fast and yelled at me to get out. He would forcibly remove me from the room by shoving me out, yelling at me, and carrying me out. One time I was flailing, which caused him to drop me, and I hurt my back. Trump has reportedly told Canada's Trudeau that he did not believe that the treaty that demarcates the border between the two countries was valid and that he wants to revise the boundary, per New York Times. This is not a real quote, because there's no shot that Trump ever used the word demarcates in a sentence.
Bill Maher!
Okay. Calm down, people. I know it's exciting to see a big star on your little circus here, but no, I'm kidding. I'm a big fan of the show. What was your name again?
I'm Tony. I'm Tony.
Okay, that's our show. Tune in next week when my guests are Benjamin Netanyahu and the Haktua girl. By the way, you didn't do the land acknowledgement. Don't you TikTokers like to do a land acknowledgement before the show?
Wait, what does that mean?
Well, he brought up the Indian people. You don't know about land acknowledgements?
No.
Come on.
Yeah, you do.
Every time you do a show, you're supposed to thank Indians for letting us do it
Yeah,
on their land.
you say this club was situated on the unceded territory of the Chickapaca people or whatever, and then you go, this is their land that we stole, and they are never getting it back.
Then again,
Tune into my next week. We have Oprah Winfrey and the Storage Wars cast. So check out my real time.
Testing a bit late. Where people like Tom Bilyeu get their takes about onshoring supply lines, look for Peter Zeihan. He talks for ages about deglobalization and onshoring manufacturing. Okay, I know that Peter Zeihan used to be a super big memer, especially over the age demographic shit, but I don't feel like he's retarded. I don't think I've ever heard him say like super retarded shit before. Has he really said that? Or was this in the context of like a different topic, like about national security and talking about specific goods and services related to national security?
Time show. Why is the band so close to me? Tony, I have a little rule to not have my back to black people.
Oh, well.
I'm kidding.
You're all right. The one directly behind you is blind, so he doesn't know exactly where you are.
I love my Sharia more, by the way.
That's Stevie Wonder. That's D Madness. Those are two different blind black men, Bill.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know all my blind people. I guess I'm a big asshole. Next week after that, I have Prime Minister
He's saying that seems to be where the world is going, not that's where the world should go. Okay.
Trudeau and Megan Thee Stallion. So it's a whole month of great shows that we have.
Have you ever seen this show before, Bill?
I haven't, but I have a black hooker here who's a huge fan. She's waiting in the green room, so I have to make this kind of quick. She charges about a Bitcoin an hour, so I want to hurry it up.
Well,
plus I'm actually a little high right now. A little. Who am I kidding? I'm higher than Sherpa pussy. You don't know Sherpas? They're in a high altitude. They bring fat people's stuff up Mount Everest.
Wow, this is exactly how I've always expected Bill Maher to be.
We have Kim Jong-un and the Cash Me Outside girl in April, if you want to tune into that. Do you ever do the pegging thing? Have you ever tried that?
No, I have a dick.
You can still get pegged. I have a butt plug in right now in about a half hour.
Based.
No, it's like Bill Maher is the only one keeping the butt plug industry alive. A lot of people do it.
There's a black prostitute in the green room controlling it from her phone right now.
Oh, God, you're right.
The sad thing is that Bill Maher is actually pretty funny, I feel. But Bill Maher also takes shots at the left and right, so Bill Maher is one of the few. He's my Richard Hanania of media.
I have a prostate orgasm in a few minutes, and I am a squirter.
Bill Maher,
King Charles, and the bird.
Man, I just don't do the I can't do the Kill Tony shit. I just don't find it funny that much. I don't know.
But I asked you about this before, and I
period of time.
But I asked you about this before, and I know you told me when I asked you, I said, you did use USMCA. You put this together.
Yeah.
And yet then you come back and you change it up with these.
Holy shit. Is she the first person that I've heard? Thank you. Maria, the DGGer. Yes. Thank you.
Period of time.
But I asked you about this before.
Wait, where is this whole interview? How does he have time for this? Holy shit. 8 hours ago. Wow. Jesus.
Or President Trump putting a month-long pause on some tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada, covered by the USMCA treaty. This after a phone call with the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, and negotiations with Canadian officials. I spoke with the president in a Fox Business exclusive yesterday at the White House. He told me his reasoning on the pause and his plans for future actions on tariffs.
You spoke to the president of Mexico today. I want to talk about tariffs because even as you're seeing this optimism and excitement, there's some nervousness over your tariffs.
Optimism
Markets
and
have been selling off. People are not sure how to view it. Why did you roll back or put a pause into some of the tariffs until April 2nd?
Because I wanted to help Mexico and Canada to a certain extent. We're a big, big country, and they do a lot of their business with us, whereas in our case, it's much less significant. We do very little with Canada by comparison.
Maybe as a percentage of our total economies, but Canada is within our top 3 trading partners. Canada, Mexico, and China are our top 3 trading partners. Canada might be number 1.
And I wanted to help the American car makers until April 2nd. April 2nd, it becomes all reciprocal. What they charge us, we charge them. It's a big deal, but what they charge us, we charge them. But this is short term, and I felt that for the good of the American car makers and the MCA, you know, the USMCA, that's Mexico, Canada. I thought it would be a fair thing to do. And so I gave them a little bit of a break for this short period of time.
But I asked you about this before, and I know you told me when I asked you, I said, you did use USMCA. You put this together.
Yeah.
And yet then you come back and you change it up with these tariffs. And you said to me at that time, I did it because I can. I put an amendment in there, and I said in 6 years I can change it. But I think CEOs want to see predictability. They say, look, I have to speak with shareholders. I've got to make plans for CapEx spending. I can't if it's 20% one day and then it's off for a month and it's 25%.
Yeah.
So can you give us a sense of whether or not we are going to get clarity for the business community?
Well, I think so. But, you know, the tariffs could go up as time goes by, and they may go up. And, you know, I don't know if it's predictability. I think
so that's not clarity.
No, I think that they say that. You know, it sounds good to say. But for years, the globalists, the big globalists, have been ripping off the United States. They've been taking money away from the United States. And all we're doing is getting some of it back. And we're going to treat our country fairly. This country has been ripped off from every nation in the world, every company outside in the world. We've been ripped off at levels never seen before. And all we're going to do is get it back. We're going to get a lot of it back. We're not going to let people take advantage of us anymore.
All right, let's talk about it. John Lonsky, markets have been uneasy about these tariffs. But
Is there like a full interview for this, or was that basically it?
But I think once we understand where things are going, companies will adjust. You're already seeing an increasing number of companies say we are going to produce in America. It takes time, a couple of years to fire up a manufacturing plant. But at the end of the day, that's what President Trump is trying to do.
You're exactly right, Maria. And it's going to take time. It's going to be costly to go ahead and try to establish a level playing field in international trade, as well as using tariffs so that we can be assured of having adequate production capacity in the event of a national emergency. There's also that national security aspect of what Trump is doing. I do like the fact that Trump is showing flexibility as far as the timing of the imposition of tariffs is concerned. My sense is that Donald Trump is a champion of common sense. And as a result, Trump views tariffs more as a negotiating tool as opposed to an end in and of itself.
Oh, they're negotiating. Okay.
Yep, it's true. What do you think? I mean, Tiffany.
Yeah, you know, he clearly uses tariffs as a negotiating tool, which works for America in the long term. And he is simply delivering on the promises that he made throughout his campaign. You know, the priority was to secure our border, not just our southern border, but our northern border. So he's leveling the playing field and bringing in Canada, bringing in Mexico.
Like how does Biden or Kamala, how do they compete in this media environment, right? Where the left-wing media is hypercritical of everything. I say left-wing, but like even like the left-wing, not like the leftists, but even like the liberal media is so critical of everything that comes out of the Kamala Biden administration. Meanwhile, the largest Fox News, now I don't know how related Fox Business is, like if this gets displayed on Fox News, if it's all right up together, but like the Fox News is the largest cable news provider in the US, and it's only gotten larger in terms of market share, will just openly glaze Trump doing the worst things ever.
To help secure our borders and take part in stopping fentanyl, take part from Chinese nationals. You know, there was 1,000 Chinese nationals coming across our northern border in 2024 for 5 months straight. So President Trump is committed to securing and protecting the American people, and this just shows his priorities and how he continues to deliver.
Yeah, there will be a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum still coming, expected next week, actually. Now, I was in the Oval Office yesterday as President Trump signed several executive orders, including one honoring American women. The president surprised me with some kind words and a shout-out. Watch this.
Two very special proclamations, the first of which is a proclamation that proclaims March 2025 as Women's History Month in honor of all the wonderful women in your administration, all the wonderful women in America, and in honor of everything you've done for women and this administration has done for women in just, what, a month and a half? So.
Yeah, we've done a lot, and women have done a lot for us, right? This is an honor. We have a wonderful woman here, Maria Bartiromo.
Thank you so much.
Nice to have you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thanks for all that you're doing for women.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, boy, that was exciting being there in the Oval Office. You've got to see how incredible it is, Tiffany, when the president lets the press in to start asking questions. The room gets packed, and they're just, like, throwing questions at him. I mean, it's become a daily thing with the president answering questions and signing these executive orders. That's why they call it the most transparent administration. Can you imagine if we didn't see that once in the last 4 years?
No, we didn't.
Before President Trump entered the Oval Office for the second time.
It's amazing to watch, Maria, and I'm so grateful for the words that he said.
It's amazing how they pivot from the it's good for the economy to national security to negotiation tactics. Yeah, none of it means anything, right? Like, oh no, it's really good for the economy. Why is Trump doing it? What did Trump say? Hold on. It's because of fentanyl. Oh, to clear up the fentanyl stuff. Oh, okay. So then when they fix all the fentanyl stuff, because that's why he delayed it last time, right? Because Mexico was willing to put 10,000 more agents on whatever. Yeah. So then once they figure out the fentanyl stuff, then they're going to get rid of the tariffs? Well, I think so. Yeah, right? Wait, what does Trump say about that? We're subsidizing Canada. Oh, no, wait. It's not about the fentanyl stuff. I guess it's about the economic stuff. Oh, then why did he say it was about fentanyl? And then if they get rid of all the fentanyl, then we're still going to keep the tariffs up? It's like, well, it's like, it's just like the most incomprehensible worldview. If you try to like logic it out, but it's not logic. Again, it's all emoting. It's like, oh, tariff them, fuck them, because they're taking advantage of us somehow. I don't care why, just do it.
About you, they're well deserved, and as women, we stand on each other's shoulders. As a small town farm girl, it's really amazing what you can accomplish here in this country, and you are living proof of that, Maria. Well deserved, and it is amazing. I have stood in the Oval Office with President Trump in 2017, and I will never forget that moment.
It's true. It's very special, and I was so grateful that the president didn't call me out. John.
Yeah, that's right. It's well-deserved, as Tiffany said. He's very transparent, and I think, in terms of clarity on the trade issue, he might have...
He is transparent, though, in that, like, all of the corruption is very transparent out in the open, right? Remember what I said before. Always remember this. Trump, if you're nice to him, will treat you well publicly. He rewards you publicly, like a dog. Oh, good girl. Thank you so much. You're good. Look at you. Oh, here, have a treat. Nice. Oh, good job. But if you're mean to him, no, not good. Go outside. AP Reuters, you're not using the right map. Get out of here. Go outside. No, you're bad. No good. Right? And look, she's rewarded for her loyalty. She's showing it back in kind on Fox News now. Like, oh, Trump, he said nice things about me when I was in the Oval Office. Let me give him more favorable coverage. It's like this two-way street is with everybody that Trump deals with.
Tiffany said.
Or President Trump putting a month on the border, but our north as President Trump signed several executive orders, including one.
Thank you so much.
Nice to have you, Maria.
When the president lets the press in to start asking questions, the room gets packed, and they're just like throwing questions at him. I mean, it's become a daily thing with the president answering questions and signing these executive orders. That's why they call it the most transparent administration. Can you imagine if we didn't see that once in the last 4 years?
No, we didn't.
Before President Trump entered the Oval Office for the second time.
It's amazing to watch, Maria, and I'm so grateful for the words that he said about you. They're well deserved, and as women, we stand on each other's shoulders. As a small town farm girl, it's really amazing what you can accomplish here in this country, and you are living proof of that, Maria. Well deserved, and it is amazing. I have stood in the Oval Office with President Trump in 2017, and I will never forget that moment.
It's true. It's very special, and I was so grateful that the president did call me out, John.
Yeah, that's right. It's well deserved, as Tiffany said. He's very transparent, and I think in terms of clarity on the trade issue, he might have a better time selling the tariff issue to markets, to the general public, if when regarding reciprocity, he explains to people in detail certain major products where U.S. exports are treated very unfairly in foreign markets, whereas we have we're much more open, to allowing imports of these same products into the United States. It could be like light trucks that supposedly face very high tariffs as far as Europe is concerned when they're exported from the United States, whereas we have much lower tariffs on motor vehicles that are produced in Europe that come into the United States.
Absolutely. We've got more of my exclusive interview with President Trump. He also surprised me with some news on Iran. We will talk about that coming up. Catch the full interview on Sunday Morning Futures on Fox News, live at 10 a.m. Eastern.
What do you think about the tariffs Canada has on dairy products? I don't know. I haven't looked into them much. My understanding is there's up to a certain limit they're allowed to export, and then or import or something, and then they have a high tariffs or something. I don't remember. Cenk is so close. Embrace your anti-Semitism. He's so close to it. Israel is going to absolutely devastate West Bank and Gaza because they think they have a green light now. They're going to make us pay for all of it and get us in a world of trouble. Relevant parts of Epstein files will never be released. Israel's control over us is suffocating. What does that have to do with anything? Hello? Sneak those little anti-Jew comments in there. You can do it. How Trump's 51st state Canada talk came to be seen as deadly serious. Jesus. All right. President Trump, in an early February call, challenged the border treaty between the two countries and told Justin Trudeau he didn't like the shared water agreements. After President Trump imposed tariffs on Canada on Tuesday, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made an extraordinary statement that was largely lost in the fray of the moment. The excuse that he's giving for these tariffs today of fentanyl is completely bogus, completely unjustified, completely false, Mr. Trudeau told the news media in Ottawa. What he wants is to see a total collapse of the Canadian economy, because that'll make it easier to annex us, he added. This is the story of how Mr. Trudeau went from thinking of Trump was joking when he referred to him as governor and Canada as the 51st state in early December to publicly stating that Canada's closest ally and neighbor was implementing a strategy of crushing the country in order to take it over. The February calls. Trump and Trudeau spoke twice on February 3rd, once in the morning and again in the afternoon, as part of discussions to stave off tariffs on Canadian exports. But those early February calls were not just about tariffs. The details of the conversations between the two leaders and subsequent discussions among top U.S. and Canadian officials have not been previously fully reported and were shared with the New York Times on condition of anonymity by 4 people with firsthand knowledge of their content. They did not want to be publicly identified discussing a sensitive topic. People are pointing out whether or not Epstein had ties to the Mossad or whatever. That really doesn't matter. Even if he was literally a Mossad person, period. The implication that Israel is somehow controlling the United States government when it comes to releasing Epstein files, that's an extraordinary claim with absolutely zero evidence presented whatsoever. And it's almost a one-to-one overlap with the anti-Semitic trope of Jews hiding sex criminals using Israel to do it. It's an outlandish claim to make with no evidence behind it whatsoever. Harmless Ghost gifted 5 Destiny memberships. Right, okay. Okay. On those calls, President Trump laid out a long list of grievances he had with the trade relationship between the two countries, including Canada's protected dairy sector, the difficulty American banks face in doing business in Canada, and Canadian consumption taxes that Trump deems unfair because they make American goods more expensive. Wait. He also brought up something much more fundamental. He told Trudeau that he did not believe that the treaty that demarcates the border between the two countries was valid and that he wants to revise the boundary. He offered no further explanation. Oh, that quote made it sound like it was a quote from Trump, but I see they were just quoting the article. This quote, the way that this is written, this account is a decent account. I think it normally reports news, but this is written very, very, very poorly. The quote here makes it sound like that quote is being directly attributed to Trump, but it was being quoted from the New York Times article. But I guess maybe because the quote includes the word he here, maybe it didn't, but I feel like I could have had that spelled out a little bit more, but whatever. The border treaty Trump referred to was established in 1908 and finalized the international boundary between Canada, then a British Dominion, and the United States. Trump also mentioned revisiting the sharing of lakes and rivers between the two nations, which is regulated by a number of treaties, a topic he's expressed interest about in the past. Canadian officials took Trump's comments seriously, not least because he had already publicly said he wanted to bring Canada to its knees. In a news conference on January 7th, before being inaugurated, Trump, responding to a question by a New York Times reporter about whether he was planning to use military force to annex Canada, said he planned to use economic force. These might be casus belli. Like, this might be like literally causes for war here. Like, God, Canadian strikes in the video games would be epic. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. During the second February 3rd call, Trudeau secured a 1-month postponement of those tariffs. This week, the U.S. tariffs came into effect without a fresh reprieve on Tuesday. Canada, in return, imposed its own tariffs on U.S. exports, plunging the two nations into a trade war. On Thursday, Trump granted Canada a month-long suspension on most of the tariffs. Glimpses of the rupture between Trump and Trudeau and of Trump's aggressive plans for Canada have been becoming apparent over the past few months. The Toronto Star, a Canadian newspaper, has reported that Trump mentioned the 1908 border treaty in the early February call and other details from the conversation. And the Financial Times has reported that there are discussions in the White House about removing Canada from a crucial intelligence alliance among 5 nations. Wait, what? Attributing those to a senior Trump advisor. They're referring to something called Five Eyes, which is the U.S., Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the U.K. And we all do a bunch of intelligence sharing with each other so that we can have a bigger brain together. That would be wild. Doubling down, but it wasn't just the president talking about the border and waters with Mr. Trudeau that disturbed the Canadian side. The persistent social media references to Canada as the 51st state, and Trudeau as its governor, had begun to grate both inside the Canadian government and more broadly. While Trump's remarks could all be bluster or a negotiating tactic to pressure Canada into concessions on trade or border security, the Canadian side no longer believes that to be so. And the realization that the Trump admin was taking a closer and more aggressive look at the relationship, one that tracked with those threats of annexation, sank in during subsequent calls between top Trump officials and Canadian counterparts. One such call was between Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, who at the time had not yet been confirmed by the Senate, and Canada's Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc. The two men had been communicating regularly since they had met at Mar-a-Lago, Mr. Trump's home and club in Florida, during Trudeau's visit there in early December. Lutnick called LeBlanc after the leaders had spoken on February 3rd and issued a devastating message, according to several people familiar with the call. Trump, he said, had come to realize that the relationship between the U.S. and Canada was governed by a slew of agreements and treaties that were easy to abandon. Trump was interested in doing just that, Mr. Lutnick said. He wanted to eject Canada out of an intelligence sharing group known as the Five Eyes that also includes Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. He wanted to tear up the Great Lakes agreements and conventions between the two nations that lay out how they share and manage Lakes Superior, Huron, Erie, and Ontario. And he is also reviewing military cooperation between the two countries, particularly the North American Aerospace Defense Command. A spokesperson for Mr. Lutnick did not respond to a request for comment. A spokesperson for Mr. LeBlanc declined to comment. In subsequent communications between senior Canadian officials and Trump advisors, this list of topics has come up again and again, making it hard for the Canadian government to dismiss them. The only soothing of nerves has come from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The 4 people familiar with the matter said, Mr. Rubio has refrained from delivering threats and recently dismissed the idea that the U.S. was looking at scrapping military cooperation, but Canada's politicians across the spectrum and Canadian society at large are afraid and deeply concerned. Officials do not see the Trump administration's threats as empty. They see a new normal when it comes to the United States. On Thursday, at a news conference, a reporter asked Trudeau, your foreign affairs minister yesterday characterized all of this as a psychodrama. How would you characterize it? Thursday, Mr. Trudeau quipped ruefully. We watched that. I understand now why we want that Iron Dome. It's for when we start going to war with Mexico and Canada. Poland seeks access to nuclear arms and looks to build 500,000-man army. Hold on. One, two, three, four. We'll do this one, I guess. Fuck it.
Banking sanctions. He says this based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now.
Wait, actually. Do we need this? The bulwarks thing for Trump's embarrassment? We don't need this one at all, actually. Got these 3. Okay. I'll be right back in a second.
Now, I am strongly considering, he says, large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, he says, get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. That from Donald Trump, hinting to Russia that sanctions could be on their way.
James, we can go straight to the Oval Office. Sorry to interrupt. Let's listen in.
Even in the numbers. And so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of a golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of. But under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada. But our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold, but we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%, nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers, so that's not going to happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it, and that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair, never has been fair, and they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody, and that stops now. I had it stopped in my first term, and we're going to really stop it now because this has been very unfair. Our country, from an economic standpoint, a financial standpoint, and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. You know, we do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States, and they have taken it, but they're not taking advantage when I'm in charge. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries. America will be very strong. And, you know, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now, we've already had 5 major automobile companies. First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term, actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything, like such a stupid thing to do, not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in, and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. At one plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. You know, we used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily. But so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it?
Just fucking kill me.
But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big, big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November 5th. Right? So, Kevin, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you?
The large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people. You look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings. I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list.
Just remember, it's been building up year over year, right? For 40 years. In 1925, at the beginning of 1925, we had 3,000 million. Wait, what is this? 3 million federal employees. Units are in thousands, yeah. So we had 3 million federal employees. And 30 years ago, in 95, we had 2,959,000 federal employees. Like, it hasn't been building up over, like, that's just not true. We've had about the same amount for a long time. Since like the late 60s, early 70s. What is the seasonal increase in federal employees? Or what? It's not even seasonal. What's up with like the random like 200,000, 300,000 spike of federal employees every now and then? It seems like it's around recession times, but not necessarily, I guess. There weren't any. It's the census. Ah, gotcha.
On the bottom of the list, and actually save us money. But not, it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places. They're so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of places that so want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places.
Iowa, Indiana, Idaho. U.S. K through 12 education ranking by state. Do they have? He said Iowa, Indiana, and Idaho. Idaho is ranked 28. Indiana is ranked 14. That's higher. And Iowa is ranked 17. Well, at least Indiana and Iowa are in the top 50. Or I'm sorry, top 50. The top 25, the top half. None of these are top 10 though, but I'm trying to think if we have any red states in the top 10 that we could point to. Arizona is like, that's considered purpley, right? California is 2. Oh, I should be looking at 22, 23, huh? Okay, Arizona is 9. California is 2. Illinois is 4. Michigan 5. I mean, you get these are purpley states, right? Because they went for Trump, swing states. New Jersey is 8. New York is 7. Ohio is 3. Texas, there we go. Texas is number 1, baby. Wait, what is this measuring? This is like quality of education, I would imagine, right? It's like measuring outcomes and shit. Or is this just measuring expenditures? Wait. Fuck, I don't actually know. Now, hold on. Enrollment and attendance. I'm fucking retarded, just kidding. Series B is faculty, school revenue, school expenditures, students and faculty, estimates, rankings, national trends, students, faculty, school revenues and expenditures. Oh wait, this doesn't rank. By Look at the U.S. News ranking. What are they citing? Best states for public education 2025. This has test scores for each state. When I want to go by grade 12? Or does not everybody test here? Okay, grade 8? Okay. The Iowa 2013 average, this is 2013. Can we do 2024? Okay, Iowa's doing good. What did he say? Iowa, Idaho. Idaho's doing good, and Idaho, and what was the other state that he mentioned? Your picture shrunk. Can we see it? Nope, get fucked.
We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and...
Oh, in Indiana. In Indiana. Oh, I mean, those three states are doing good, I guess. So according to grade 8 mathematics for 2024 for this particular measurement. Would you ever go to a Turning Point event and debate Charlie Kirk? I would, but he would never agree to that. Damn, Nebraska. Top 10. Look at you. My God.
Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, and Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't.
What's the original question? Why is he talking about schools? I have no fucking idea.
Now this built up and got right by us, and we had
layoffs will impact the large-scale federal government layoffs will be.
Thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you?
How concerned are you that broad-scale federal layoffs will affect the labor market? That was the question. Based. Okay.
The large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many too many. This is for 40 years.
Oh, all those federal workers are going to become coal miners. I gotcha. Okay. Hello, based.
You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people. You look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list from the bottom of the list and actually save us money. But it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, and Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people, but they're very high on the list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the bottom of the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, the joint address, millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week, where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much because these numbers are coming out. We're here for just a little over 4 weeks. And these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance.
I was watching some of the reports this morning, meaning he was watching the news stations. Why not, like, ask your actual departments to give you reports on this? You know that a lot of the data that they report on is literally collected by the federal government. Why do you... It's just so crazy to me that this guy is like, fuck, I need to figure out the top secret shit going on. And it's like, all right, who do you want me to ring up? Here's Tulsi Gabbard. She's ready to connect you to the CIA, the FBI. He's like, no, hold on. Fox and Friends is on. I'm going to figure out what's really going on overseas. Okay. Well, let me know if you need anything, Mr. President.
solved a little bit of that because I have respect for our auto companies, and I gave them a little bit of a 1-month reprieve because it was unfair, although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S. to try and avoid the tariffs, and they're taking advantage of it a little bit. But they called me, they asked me, they said, could they have a little bit of help? And I decided, they're American companies, USMCA, and I let them have that. But this really kicks in the reciprocals, kicks in on, let's see, I guess the 2nd. And I wanted it to be the first so badly, it just didn't want to be on April Fool's Day. So I made it the 2nd. That's going to cost a lot of money. That one day is going to cost a lot of money, but that's okay. But I don't see it. I don't see anything. I see good reports. I think we're going to have good numbers from the beginning. Now, the globalists won't love this because this brings jobs back to America. So
Not the
if they're coming back
globalists.
to America, maybe you'll lose some in other parts of the world. But the other parts of the world have done very well, and they'll continue to do very well. But
just remember, I know that we're Americans, but like when you talk about the globalists, when the rest of the world talks about the globalists, that means America. America is the globalist country. So I don't know why he wants to fuck over the globalists so much. That's us. That's who we are. It's international corporations, my friend, but okay.
I think the United States is going to be doing record business. We'll bring a lot of those 90,000 factories that have been lost over the last number of years. It's hard to believe. 90,000. Think of what 90,000 is. 90,000 plants and factories are gone. We're going to bring back many of those plants and factories.
One day the tariffs are on, the next day they're off. Right now the markets, as you know well, prefer stability. Are you done going forward with the pauses and the carve-outs? Is that it for those?
There'll always be changes and adjustments, and you can't just. I could have, for instance, told the American car companies, "No, I'm not going to give you anything," and then you wouldn't have had to say, "Well, they're getting a little extra." It's just a little bit of a 1-month reprieve. They're very happy about what's happening. They won't have to go across borders, and you see the zigzag, and you have
If
a
they're
fender
so
made in
happy,
Canada, you
then
have something else made in Mexico.
why are they
We
asking
want
for a
it made here.
reprieve?
But there'll always be some modifications. I mean, if you have a wall in front of you, sometimes you have to go around the wall instead of through it. But I think very little. On occasion,
We know.
if we can do something, we want to help companies. We want to help companies create jobs. So I could have left that, and you wouldn't have had a minor change. Instead, I was asked by the real majors, the big majors, if they could do this, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. I want you to produce a lot of jobs. And numerous of the people, actually all of the people I spoke to, they're very much on the way to already doing it. That's why you have auto jobs increase. And the man, I don't know him, Sean Fain, I don't know him, and I did great, as you know, with the auto workers, with the Teamsters, with unions. I did fantastically well. Best numbers ever by a Republican.
Ever.
And I have a lot of respect for those people. But Sean Fain, who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters. I watched him last night, and he said Donald Trump is absolutely right on tariffs. He said what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing. And it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I said to people when I was campaigning, you're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it was I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, et cetera. But I think people are going to be very surprised, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress. And you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned, Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify, because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all.
Wait, so it's a lot of money that's already been wasted, but it's very hard to qualify, so actually no. Do you see how he literally just contradicted himself in the exact same sentence? That's a 1984 moment right there. Holy shit.
So it's actually, it's because it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify, because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people.
No manufacturers.
So I don't even think anybody can qualify.
Unless they're
they
all
have so many
women.
different categories in order to qualify.
Only female
You have to have
microchips.
so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain, and I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify, because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
On Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia.
Oh, yeah?
But right now, they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine. And Ukraine, I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising, because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that, can't do that. We're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there.
Michael.
Good, I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The
Bring up
Ukrainians
Biden.
had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself, and Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get a ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President Trump's leadership.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero
now-
chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides, I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he's.
So
I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them.
So then the
and
answer
I
is
think
yes,
probably
right?
anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
So then
he wants
yes.
to get it ended, and
Okay.
I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president has
They both
said,
are.
this is a meat grinder of people,
Meat
of material,
grinder.
of national
We're-
treasure,
the
and
only
no one
thing
else
that
has any
stops a
solutions
bullet
except to let this war continue forever.
is a
But I'll
human
add,
body.
the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the president's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump.
This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen. So a lot of other things shouldn't have happened too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out. But all these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have inflation. We shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing.
Not the
We're doing a good
eggs.
job. We're doing a good
Mr.
job.
President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of
Well, because
Patriot missile batteries?
good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there, because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death. More important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion, and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, you know, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So, Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outage?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young, some young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it, actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind, like out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were like kind?
Should watch one of these in real time with a conservative to see how their ratings. Listen, if you guys can bait conservatives on TikTok, okay, and coming on and debating, I'll chat with any of them.
I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month. It was brutal. I was so surprised. Did you think there'd be a couple of people that would be kind, that would say, you're going to be okay? But they had none of that. It's pretty amazing. Brian? He's a kind person. Although not to Zelensky, he wasn't. But to Trump, he's been good. Go ahead, Brian.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I like yours, too.
2 questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
It's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position.
He just has
They
no
don't know how to
idea?
end the war. I think I do know how to end the war.
Oh, that's why.
Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. And that's
Yeah?
pretty good.
Okay.
That means a lot of good things. Because, frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started, you could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian. And it didn't start. For 4 years, somebody said, well, how do we know that? Well, for 4 years, it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in.
Really? You spoke to him while he was engaged in active combat in Ukraine? And you didn't do anything about it? You didn't say anything about it? He didn't slow down at all?
And there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money. Iran had no money. Iran was stone cold broke, and now they have a lot of money. But and that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen with Iran? And there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. You know, we're down to final strokes with Iran. That's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. Can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal.
Rigged
and then when I
election.
lost, they saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not make a deal. And they were right. He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period. It's oil. Oil builds up fast. It's a nice living if you have a nice oil well. And they do.
Sorry, people in the chat are saying Trump meant he talked to him while he was president. Yes, Russia has been at war with Ukraine since 2014. But when he was president, he didn't do anything to slow that down or stop it whatsoever.
They have a lot of nice oil wells, right? So anyway, so it's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon. Very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. You know, I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other. But the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President, on peace.
I haven't heard that.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with the member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Is that a possibility, Mr. President?
So before I even think about that, I want to settle the war, get it finished. Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that.
Question.
Everybody said that. The prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older, because a lot of the young people have been killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop that. And I'd like to also see if we could stop making these massive payments from the United States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with the rare earth deal. But we started, behind the 8 ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, "Come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us." But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. So none of the fireworks from this time last week when, of course, President Trump hosted President Zelensky in that very same, I would say.
Out on whether he would make.
And SpaceX is.
Quick review on some of this.
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan,
Mr. President. Wait, is Trump at this House thing? Or is this like President of the House? Majority Speaker? Is that what they refer to them as? Or?
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan, one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history is Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was a good baseball player, but he had a habit of doing some pretty ridiculous things on the field and off the field that were really detrimental to the team. Some really bizarre on-field behavior, cutting off throws from other outfielders before they got to the infield, bizarre off-the-field behavior that disrupted the team. It became so regular that a phrase was adopted amongst the Red Sox fans, that's just Manny being Manny. And over the years, it just was accepted that every year Manny Ramirez was going to do a whole bunch of stuff that was really detrimental to the team. And over time, it just kind of became accepted that that was a fact of life, a way of life with Manny Ramirez. And as time went on, people reacted less hostily. It barely got noticed in some cases when he was engaged in these detrimental forms of conduct. And I tell that story because it stands for a kind of universal concept. When bad behavior gets normalized, it no longer feels like bad behavior, even if that behavior is hurting people. Today, the world is littered with corrupt governments where the leaders and the really rich men who surround the leaders, the oligarchs, they steal from people. That's what they do. The leaders and the leaders' friends just keep a hand constantly in the government treasury, and they steal taxpayer dollars. They rig the rules of the economy in order to make themselves fabulously rich. They hurt the citizens of those countries. Vladimir Putin, for instance, has never had a job outside of government, but he's reportedly worth $200 billion. One of his many houses cost $1.4 billion to build. Supposedly, the landscaping costs on an annual basis for that house are $2 million alone. That $1.4 billion house was paid for by money he stole from the Russian treasury. In other words, he stole it from the Russian people. Putin and his friends have been doing it for so long and doing it so openly and brazenly. Putin, for instance, wears a watch that retails for $500,000, for $500,000, even though his official salary is only $140,000. They've been doing this so openly and brazenly, they're
Maybe he
so
saved
public
up
in their
for it.
corruption in Russia that it's just accepted. It's just mainstream, the fact that Putin and his cronies steal from the Russian people. That's what's happening in America today. And it's heartbreaking for me to say this. But in the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, Trump and Elon Musk and their billionaire friends have engaged in a stunning rampage of open public corruption. It's not fundamentally different than what happened in Russia. These are efforts to steal from the American people to enrich themselves. And their strategy is to do it all out in the open, to do it at such a dizzying pace that the country just gets overwhelmed or anesthetized or dulled into a sense that we just all have to accept the corruption, or maybe more charitably, that this is just how government works, that government is just corrupt, and so the fact that it's happening out in the open instead of happening secretly, well, it's really nothing new. But this is not how government works. The things that have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to use their power and their access to power, their access to government levers, to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong. And we do not have to accept this. And so in the next few minutes, I want to...
Lowbro's mad because, yeah, he didn't find the infinite money glitch. Dipshit. Don't hate the game. Hate the player. No, don't hate the player, hate the game. Or hate them both. Who cares?
Try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you as quickly as I can just some of the most significant instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency. When you see it all together, there is no way to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country. And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. And my hope is that if you see it all in one place, the gravity of this moment may hit you. My hope is that my colleagues and the public choose not to normalize a president or his advisors using the Oval Office as a blunt mechanism to make themselves even wealthier. It is our decision to have zero tolerance for corruption. It's also our decision to just decide to become a place like Russia, where our leaders are allowed to routinely steal from us. So this is a heartbreakingly long list. This is just 20 or so examples of corrupt behavior in the first 6 weeks of the Trump presidency. So here it goes. We're going to start on January 17th. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism by which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to Donald Trump. Nobody knows who buys the meme coin, but Trump makes money when people buy it. And so it is just an open sewer valve that allows for anybody who is trying to influence the Trump administration to be able to secretly funnel money to Donald Trump. He reserves 80% of the coin. He waits to release that coin until the price jumps back up again, which essentially means he's waiting for people who want favors from him to buy a bunch of the coin to inflate the value so that he releases more and makes more money. It's a disgusting kind of corruption, because this is essentially Trump just posting his Venmo for anybody secretly to wire him as much money as they want. We've never seen something like this before, where anybody who has anything to gain from the Trump administration.
This guy's trying. But how do you deal with this? Like, when no one else is talking, no one has been forced to answer questions about this. It's so crazy. No one has been forced to answer questions about this. It's just this one dude. I'm just trying to imagine if fucking Biden or Kamala had started like $ George Floyd coin. It would be fucking over. Remember, the whole BLM movement was assaulted because of the one organization called BLM that scammed whatever, a couple $1 million, I think, or whatever. That whole BLM movement got attacked and disparaged by conservatives because of that. But when Trump himself and Melania start actual fucking scam crypto coins that have some of the largest market caps for almost any, probably for any meme coin in the world, like, nobody even talks about it. Nobody even says anything about it. It's wild.
Through a manipulation of the value of Trump's meme coin, can funnel money directly to the president. Whisper in his ear, that was me that purchased all that coin, that jumped up the value, that allowed you to release new coin. Hey, take care of me on the back end. On January 20th, when he's sworn in, he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January 20th? Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors. It, for instance, freezes all permits on wind projects, both for the land and the sea. It undercuts permitting processes, not for oil and gas, but for oil and gas's competitors. Oil and gas got exactly what they asked for. They gave a campaign contribution, and they got the favorable treatment. 5 days later, Trump fires 17 inspectors general. What do inspectors general do? They look for corruption inside of these agencies. What do you do? If you are trying to engage in corruption, if you are trying to steal from the American people, you fire the inspectors general. 2 days later, on January 27th, Trump fires Gwen Wilcox from the NLRB. This is the National Labor Relations Board. When she's fired, the National Labor Relations Board cannot function any longer. Why does this
I think that got flipped. You might bring it up, though. I think that got flipped. It was just totally illegal.
matter? Because the person that has been put in charge of reviewing the hirings and firings of these agencies is Elon Musk, who, by the way, has lots of cases before the NLRB. So do the people that are standing behind Trump during the inauguration. Almost all of them have active cases before the NLRB. The billionaires supporting Donald Trump now don't have to worry about the NLRB because on January 27th, the NLRB is rendered powerlessness. 3 days later, on January 30th, Trump awards more than $800,000 worth of stock to several of the board members of the Trump Media and Technology Group. This is the publicly traded company behind his social media platform. So now,
including
his
Kash
cabinet
Patel,
members,
I think.
people like Kash Patel and Linda McMahon, are owning equity in Trump's media platform, equity that can be cashed out, sold to people who want to buy them out of their interest at any time. Those people who might want to buy them out, cabinet members, could be individuals with issues before the Department of Education, before the FBI. Yet another avenue in which people who have influence, who want to gain influence inside the Trump administration, have a conduit to be able to move cash from their pocketbooks, from their treasury, from their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of Trump cabinet members. Shortly thereafter, we start to see the weaponization of the DOJ. On February 23rd, a civil complaint from DOJ that had been pending against SpaceX, Elon Musk's signature company, is dropped. 8 days later, the DOJ drops a case against a Republican congressman. On February 19th, 2 or 3 weeks later, the DOJ opens up something called Operation Whirlwind, which seeks to target anyone who dares try to obstruct or criticize the work of Elon Musk and Doge. Over the course of the first few weeks, the DOJ is turned into an entity that drops cases against those who are loyal to Donald Trump and pursues aggressively investigations against those who are trying to criticize Donald Trump. On February 1st, Trump fires the director of the CFPB and announces plans to shutter the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Again, very much like the NLRB, this is an agency that was, at the moment that it was rendered powerless, investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once
one of the reasons why all this stuff just doesn't sound so consequential is because Republicans have been saying the same thing about Democrats for 10 years. The problem is when they said it, it was just lies, right? It was all fucking lies. Like, you compare what the Trump admin is just doing openly to everybody. Those the Bovee letters that were made public or that were published or whatever publicly about how we're firing everyone in the Southern District of New York who won't cooperate with us, dropping the charges against Eric Adams, and we're going to fire every single person until they dismiss these charges for purely political reasons, which they said, we felt like the prosecution was political, so we're going to dismiss them because of political reasons, right? Not because the investigation was bad or any of the evidence was bad, right? That's just blatantly in the open. And then you're like, well, what's similar on your side? And like, hello, ever hear of a little thing called Hunter Biden? And I was like, oh, okay. So they investigated him for how many years? What were the charges for that? Oh, they had none. And how did that start? Oh, it was with Trump and Giuliani openly calling for Zelensky to open an investigation. And who was the initial information based on? Oh, a guy who's now convicted for lying to the FBI about the entire start of that. And what were the actual concrete ties to anything, between anything? Oh, it was like 4 words in an email that probably didn't even have anything to do with anything, right? The 10% to the big man, which they all said was Joe Biden, right? You have nothing. It's like the things that they point to as being the equivalent on their side. None of these things came out in any. And also, when Biden was president, he even kept the special investigator up. Oh, fuck, I forget his name. He even kept the special investigator going that was doing the investigating into Hunter Biden and the Biden crime family. They found nothing. You have nothing. And all this stuff is just, this isn't even debated. It's just out in the open for everybody to see. Like, it's
powerless investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once again, those that have access to Donald Trump, the billionaires that are close to him, now don't have to worry about labor violations being investigated by the NLRB. Now they don't have to worry about consumer protection actions being taken against them by the CFPB. On February 4th, there is the first of 2 extraordinary meetings in the White House in which Donald Trump convenes his business partners, the Saudi Golf League and the PGA, to try to negotiate a solution to the dispute between those two golf leagues. Why? Because Trump has a business interest in that dispute being resolved. The Saudi Golf League plays tournaments at Trump's courses in the United States. And so if the White House, using its official power, can try to negotiate a settlement between those two groups, Trump stands to make money. On February 6th, something absolutely stunning happens. Pam Bondi, the AG, issues a memorandum in which she proposes to dull the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are representing a foreign government before the United States, you have to register so that we know if you are acting on behalf of American interests or...
Oh, I didn't even cover this. They said they were going to stop investigating stuff like this, which I think would have meant they would have never caught Tenet.
You are acting on behalf of foreign interests. In the prior Trump administration, Trump officials got in big trouble for secretly working for and getting paid by foreign governments without registering. Well, what does Trump announce? That they are going to limit the applicability of the enforcement of that statute, making it much easier for Trump's friends, for his MAGA crowd, for the people who show up to Mar-a-Lago, to get paid quietly by foreign governments in order to influence Donald Trump. On February 10th, maybe aside from the meme coin, the most stunning act of corruption, the Eric Adams quid pro quo, in which Eric Adams, indicted for corruption, is let off the hook. His charges are dismissed in exchange for the mayor's pledge of political loyalty to Donald Trump. They literally went on TV and announced the deal, that we're getting rid of the charges against Eric Adams as long as the mayor pledges political loyalty to the president. That was so corrupt that 6 or 7 DOJ officials resigned because they refused to withdraw those charges. But the deal went through because the 7th or the 8th or the 9th official finally filed the withdrawal. And now in America, it is 100% clear that if you want to get away with corruption, if you want to steal from your constituents and you're an elected official in this country, all you have to do is just sign up for political loyalty with Donald Trump, and he will instruct the Department of Justice to let you get away with it. On February 10th, Donald Trump directs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies from paying bribes overseas. Come on. Come on. He instructs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies to pay bribes overseas. Here's an example. Goldman Sachs was engaged in outright bribery. They were paying bribes to Malaysian officials so that they could get a contract to manage the resources of the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund. American companies should not be overseas bribing foreign governments. That compromises America's reputation and America's national security. But now we are going to pause enforcement of the laws that stop American companies from bribing foreign governments because corruption is now being normalized. This is what you do if you want to normalize corruption, is that you make it legal for American companies to engage in corruption overseas. That makes it easier for Trump to get away with corruption here. 2 days later, on February 12th, the announcement comes out that the State Department is going to buy $400 million of armored Teslas. Okay, so now it's getting even more blatant. It's getting even more brazen. The State Department is just going to buy a whole bunch of product from Elon Musk, product that they were not previously scheduled to buy. It is true that the Biden administration had a blueprint that was going to buy some electric vehicles, but it was around $483,000 worth of
not
vehicles.
400 million.
Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas from Elon Musk. Let's see. That's February 12th. That same day, Elon Musk's people infiltrate the Department of Labor, and reporting suggests that during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's companies, and by the way, SpaceX has an employee injury rate that is 9 times higher than the industry average, but also workplace safety violations against Elon Musk's competitors. Here's the message. If you are close to Donald Trump personally, if you support him politically, you can get secret access to enforcement data against your country, against your companies, and your company's competitors. That's what happens on February 12th. 3 days later, there's some suspicious firings at the FDA, again related to Elon Musk's personal financial interests. Elon Musk owns a medical device company called Neuralink. It is currently being reviewed by the FDA, and guess what? On February 15th and 16th, all over a weekend, there are 20 people fired from the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices. Fired by Doge, run by Elon Musk. Clear message, you're going to get fired if you aren't on the right side of Elon Musk's application. Now, whether that was explicit or not, if the guy who is firing you has a pending application before your department, aren't you going to think twice? Aren't you going to think twice about ruling against his interests? This is why this is all unprecedented.
And then remember, people will say, people will play stupid. They'll be like, well, we don't know if Elon Musk did this just because of, conflict of interest. Like, we don't actually know 100%. Like, so it's hard to say. We can't read anybody's mind. But when it came to the FBI talking to Twitter, all of a sudden they remember what a chilling effect. They're like, oh, wait. They're like, hold on. Even if the FBI wasn't doing anything wrong with Twitter per se, just the fact that the FBI is talking to you, that should be enough to make you incredibly scared about what could happen to you, about the implications of what could happen, right? And it's like, okay, so we understand the chilling effect when it comes to the social media stuff, even though we have the record of the social media companies literally not listening to the FBI at all. But when it comes to Elon Musk or Twitter when it comes to Elon Musk and his conflict of interest, of which it's like 2 orders of magnitude higher in the current position, if not more, Now all of a sudden it's like, who knows? I can't read anybody's mind.
It feels normal because it's been happening every day, but never before in American history have we allowed someone who has a pending application for approval of a medicine or a medical device to be able to personally decide who gets hired and who gets fired at the regulatory agency making the decision over that medical device. But now this stuff is happening every day because on February 15th as well, that same weekend, there's an announcement that the FDA cuts are going to be even deeper, perhaps as big as 50%. That means that hundreds of drugs and devices won't get approved at the FDA. And you know who benefits from that? The folks that are selling the snake oil products. And guess who's selling the snake oil products? The people who work for Donald Trump, selling Vita gummy scams. The director of the FBI is selling vaccine reversal pills. When the FDA gets gutted, it's the people who sell those unregulated products who stand to gain. On February 19th, 4 days later, we find out that the IRS is going to be cut by 7,000 people. And the biggest chunk of the folks who are going to be laid off are the people who do the audits of the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. And so once again, Elon Musk and the people standing behind.
That's the only thing I support, okay? Fuck that. No taxes for the next 4 years. We're on a tax holiday, guys. No taxes. Yes.
Donald Trump on Inauguration Day are going to get off because the IRS just had its enforcement powers, its audit powers, absolutely gutted. That same day, on February 19th, you start to receive word that advertising on Elon Musk's platform is starting to grow again. And the reporting on February 19th indicates that American companies have come to the collective decision that they need to keep advertising on Elon Musk's platform because Elon Musk has so much regulatory power inside the federal government. That they need to make sure that they're paying Musk through Twitter and through X so that if they ultimately need something from the federal government, they can get it. This, again, is why we have never, ever in the history of this country allowed for the richest man in the world, somebody who controls major companies, to also have an official position inside the government. Because of course, it opens up these clear avenues where people are going to do business with him privately to try to curry favor with him publicly. I'm not done. It just keeps going. The next day, on February 20th, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices monthly meeting is canceled and not rescheduled. And so we were very worried that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who makes money off of his attacks on vaccines, would continue those attacks when he took over HHS. Because if faith in vaccines continues to plummet, it is very likely that RFK Jr. will make money. Why? Because the not-for-profit that he will likely return to, the company that he will return to after he leaves, makes money as vaccine misinformation spreads. And he also continues to collect fees for referring cases to a company that handles claims of personal injury due to vaccines. And so when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is canceled, it is a clear indication that, yes, this campaign of assault on vaccines is going to continue, which, not surprisingly, is likely to make RFK Jr. even more money. On February 26th, we see Trump's MAGA hats that are for sale on his website displayed in the Oval Office. And it's just a reminder that so many people inside Trump's universe continue to sell merchandise on the side in order to make money. Donald Trump has always done this, and we've just kind of accepted it, even though it is a kind of corruption in and of itself. But Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is still selling cash-branded merchandise, even while he's going to run the FBI. Elon Musk and others are selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their...
Among like 12 other fucking products, okay? Among so many other... That's like just weird. That's so fucking weird.
...brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government. On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink for Verizon. Just extraordinary that this is happening in plain view of everybody. Elon Musk takes his private company, uses his access to government to just shove out of the way his competitors and instead insert himself and his company. Again, we've never seen this ever before in American history. Now it's happening on a daily basis. And now we get to this week. This week, Wired reports that guests are paying millions of dollars to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and business leaders are being targeted with advertisements that sell...
Oh, so corruption is when I have lunch with friends now? Okay.
...sell access to a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for $5 million. Come on. Like, seriously. There's advertisements that say if you're a business CEO and you pay $5 million to Donald Trump, you can get a meeting with him. Like, this isn't okay. And yet, because it happens every single day, they're asking for us to pretend that this is normal. This is just 6 weeks. It's just 6 weeks. And the last thing on the list is an offer to meet with the president for $1 million or $5 million.
And?
If any previous president had sent out
Show me a law that says that's illegal, okay?
advertisement suggesting that you can meet with them for a payment to them of $1 million to $5 million, in and of itself, we would deem that to be unacceptable. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk believe that because they have arranged this dizzying pace of corruption in which not a day goes by in which something doesn't happen inside our government, in which Elon Musk or Donald Trump use their power in order to rig the rules to enrich themselves, that we are all going to feel that it's normal. This is how democracies die. Democracies die
with late
when the very powerful people
applause
steal from us so regularly, so openly, so unapologetically that we come to believe that it's normal. And listen, I understand that many Americans may think that all of this stuff just used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open.
Yes, I'm glad he hits on that. It is the problem, and that's how Republicans get away with it. They go, oh, well, haven't you guys been doing this the whole fucking time? Huh, we're just doing what you've always been doing. This is how they're able to get away with it. But it's just not true. It's not the case.
It used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open. And I'm not saying that there haven't been instances of corruption. Democrats and Republicans in this body have been accused of and convicted of acts of corruption. It has been a fact of life in American politics for a long time, but never before has the corruption happened this openly or this frequently. And so I lay it all out for you this afternoon in the hopes that it is not too late for us to decide to stand up as a body and as a nation to say that this isn't okay. The Trump meme coin is not okay. It's not okay for people who have interest before the federal government to be able to anonymously funnel money to the president of the United States. It's not okay for Elon Musk to have access to Department of Labor enforcement data against him or his competitors that nobody else gets access to. It's not okay to just cancel contracts that were going to Musk's competitors and substitute in his own business just because he has the ability to do it as a friend of Donald Trump. Like, the rule of law matters. Doing things by the rules matter. This level of corruption was not occurring behind the scenes prior. It is not just that the cover got pulled off of it all. And it's our decision as a body and as a country to decide not to normalize this scale of corruption. I yield the floor.
Wow.
Dairy and meat, right?
Yeah, just not. I mean, now the amount of sound bites I've got from this is crazy. Even like before he podcast on all of YouTube.
Like yeah, the day that would be consistent. If it was one day, I would have been like, all right.
Yeah.
Wanted someone for taking.
Snark called Child Protective Services on H3H3. Jesus. Okay. Be careful. This one's going to be a hard one, okay?
Well, as we get ready to hear President Trump's address to Congress, I want to thank you all for joining me for our fourth town hall here on Merit TV. Thank you very much. Tonight, I want to hear what you think and what you're feeling about his first 45 days of his second term. Can you believe it's only been 45 days? It's been a whirlwind, to say the least. Would you all agree with that? I mean, a lot's been going on. Tonight, we're here not to take sides, but to have an honest conversation. So please don't hold back, because honest dialogue is how we really understand each other and bring our nation together. But before we get started, I want to introduce someone that I have a deep respect for. He's become a good friend of mine, sometimes an adversary, and he's my co-host tonight. He's the co-founder and host of The Young Turks, the longest-running daily show in internet history, and the Young Turks Network. He is also the best-selling author of Justice is Coming. I'm talking about Cenk Uygur. Cenk is known for his passionate commentary, and he's built a platform, YTY. How are you doing, my friend?
Good, brother.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Now, what I admire most about Cenk is his unwavering commitment to speaking the truth as he sees it, regardless of popularity. And he and I have gotten to know each other. I've been on his show, he's been on mine. Sometimes we argue, sometimes we agree, but we always finish up being friends, which is what I think needs to happen in this country again, don't you?
Yep, absolutely. So I love to see all of you here. I love that we're all keeping an open mind, open hearts, open minds. That's what TYT and Young Turks is all about. So let's watch together and let's decide for ourselves.
Yeah, so we've got time to talk before this starts, because I wanted to hear from you guys before the president speaks, and then we're going to talk after he speaks, which could be 90 minutes. It could be tomorrow morning. You never know once he gets started. So we wanted to hear, first off, I'm going to ask you some real general questions. Cenk's going to ask you some questions. But first off, how do you think it's been going in terms of what you expected? You had expectations. Maybe they were fears. Maybe they were just excitement. But how do you think it's been going for the first 45 days? Has it been good, bad, indifferent? Are you disappointed, excited? What are your thoughts? Raise your hand, stand up, and I want you to say your first name.
Take a shot every time.
Don't say your last name.
Cenk says the donor
showing
class.
up at your house, giving you a raft of trouble. Just your first name and say what you think.
My name is Toby, and for the last 45 days since Trump has been in office,
Turn his mic on.
Good and bad. I say good because when you look at it foreign policy-wise, he's putting America first on the foreign policy, because why should we give our money to another country to take care of its own? But it's also bad when it comes to okay. My name's Toby.
We were just kidding. We don't really give a shit what you think.
Damn.
But you fell for it, didn't you? All right, Toby, go ahead. Say what you have to say.
My name's Toby. It's been going good and bad. I say bad when you look at it from a perspective of people losing their jobs in the government, especially a lot of veterans, because my family, we are 7 generations of military, and a lot of us serve in the government.
All right, I'm glad to hear that. 7 generations. All right.
And then also, it's been going good on the foreign policy-wise, because I'm like, my thing is, when it comes to Ukraine, Europe needs to take care of their house first before they try to come over here and tell us, oh, well, you have to help us with Ukraine. That's not our problem. Because at the end of the day, we have to take care of what's here first before we try to fix somebody else's problem.
All right. All right, I got you. So you're okay with it generally so far?
Generally.
All right, how many of you agree with what he just said? Okay with it generally so far? Raise them real high so we can see them. Okay, all right. Who else has a point of view? Stand up and we'll find you with a microphone. Stand up so we can find you with a microphone.
My name's Jason. I really do not agree with the way the country's going. You know, I have friends that work in D.C. that have been, you know, laid off due to all the...
Oh. Friends in D.C., you say? Would you say that you're part of the... Say it, chat. He's part of the donor class.
Workforce cuts. I think on social policy, I don't think it's going great at all due to the demonization of many marginal groups in this country. And then also with Ukraine, I also completely disagree with that, because I know that if Russia gets Ukraine, it could only go downhill from there. So I think the 45 days are going great. Probably in some regards if you are a Trump supporter, but if you don't support Trump, the wheels are falling off. So,
like, what is falling off?
I just think in regards to both civility in the country, I think it's going downhill. I think it's been going downhill. And then I also just think government-wise, you know, with all the Doge cuts, are really just cutting randomly. And a lot of programs have been cut that Elon then goes, oops, we have to put this back now. But those programs, if you actually were smart about what you're cutting, should have never been cut accidentally in the first place.
Yeah, what do you think about that? What do you think about Doge?
Yeah, so I'm curious what you guys think about Doge, too. Before I answer, can I ask you guys, a lot of you raised your hands when you said the first 45 days is going okay. How about the Doge cuts? How many are in favor of the Doge cuts so far as they're going? Okay. A little bit less, but a lot of people overall seem to like it, at least in this crowd. So for me, I think...
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
at least in this crowd.
Yeah, well, I mean...
You bring that California...
No, I'll tell you exactly what I mean. And let's note for the record that it took me a while to get up on this chair. Okay.
Holy shit. Wait, those are crazy chairs. What the fuck? What are these? Jesus. Sorry. Okay.
And let's note for the record that it took me a while to get up on this chair. Okay. So on the polling, Dr. Phil, the polling, whether you believe it or not, and oftentimes if you're on the wrong side of the polling, you don't believe it. And if you're on the right side of it, you do believe it. They're saying that they're less favorable to the Doge cuts than they are to Trump overall. And so to your question to me, look, as you and I have talked about a little bit before, including on Merit Street TV earlier today, he's taking a machete when I think he should be taking a scalpel. So I'm against waste, fraud, and abuse. We've been against it for 20 straight years. You can't stand it. Subsidies going out the door, usually to the donor class. Whoever donates
Take a drink.
Democrats or Republicans, they get it back tenfold, 100-fold, et cetera. But if we're cutting before we even see what we're cutting, then by definition to me, it can't be the right cuts. Whereas if you said to me, hey, I looked at it for 3 months, 6 months, et cetera, and here's fraud, here's abuse, here's waste, then I think we're all going to be on board. But when they cut right from the beginning and they cut veterans and they cut people that just came in, people go, well, that's not necessarily what I bargained for.
How many of you agree with that these are just blind cuts that are being made? How many of you think, no, they're not blind cuts, they're actually looking at it before they do it?
Ooh, dominated. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So you're about split on that. You know, here's the thing. We all agree with what you just said, that we don't like fraud, we don't like waste, there's just bloat, fat in government. We all agree with that, right?
Do we?
Nobody disagrees with that.
Remember, unquestioned. Always just remember this like little language trap, okay? It's so stupid. Always remember, don't forget. But whatever.
Everybody agree that is fat? Okay. And what I raised my hand when I said I like Doge, and I've been calling them out on some of the stuff that they're doing, but at least somebody is stepping up and making it an intentional. I mean, a lot of people.
Oh shit! Wait, was this talking point a conservative mind beam thing? Because. Was it Richard Hanania, or was it the one guy that I spoke to after the tax guy, or was it both who said, well, at least since Doge is doing it now, we're talking about it? Like, you could also just talk about it. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand.
Democrats and Republicans alike, a lot of them go, yeah. But at least somebody is intentionally stepping up and saying, I'm cutting this. I'm going to go in there, I'm going to find $2 trillion and cut it. Now, I've also said if you make a mistake, if you, like you say, if you cut something like with veterans, or you cut things with the elderly who need medications or whatever, then, and you find that, you need to put it back that day. You don't need to say, okay, well, we'll study this for 60.
Wait, have we watched this before?
A cult language technique called the thought terminating cliche. And this is something where once you understand what it is, you won't be able to unhear it. And it shows up in a lot of really destructive cults where it's this sort of stock expression that's easily memorized, easily repeated, and aimed at shutting down any type of pushback or questioning. This phrase was coined in the early 1960s by a psychologist named Robert J. Lifton. Whenever anybody, would clock a red flag or experience some cognitive dissonance, I really want to believe in this group, but I feel like something is amiss and I want to be able to talk about that. One of these zingy expressions will be served to you by someone with power in that group to shut you down and end the conversation and allow that person to remain in power. So in QAnon, for example, a thought terminating cliche might sound like, well, you need to do your research, or dismissing valid concerns about COVID by saying, don't let yourself be ruled by fear. That's a limiting belief. Who learned Pig Latin on the playground as a child? You're instantly filled with this sense of superiority because you know how to speak this thing that other people don't. And that Pig Latin doesn't say anything that can't be said in plain English, but the special language itself is what constructs that in group. So if you take that concept and you apply it to a group like Nexium or QAnon, that's when it starts to build, and it's the special buzzwords alone are the beginning.
Okay. I feel like those weren't the best examples, but whatever. Gets the point across.
Days. No, you put it.
I guess what I'm thinking about aren't thought terminating cliches. I guess you kind of brought that up. I'm thinking more of it's a more specific language game, like the I mean, I brought up examples before. Another one would be like with RFK, where it's like we need to do more research on safety, and like when you phrase about like needing a positive or not liking a negative, you're like linguistically you almost always have to agree because it sounds insane to disagree with that. We need to test the safety of these vaccines more. Like, who's going to say no to that? Okay, well, fuck, I guess, yeah. But then the reality is like, well, what are you actually saying? We need to test more, so we need to take something off the market and then test it more. Like, is that what you're saying? Or like, what when you say more, like how much? Like, is there ever going to be? Is it a truism? Is that what that is? Like, is there ever going to be a point where we say, okay, this is safe enough, no more safety testing? Like, who's going to fight the other end of that argument? I actually think we don't need to research the safety anymore. It's like, okay, well, yeah.
Back right now. But at least somebody's intentionally going at it, and that I like.
Well, as usual, we're going to agree and disagree. Okay, so the part that I agree with you on is, look, as a Democrat, I'm super frustrated whenever Democrats get into office and they go, there's nothing we can do. Well, then, brother, why do we elect you, right? So don't tell me about the filibuster. Don't tell me about the parliamentarian. Just do your job, right? So Democrats get into office and they go, there's nothing we can do. Well, then, brother, why do we elect you, right? So don't tell me about the filibuster.
But the issue is you don't elect them. That's the issue. Like,
so don't tell me about the parliamentarian. Just do your job. So if the Democrats pass their agenda,
just do your job. Okay, but to do your job, you need votes, right? Isn't that what their job is?
Giant chunks of their agenda are actually very popular. Paid family leave.
Oh, and then we go down the standard Jenks progressive talking points, and again, remember the difference when Charlie Kirk was talking to Gavin Newsom. Charlie Kirk was like, we've identified cohorts of the population. We know the ways that they feel about certain things, and we razor target our messages to appeal to those particular anxieties because we know it's popular with these groups. But progressives always come at this from the other end. And I don't know, if it's because progressives just don't care about getting elected, so they have different goals. They don't care about actually exercising political power. But it's always like, here's what we know that we like, and we think that everybody will like it if they just keep hearing about it. We just need to repeat the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And eventually people will like it, right? Rather than identifying, well, what are they actually talking about? What do they actually care about?
Their agenda, giant chunks of their agenda are actually very popular. Paid family leave, universal health care is actually popular, higher wages, etc., right? So when I see Trump taking action, I'm a little envious of how much action he's taking. Even though I might not agree with the action that he's taking, at least I get that he's putting energy behind it. So there I agree with you. But guys, this is all in prelude to a $4.5 trillion tax cut. So they're going to say, oh, don't worry, we cut this and we cut that so we can afford the $4.5 trillion tax cut. But we can't afford the $4.5 trillion tax cut. And I will tell you this, I will believe that they're really cutting waste, fraud, and abuse the minute they cut a donor program.
Oh.
Okay,
what is a donor program? Ugh, the donor.
Show me an oil subsidy that you cut. Show me something you cut from the drug companies, something that you cut from the bankers, subsidy they shouldn't have gotten, or fraud that they should have been caught on at the Pentagon with the defense contractors, etc. Then I'll say, okay, that brother is cutting waste, fraud, and abuse.
Having trouble taking your business to the next level? Financial Yield Solutions, Inc., or FYSI for short, provides tailored solutions for businesses generating $1 to $10 million annually. For tax planning, advertising, and retirement strategies to scaling operations, FYSI helps businesses thrive. With $500 billion raised for AI tech under the Trump administration, businesses cannot afford to be left behind. FYSI can even help you explore AI integration to cut costs and boost profits. With over 14 years of experience,
AI
FYSI
integration.
specializes in solving the exact challenges business owners face. Business owners can book a free business review today to transform their operations, boost profits, and secure their financial future. Visit FYSI.com/Dr. Phil or call 800-877-4000. That's FYSI.com/Dr. Phil or call 800-877-4000.
Okay.
Well, I always hear about this, the rich don't pay taxes. So one of these days I'm going to get rich. Because I damn sure pay taxes. I promise you, I pay a lot of taxes. And I don't know where this tax cut's going to go. They say this is going to be a billionaire tax cut. Is that the deal?
So
I thought they didn't pay taxes anyway.
So it depends. And so actually you're onto something that's important. So
corporations don't pay taxes. Hold on one second. Ooh, hold on. I'm just curious where the... Oh, tax harmonization. Is there a poll on, do economists generally have favorable or disfavorable views of corporate tax? I'm just curious if there's like an IGM poll on this. Wait, is it IGM? Is that what the fucking website was? Fuck! Somebody find it for me. Google corporate tax incidents. Okay, whatever.
Corporations have constantly had
deal.
So
I thought they didn't pay taxes anyway.
So it depends. And so actually you're onto something that's important. So corporations have constantly had their taxes cut, but that's got to go somewhere. So when they cut corporate taxes, they're usually going to then put that on you, Dr. Phil, and a lot of people in the audience.
I'm just curious to hear him talk through this. So when they cut taxes on corporations, what do you think the money goes to? Like, eventually it has to hit some individual's bank account and then they pay income tax on it. This is why I don't just raise the income tax. I don't understand. The only purpose I could see for corporate taxes, corporate income tax, is to encourage investment. past some level. Like I would imagine the higher your corporate taxes become, the higher a business is likely to reinvest in their own business because you want to avoid paying corporate taxes on profits. Although the likelihood of investing in the first place might decrease a bit. I don't know where that balances out, but doesn't that create deadweight loss? What's the deadweight loss? What?
And so, and I've seen an early part of the plan. We'll see what their actual details are. But some of the taxes on the middle class actually go up instead of down. So we'll see if they do that. If they do, that'll be trouble, right? So, and do we care about balancing the budget or don't we care about it? Because you can't just say, I want to balance it by cutting malaria programs in Africa and I want to cut this and that. But then, hey, and here's a thing. I mean, you talked about cutting Ukraine and saying, hey, why are we paying for their wars? But we're constantly paying for Israel. Okay, woo! And that's another giant donor class, right? You cut anything that's a donor class, that means you're real. When you're cutting from the average person, the middle class, then I got a problem with it.
Yeah, they're not going to cut any oil or pharma. They're not going to cut.
I would.
There. Well, yeah, of course, as would I. But they're not going to. Okay, do y'all have any questions? Anybody want to ask anything? You already said something. We heard one, then we didn't hear one. Now you want to say something else? Hang on. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Let's get the women involved here. Say your name, first name.
Deetra.
Deetra?
Good evening. Deetra. Yes, sir. You're my mentor, as a matter of fact, in counseling. But what I want to address is the fact that
the tax.
Hold on. Let's watch this real quick. 7 minutes. We'll 2-exit.
Cut, Bill.
Many provisions of President Trump's signature 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, or TCJA, are set to expire at the end of 2025. He's promised to
make the Trump tax cuts permanent and to cut taxes even more.
The Journal spoke to 3 economists who specialize in corporate taxes, pass-through business taxes, we'll explain what that means in a bit, and taxes for individuals. We asked them, what effects did the 2017 tax cuts have, and what happens if they expire? Let's start with corporate taxes. In 2017, the TCJA permanently reduced the top corporate income tax rate from 35% to 21%, which put the U.S. more in line with other G7 countries.
We're not going to lose our companies anymore. They're going to stay in our country.
There was a modest effect on corporate investment that went up as a result of firms paying lower taxes.
This is Harvard economics professor Gabriel Chatterall-Reich. He co-authored a study that focused on the impact of a lower corporate tax. Trump's Treasury Secretary at the time, Steven Mnuchin, said the tax cuts would generate more than enough economic growth to help pay for the lost revenue.
Not even close.
Not only will this tax plan pay for itself, but it will pay down debt.
Chatterall-Reich's study found that didn't quite happen, at least not when it comes to corporate tax revenue. In 2018 and 2019, tax revenues went down substantially, bringing less money to the government, while investments by corporations ticked up. The higher corporate tax investment didn't generate investments by corporations.
Corporate income tax revenue. Okay, so this isn't even all income tax, just corporate income tax. Gotcha. And investment. Gotcha.
Ticked up. The higher corporate tax investment didn't generate enough economic growth to make up for the drop in corporate revenue from the lower tax rate. It remains to be seen whether other parts of the 2017 tax bill, like the reshoring of corporate profits, could have offset the decline.
The corporations that are giving billions and billions of dollars away to their workers, and many more are coming. I think that's really what's selling this, maybe better than anybody could, including myself.
In 2017, White House economic advisors estimated that corporate tax cuts would give households an average income boost between $4,000 and $9,000. Chatterall-Reich and the study's co-authors used modeling based on data from 2018 and 2019 to come up with a much lower individual wage boost of about $750 per full-time employee.
$750 per person is nothing. So that's a glass half full version. Glass half empty version is we also need to collect tax revenue in order to have a functioning society and government. Getting that additional income cost us a lot of tax revenue.
Now, let's look at how the vast majority of small to medium business owners file taxes. They are called pass-through businesses because owners pass their taxes through their individual income filings. They didn't get the permanent corporate tax cut.
Pass-through business owners, I think, rightfully said, hey, what about us?
Economist Elena Patel studied the 199A provision.
They'll explain it. I shouldn't even say anything.
Owners, I think, rightfully said, hey, what about us?
Economist Elena Patel studied the 199A provision, a deduction created in the 2017 bill that's set to expire in 2025. The provision allows a temporary 20% tax cut on qualified income for millions of business owners.
Because for a pass-through entity, you don't pay any corporate taxes, so there would be no corporate tax. Your corporate tax rate is 0% because there's no corporate tax rate. You could argue that you pay 2 times as much for your FICA because now you're covering, it's called self-employment tax, but
this is a huge boom for growth for these businesses.
The problem is, Patel says, that there's little evidence that proves this deduction helped boost investment or employment.
What was this To expand the benefits of lower tax rates to pass through is a TCJ. A temporary 20% deduction for qualified. What was the qualified pass-through income? Hello? Should I have qualified for this? Wait, what was this? 20% deduction for qualified pass-through income. What was qualified pass-through income? Hello?
Of business owners.
This is a huge boom for growth for these businesses.
The problem is, Patel says, that there's little evidence that proves this deduction helped boost investment or employment.
So in some sense, it was just a tax cut to business owners. Anybody who runs anything out of their home, they're technically a business and they benefit from this. People who own pass-through businesses tend to be higher income. And so, of course, the benefit is going to accrue to the top. In this case, like, it widely disproportionately benefited the top 1%. And so this is like some of the critique of this is that this tax cut really...
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to just check it out. 199A tax. Hi, baby. Is this gone? Was this a temporary thing? Understanding the new thing. Okay. 199A allows taxpayers other than corporations a deduction of 20% of qualified business income earned in a qualified trade or business. Subject to certain limitations, the deduction is limited to the greater of 50% of the W-2 wages with respect to the trade or business, and 10 the W-2 wages plus 2.5% deduction. May also not exceed 1 taxable income for the year over to net capital. Include all trades and businesses except the trade or business of performing services as an employee and specified services such as trades or businesses, those involving the performance or services in law, accounting, financial services, and several other. Business principal asset is the reputation or skill of one or more owner or employees. Meow. Meow. Huh. Effective for taxes beginning after December 31st, 2017 and before January 1st, 2026. Fuck. I'll have to ask what I do about that. Wait. Remember, if you use a pass-through and pay yourself a low salary, the rest can be distribution. Well, yeah, but this 199A exemption is for your federal income tax. You still pay federal income tax on your distributions. You just don't pay the self-employment tax. Meow. Did you see this article yet about Rubio and Musk fighting? We read it at a big news stream. Okay. Sorry. Personal stuff.
Was targeted at the richest of the rich people in the United States.
Republican lawmakers argue that the 199A deduction needs to be renewed.
We will see even more closed for business signs up and down Main Street when their federal tax rate jumps to over 40%.
If the deduction is extended, it's estimated to reduce federal revenue by nearly $700 billion over the next 10 years. When it comes to tax cuts for individuals, Democrats largely criticize the 2017 tax bill for benefiting only the rich.
The president is part of the top 1%, and the bill is aimed to help the top 1%.
Williams College economics professor John Bacchia says the reality is more complicated.
People in the top 1% of the income distribution get a tax cut that's equal to about 2% of their income. Whereas for the middle class and lower income people, the tax cut was smaller as a percentage of their income. For people in the bottom 20% of the income distribution, the poorest 20%, tax cut was about 0.5% of their income.
The percentages look small, but in dollar amounts, the difference between the cut for the top 1% and the bottom quintile is, on average, more than $60,000. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the cost of extending the individual income tax cuts as more than $3.25 trillion over the next 10 years, and more than $400 billion in increased interest.
And then the question will be, how much will they offset with spending cuts? But those spending cuts might very much impact low and moderate income people.
Democrats warned that extending the 2017 tax cuts will come at the expense of programs that help Americans.
The safety net is under assault.
This whole thing feels a bit like a scam.
It is really tax cuts for billionaires.
Republicans have made clear they will not hesitate to bleed healthcare programs dry.
We're working right now to get everybody on board. I think everybody wants to be on this train and not in front of it.
In February, House Republicans passed a budget blueprint that calls for at least $1.5 trillion in spending cuts and no more than $4.5 trillion in tax cuts over the next decade. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, a nonprofit group that favors lower deficits, estimates that Trump's tax priorities would reduce government revenues between $5 to $11 trillion over the next 10 years. And Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency has signaled that the work he's doing could help lower taxes.
As we're finding savings, that's going to translate directly to reductions in tax. So.
Yeah. It's still an open question how Trump and Republicans will bridge that gap.
To fully extend everything is going to cost something like $5.5 trillion. So that's a lot of money.
They didn't even talk about how it all trickles down. Okay.
The country is so divided. This adds to the division that's taking place, and no one's addressing that. How can I come to work Monday and lose my job on Tuesday? No one's concerned about what's happening with our people, with America. America, seems like the whole United States is being discombobulated, just broken up.
True.
And no one's addressing that at all. We do want to have not fraud, waste, and abuse. We don't want that happening. But when you talk about veterans like me, senior citizens, you're not being compassionate and caring. And that's not what this country has been built on before.
Ooh,
yeah,
true.
I hear you. And I think anytime I've been an employer all my life. I think the last job I had was in high school when I worked for Hallmark Cards in Kansas City. They gave me a job 131 feet underground in a warehouse. And it's a good job, actually. I probably should have stayed with that. But anytime that I have to let somebody go or whatever, I really do stop and think, this is a human being that's going to have to go home and tell their family, hey, we don't have a job. They're going to have to say, that trip we were going to take, can't do that. Or that cheerleader uniform you were going to buy, you're going to have to hold off on that. I really think about that every single time.
Not the sexy cheerleader
People
uniform
will say
costume.
that an employer doesn't or whatever, but anybody that cares does. But there's another side to that. We have people in the government that haven't been showing up that have second jobs. I mean, they've been seriously have a whole, I don't mean like they're fixing bicycle flats on the weekend. They got another career. They're working at General Motors and the United States government. And that's probably a small percentage, but we have a lot of people that don't show up and they're not putting in 40 hours or 50 hours a week. And that's waste and fraud. And
that's not waste or fraud, definitionally. I'm trying to think if this is a lie maliciously or if he's just a fucking idiot. Neither of those things are waste or fraud. If you have an employee and he's doing the job you're paying him to do, and he's also able to moonlight a second job, that's just the employee's able to do it. Now, if you want to say that the hours being scheduled aren't appropriate or there should be a higher demand on the job or the compensation should be lower, that's fine. But none of this is like business defined as waste or fraud. It's just you don't like the fact that people are able to do their job quicker and they moonlight other jobs, or you want to change like the rules on it. You can change the rules on it, you can do it, but none of this is waste or fraud or abuse, right?
those people are going to get swept out. But for someone that's actually putting in the time and working, and a veteran,
like, you know that like tech employees, like other people do this shit too. There are tech employees that work from home multiple jobs as well, right? Like,
but for someone that's actually putting in the time and working, and a veteran, there has to be some kind of way to equal that out.
How does he know this? How is Dr. Phil just casually asserting it as a fact? Because government bad and government waste and fraud and abuse, and we all know the government's at least a little bit wasteful and fraudulent and abuseful, right? Like, that's it. Like, it's everybody just believes that's a truism. It's just a thing we all know is true. Government must be wasteful and fraudulent and abusive, at least a little bit, right? Therefore, then you can just start talking past that without any facts or anything to actually back it up. So.
And I think there have been a lot of buyouts, haven't there been?
There have, and so buyouts are justified because they're making the decision to take that money and retire, no problem. If you find the people that are doing the two jobs, and I believe there are, I think Dr. Phil's right about that, no problem, obviously get them out. But you're right that when we cut for the people that came in the last 18 months, we're not asking that question. and they don't have a second job. They barely got this job, as far as we know, right? So in terms of how to bring the country together, number one, that's what we're trying here tonight, right? So, and we're having an honest conversation. You know, where credit is due, and by the way, discredit where discredit is due, right? And I actually have an ironic way to bring the country together, which is to yell at both sides. Okay, so
freaking epic.
Because in order to get the
God,
change,
that's so freaking
and this
epic.
is again where I think Trump and Dr. Phil, et cetera, are right in what he mentioned earlier, which is sometimes we got to rock the boat a little bit, right? And the status quo is not working for us. And that's what the Democratic Party is not understanding. Like, so when they keep running on status quo, that's a losing message.
Yeah.
Because we're having a lot of trouble with the status quo, right? And so, but in order to get beyond the status quo, yeah, we're going to have to rock that boat, and it's going to get uncomfortable for some people. But what we want is uncomfortable for the right people, not the wrong people, right? Uncomfortable for the donors, uncomfortable for the people that are rigging the system, uncomfortable for the people doing waste, fraud, and abuse, but not uncomfortable for the guy who just moved his family to Kansas and thought he was getting a job with the government and was really psyched about it and had bought a house, and now all of a sudden the rug is pulled out. Let's do better. Let's do better in figuring. But once you got the bad guys, I don't care if they're Democrats or Republicans. Let's go get them, right? So we got to do that to get you a better situation.
Speaking about bad guys, how do you feel this administration is doing on immigration? Good, bad, indifferent?
Wait. Was that like ironic? Did I miss that? Did I just read that as way more negative than he intended it to be? That sounded like a crazy statement to me. What?
We got to do that to get you a better situation.
Speaking about bad guys, how do you feel this administration is doing on immigration? Good, bad, indifferent? If you think they're doing a good job, raise your hand. Think they're doing a good job, raise your hand. If you think, no, they're not doing a good job, raise your hand. Okay, stand up and tell me your name. We'll get you a microphone. Why are they not doing a good job?
My name is Danny, and I have a problem with a birthright citizen being deported. If a birthright citizen can be deported from this country, there is no one in this audience that cannot be deported with a stroke of a pen.
Okay, and so by birthright citizen, you mean somebody was born here no matter where their parents from?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel like the focus, and y'all probably know I've worked a lot with Tom Homan. He's going to join us tonight by Zoom.
Guy.
He's going to call in. You can say something to him if you want to, and he'll fight you on it if he disagrees. He's a sweet guy actually, but he believes in what he believes. But his philosophy has been the worst first. Let's get the criminals off the street. Let's get the pedophiles, the drug dealers, the murderers, the gang members, the bad actors. Let's get them off the streets
That's
first.
freaking epic.
And I know
Holy
that's
shit.
what they're working on because I've been in with them. I've been embedded with them on the streets with them. And I know that's who they're going after. They're not sweeping through neighborhoods. They're not looking for birthright people. They're going after the criminals right now, and they got more of that than I think they can do in 4 years.
What is the purpose of Cenk doing a meta-analysis of the current party's goals? Like, if he believes there should be different messaging towards the people, why doesn't he just do that messaging and gain massive support rather than speak to the people like they're somehow part of the agenda's organizational structure? Well, he doesn't think the Democratic Party is capable of doing that because they're owned by the donors. That's what he thinks.
Are you okay with them going after the criminals?
No, because that's unconstitutional.
Okay,
Ooh.
so, you're going to have to help me out on that. First off,
you're going to have to help me on that. So I thought criminal bad, and I thought constitutional good. So what do you mean by constitutional? But then you're talking about criminals. But the criminals are bad, and the Constitution is good. So you're gonna have to help me out on that one, Sonny boy. What do you mean by that?
Are you guys okay with them going after the criminals? Yes. Okay, because I've been with them when they arrested drug dealing, arm dealing criminals.
These guys are selling arms? What the fuck?
Would you like us to get those guys arrested and then turn them loose?
If they're a birthright citizen, they should go through the exact legal process that any American would go through.
No, I'm not saying birthright citizen. I don't care if they're Irish. It wouldn't make any difference to me, but if they're illegal aliens that are in this country and they're violent criminals, you want them taken off the street, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter if they're blonde and blue-eyed, you want them off the street. But certainly if they're illegal aliens, you have no problem with them being targeted.
Yes, I have no problem with that. I don't know how the conversation took that turn.
Whoa.
Well, I changed the subject.
Got it.
Okay.
I broadened the subject to say beyond, you covered birthright citizens, and then I used you as a prop to go to some other issues.
Yes.
Since you were standing up. Now, I just wanted to ask a broader question. But if they're birthright citizens, you think they should be tried and imprisoned in the U.S.?
Yes, I believe we should follow the Constitution.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
And I don't think that's constitutional, but nonetheless.
You don't think it's constitutional due process or what? What? Okay.
Birthright citizenry is.
Well,
that's not a gray area.
Where they go to prison, as long as they go to prison, I don't care. As long as
Well, I don't think it would be constitutional if we deported U.S. citizens to prisoners in other countries. But okay, Dr. Phil.
if they're taken off the street.
And I'm okay with that as well.
Yeah, okay, I got you. All right.
So just to be clear, birthright citizens want them to stay here. The great majority of Americans agree with that. If they commit a crime, they go to prison, but they stay here. But if they're not born here, they're not citizens, and they're criminals, all of you are saying, okay, let's send them back. Once, by the way, they've served their time, because they should get justice right here in America, and then you send them back. So do you agree with all that?
Yes.
Right. So I think, Dr. Phil, where the rubber hits the road is what happens once we get past the criminals who are undocumented immigrants?
Well, that's what I was saying. I think there's a lot to be done on that.
That's a good question.
Getting quality sleep can
wait,
be a struggle.
what was the answer, though?
Beyond feeling tired, poor sleep affects focus at work, patience with loved ones, and leaves you constantly drained.
True.
Finding a solution is key.
What's the
That's
solution?
where Beam's Dream Powder comes in. This healthy hot cocoa has completely transformed sleep for many. With flavors like cinnamon cocoa, sea salt caramel, and brownie batter, each serving is only 15 calories and 0 grams of sugar. Guilt-free and effective. Dream's all-natural ingredients help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up feeling refreshed. It's easy to add to a nighttime routine. Just mix it with hot water or milk before bed. If you want to try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder, get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/drphil and use code Dr. Phil at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/Dr. Phil and use code Dr. Phil for up to 40% off.
Damn.
What do you wish the president and this administration would focus on more than they are so far? Is there something they haven't gotten to yet?
Cutting the Pentagon?
Ooh. Cutting the Pentagon. Okay. Yes, ma'am. We'll talk about that too.
Dr. Phil's like, we don't care about that one right now.
Sarah, working with pharma to reduce the prices of drugs. I work in the pharmacy. I work in a PBM, and we have to negotiate those rates with pharma. And if pharma keeps having the advantage and gets to call what the price is, then we have no chance here.
Do you think RFK Jr. is going to focus on that?
Yes, I do.
Thank God.
I hope so.
Yeah, he's going to join us tonight via Zoom also.
Okay.
And
Good.
I've talked to him a lot, and he's going to make it where you can negotiate prices with Big Pharma, which is
holy shit. What's going on? Wait, that's a crazy good idea. They're going to make it so you can negotiate prices with pharmaceuticals? That's an insane idea. Meow. Hi. What do you want? What? I'm petting you.
Hi. Spooky.
That was Big Pharma.
Yeah.
It was the donor
More
class.
powerful than you realize.
Yeah. But yeah, does everybody agree that you should be able to negotiate pharmaceutical prices? Everybody agree with that? Raise your hand real high. Okay. Anybody disagree with that? Okay, I mean, this is a free market, right? You should be able to negotiate big pharma.
True.
Yeah, listen, that's where I would tell my friends on the left, if they do that and they negotiate drug prices, then
Like Biden did, or did we just ignore that? Oh, we're just ignoring the facts. I forgot. My bad.
they deserve a tremendous amount of credit because, you know, Democratic and Republican presidents, including Trump in his first term, promised to do it and didn't do it. Including Obama. He promised to do it and didn't do it.
So Biden didn't actually negotiate some of these drug prices. Did I say Biden? My bad. Negotiating for lower drug prices works, saves billions. In a historic moment that will help lower prescription drug prices for millions of people across America, the Biden-Harris administration announced that it has reached agreements for new lower prices for all 10 drugs selected for negotiations. These negotiated drugs are some of the most expensive and most frequently dispensed drugs in the Medicare program and are used to treat conditions such as heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. The new prices will go into effect for people with Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage beginning January 1st, 2026. Wow. People with Medicare prescription drug coverage are expected to see aggregated estimated savings of $1.5 billion in their personal out-of-pocket costs in 2026. Huh. That's crazy. I wish they would have done this. Like the news article says they did.
So if they promise to do it and they do it, then I'll give them all the credit in the world, but they actually got to do it.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And the fact that we're paying more for health care and delivering the lowest quality health care.
Wait. Uh-oh. Court update. Did, minute order. As discussed at yesterday's hearing, the court believes it would be helpful to leave additional information to serve as benchmarks in assessing feasibility and reaching compliance with the TRO. These benchmarks will allow the court to continue to provide clarity as to what is needed for compliance with the TRO while ensuring that due regard is given to feasibility. As the parties discuss, such benchmarks would be pertinent to the court's consideration of any relief to grant. The defendants are currently not able to provide information regarding the number of payments processed for plaintiffs as it relates to defendants' paragraph 10. It's just not going to happen, huh? Nothing is going to happen. Like, what? So they're going to have to, the court is going to have to create some benchmark program to see what's getting paid out. Like, this is just not going to happen. When is the hearing for the preliminary injunction? Like, I'm surprised we're just not up to that timeline yet. The party shall confer and file a brief joint status report by 5 p.m. today addressing whether such requests have been enabled. The oral argument was yesterday. Are any of them public, or? Why doesn't Biden get Vyvanse lowered? You don't like paying $1,200? My $1,200 payments for my 90 days of Vyvanse feels good, man. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, nothing yet. Whatever.
Out of developed countries is an embarrassment.
An embarrassment.
I mean, it's a shame. You know, there are 50 countries in the world where a mother has a better chance of surviving childbirth than in America.
My goodness.
There are 50 countries where the baby has a better chance of surviving than in America. That is shameful.
And thank God we're going to be making this better because Trump wants to cut every fucking regulation and everything related to insuring people and related to safety for healthcare and everything. Nice. Good job.
Absolutely shameful. And then we pay more for we pay more for pharmaceuticals than, I mean, you can go to Detroit and drive across one bridge and pay a tenth for something that you get in America. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely.
To Detroit to Canada? I don't know how far north Detroit is. Holy shit, I didn't even know. That's Canada? Oh my God. Bro, it's right there. What the fuck? Wait, what happens in this part of Canada? Why I never hear about this. They got another London over here? What happens on this little... Would this even count as a peninsula? No, it wouldn't because it's connected here. It's Windsor and it's trash. No wonder Trump wants to take this shit over. What the fuck? Well, you won't be able to cross easily for much longer. Don't worry.
Ridiculous.
We're having this trade war with Canada. Can we just solve it by them sending the cheap drugs to us? Right? And by the way, they're the same exact drugs. They're not any cheaper. They just cost less, right? They're the same drugs. Guys, again, the pharmaceutical companies in this country have a strangle lock in Washington. Washington is occupied by all these corporate donors.
The donor, not a drink.
To the point that Dr. Phil was making, what kind of capitalism is this where you can't negotiate drug prices? I mean, I've never heard of this in a free market where the guys selling you the product say you have to pay this. It's unheard of. The only reason that they're doing it is crony capitalism. So where they pay off the politicians. And so why didn't Obama do it and why didn't Trump do it in his first term?
Why didn't Biden do it?
They go to
Biden
Congress,
didn't do
even if
any
they
of it.
mean well. Even
Say
if they
it.
mean well. They
Say
go to
it.
Congress, and almost everybody in Congress is bought. They
By the donors.
get so much money from the drug companies, and that's what we got to shine a spotlight on. To your point, like, yes, we've got to bring us together. We've got to bring us together, but sometimes we got to do it in an aggressive way. Which one of you guys are all taking money from pharma, and which one of you are blocking capitalism and the free market and keeping drug prices so high we can't afford them? And people are dying because of that.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
There we go. We
I
got it.
couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. It's shameful. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Stand up. We'll bring you a microphone. Say your first name.
Hi, my name is Valerie. I think that if we started with term limits, we wouldn't have lifelong politicians. That then we wouldn't have all of these companies, including the pharmaceuticals, in the politicians' pockets. So if we started with that,
because the only reason they can buy out, I just wish they would ask like one question. Oh, okay. So it's because they're lifelong politicians that Big Pharma can buy them out. Can you explain to me why it's easier to buy out a lifelong politician versus buying out a like somebody who has to run every 2 years or 6 years? Like what makes one easier than not? Just curious. Well, you see.
we can start to weed some of the corruption out. We also need to get all of the pharmaceuticals off of TV. They do not need to be every other commercial. They don't need to be on the Super Bowl.
That's always the weirdest thing when Europeans come to America, and then when they say we have drugs on TV. It's a very American thing, I think. We might be one of the only countries in the world where drugs are advertised on television.
And that's a good start, but I agree, and I'm a huge Trump fan, but I really think that that is the way to get rid of the corruption with the pharmaceutical.
That would certainly help. How many agree with that? If we had term limits where people couldn't get bought forever? Yeah, okay.
So I'll just say something real quick about that. If you're wondering why all of our politicians are so old, like Mitch McConnell freezes in a press conference, you know, Biden's brain fell out in a debate, right? So, but Pelosi, all these guys so old, because the donors get a...
The reality is because old people vote for him. Old likes old. You think some dude who's 75 years old is voting for some young 50-year-old whippersnapper? If we want to solve this problem, here's the deal. Here's the deal you make with America. Social Security, the age is going to be lowered to 60. You can start getting Social Security even earlier if you want, but as soon as you start collecting Social Security, we're taking care of you now. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to vote anymore. Hell yeah. Fucking A. He's getting Social Security. He ain't voting anymore. And he has to test every year for a driver's license. Get him off the road. Get him out of the ballot booth. Fuck these old people.
Return on investment. And they know that's stable. Whenever I go back to Biden and McConnell, I'm going to get my money's worth. And so that's why they keep buying them over and over and over again. That's why they're so old. So I hear you on term limits. I would say also money out of politics. I mean, that's the biggest thing there is.
No
That's the number
more
one way that they purchase
money in
these
politics. Hell yeah.
See, I have a theory, and I wonder how you guys feel about this. And I'm going to ask you that in just a minute, but I want to hear from you first. Say your first name.
Helen.
All right, Helen.
I think one of the problems is there's no kickbacks, there's no paying to aggressively teach healthy living, healthy eating, healthy habits. Pharmaceuticals depend.
We get it. You like watching RFK. Thank you for saying that. But believe it or not, the health and wellness industry is like a multi-billion-dollar fucking industry. So unfortunately, probably because you're old, you're just fucking retarded. That's not true. Tons of people are making money right now talking about health and fitness and being vegan and keto and all the other fucking retarded shit that people talk about now. It's a booming fucking industry.
Depend upon us living unhealthy. If we lived healthy lifestyles, we wouldn't have to depend upon pharmaceuticals.
True. Hold on, let me get my... 1 second. Why isn't the audience is interested in or understands the internal workings of party messaging strategy, and if Jane believes in a different approach, why isn't he simply using it to gain support? Isn't he using that different approach to gain support? What do you mean? I have no issue with going after billionaires for the net gain. It's more my policy position is being acted, even if I don't agree. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
And that's where we would be living unhealthy. If we lived healthy lifestyles, we wouldn't have to depend upon pharmaceuticals. And that's where we would be getting the prices down because there wouldn't be the need for them. Every doctor's, I'm on one prescription, I'm 76 years old. Okay. Now, I take supplements, I try to eat healthy, I try to live healthy. But the pharmaceuticals not making much money on me. And if that was taught from government level down, that would be something that would get the pharmaceuticals in line because they would have to negotiate.
Yeah, good point. But I tell you what, if you go to an insurance company and say we want to teach stress management and healthy living, no, we don't want to talk prevention.
Don't a lot of insurance companies literally have built-in mechanisms for if you take a stupid fucking diet course, or if your weight is below, or if you're not a smoker or whatever, then they charge you less? Isn't this literally a thing that every single fucking insurance company in the world does? What?
Even though it makes sense. Yes, ma'am. Stand up. We'll bring you a microphone.
Hi, my name is Marjorie, and I want to talk about the Doge.
I just got real. I was like, wait. Hold on for a second here. This lady sounds a whole lot like Pelosi. Or I'm sorry, she looks a whole lot like Pelosi, right?
Stand
I'm not
up,
crazy,
we'll
am
bring
I?
you a microphone.
I just got super mindfucked.
Hi, my name is Marjorie, and I want to talk about the Doge. The money that we're just wasting, the money that's being stolen, the money that's being laundered. Everybody's screaming about what they're doing, but nobody is doing anything. How long are we going to let them rob the bank? And instead of us saying, yeah, let's find out who's robbing the bank, we yell at the people who caught the people who were robbing the bank.
Oh my God.
And that's what we're doing. Everybody's mad because they don't want Trump to be the one to find the people who are laundering money, stealing money, all this kind of stuff. But nobody is doing anything about it. I'm concerned about Social Security. I'm concerned that they have all these people on the Social Security list
who are dead,
that don't exist or that are dead or all this kind of stuff. We need to recover the money. But people are so concerned about who recovers. Democrats don't want him to get the credit for recovering the money. So they're yelling and screaming. It's like somebody's painting the wall and somebody's standing in the background saying, you missed the spot. You missed the spot. But you're not painting the wall. So we need somebody to recover this money. We're $37 trillion in debt. And we have money just going out the window, billions of dollars. We would need Tunnel to Towers. We would need Wounded Warriors Project if the government would stop wasting the money and treat our soldiers like they treat people all over the world who do not deserve our tax money.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the real deal.
I agree.
That's the real deal.
I agree. Feeling the pinch of medication shortages and rising prices?
Yeah.
Well, you're not alone. When the pharmacy shelves are empty, it's a scary place to be. Benjamin Franklin said it best.
I know he's not about to start selling me pharmaceuticals, right?
By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. Your health is too important to leave to chance. That's why you need Jace Case. Jace Case is your lifesaver, an emergency supply of essential prescription medicine.
Wait, please have ivermectin. Where is it? He's going to say it. Essential medicines like penicillin, amoxicillin, antibiotics, and hydroxychloroquine, and ivermectin. Please say it, please say it, please say it.
Medications that you order before you need them. When life throws a curveball, be it supply chain hiccups, natural disasters, or a closed doctor's office, you won't be left scrambling. Having these vital medications on hand gives you control over your health. In today's unpredictable world, that peace of mind is priceless. Take control. Be prepared with Jace Case. Just go to jace.com and enter promo PHIL at checkout. That's promo code PHIL at jase.com to have the right meds on hand the moment you need them.
Oh, he didn't mention it? I wonder if they have it on their website. Standard. No allergies. Yes, we got azithromycin. That's our good one. We need that one. Amoxicillin. Okay, we got our antibiotics. Okay. Also, by the way, this is just super gross to be selling antibiotics like this and then printing fucking prescriptions for it. This shit is like creating super duper bacteria. But wait, can I must be able to get more, right? Select add-ons. You're gonna make me scroll for it? I know you got it. I know you got it in here. I know. Yes. Yes, king shit. Yes. Because parasites are such a huge issue in the United States. Yes. Let's go. Oh my God, they sell them in bulk. King, yes. Okay, that's all I needed.
I have a theory. And I'll tell you my theory, and you can think about this and tell me if you agree. I have a theory because I've...
Without a prescription? These websites will usually issue a prescription. Like, I think because antibiotics are like schedule what? Are they? Wait, no, scheduled drugs are narcotics, right? I think it's like a drug you need a prescription for, but it's not like a schedule. It's not like a DEA control. It's not a controlled substance. No, it is a controlled substance, right? Or it's controlled? I don't remember. It's not a big deal to get a prescription for it, basically. You can get one online trivially. And then buy as much as you want. I
spent a lot of my career studying why people do what they do and don't do what they don't do. And think about that.
Yeah.
If you figure out why people do what they do and don't do what they don't do, then you got a real leg up on the world.
Wow.
Seriously, think about that. If you understand motivation, why people do what they do, you got a real leg up.
Okay.
And my theory is this. We've got non-problem solvers cast in the role of solving problems. The people that we have in Washington, D.C. and other places charged with solving problems aren't motivated to solve the problems. That's not what they want to do. They don't want to solve the problems. They have a theory that, okay, if I solve this problem,
if I solve the problem, people are going to get rid of all the government.
I worked myself out of a job. You know, Samuel L. Jackson, the actor, is a friend of...
Yeah, this is actually a huge concern. In the 90s, the politicians, they'd actually gotten so close to solving every single problem in society. And they were like, holy shit, we're about to abolish the whole government because everything is solved. World peace, eradication of every single disease. Children were popping out of vaginas with PhDs. All the food was being grown and there was just no like livestock pesticide, or there was no like disease or plague or bacteria or anything. And then they had to slow down and they were like, fuck, we're getting fucked right now. Okay. We need to keep all these bad things happening so that we can keep getting paid.
Oh. You know, Samuel L. Jackson, the actor, is a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he says, my theory is every time I start a movie, I'm working myself out of a job. And so I gotta have my agent have me 2 movies lined up before I start this one. And if he doesn't, I'm gonna fire his ass. Because
wait, what?
Every time I start, I'm working myself out of a job. I think these people think if I solve these problems, they don't need me anymore.
Does that analogy work here at all? Wait, what? Is Samuel Jackson worried that he's going to make such a great movie that all of movies will end? It will be such Kino, there's just no more movies to be made anymore?
They're not really, we got non-problem solvers in the role of solving problems. And that's where I think term limits could make sense. It's like, was it Gates that gave a bunch of money and said, this charity's going to last 25 years or something, then I'm shutting it down. So if you think this is just going to give everybody a job forever, it's not. This is over in 20 years or whatever it was he said. So you got X amount of time to use this money to fix these problems, and then it's gone.
Okay. In 25 years, it's for homeless children. Get the fuck out of here. You guys haven't found places to live yet? 4-year-olds getting tossed onto the street.
That's what we've got to tell these people. You either fix these or we'll get somebody in here who will, because you ain't going to be here forever.
You know that's like what we already do, right? Where we have elections. Like you can vote for somebody else. Like you're allowed to do that, right?
And that's a problem.
Let me build on that, because I agree with that completely. And then on top of that, guys, it requires a different skill set to get elected than to govern.
Oh,
right?
does it ever?
Yeah, so the skill set to get elected is be a charmer, be a schmoozer, and that was in the past, a little bit still today, right? But once you get past the things that we all pay attention to, the presidential level, like we all see that. But the congressional level, we almost never see, right? And those guys are not even charming or schmoozers. 95% of the time, the person with more money wins. Doesn't matter if they're a Republican, doesn't matter if they're Democrat, liberal, conservative, nothing matters but the
Oof, that definitely was not true for a lot of progressive candidates, but okay.
Money 19 out of 20 times, right? So their skill set is collect money from donors, serve donors. When you go to govern, your skill set should be serve the voters. But we elected the wrong guys, because we elected the guys who want to serve the donors. That's why I say term limits, sure, but we've got to get big money out of politics. If we don't, they're going to be serving those guys forever and ever and ever.
True. Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Yep.
Okay, I think we got time for one more, and then we'll switch over because they're starting to file in. But we're not going to let you miss anything. We got it on a clock, and we're going to switch in time, so don't worry about it.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shakira, and I want to add to what you just said, because earlier when you asked how do we think it's going the first 45 days, and that's exactly what I was thinking about. It's going as expected in my eyes, because we know who we had 8 years ago. We know exactly what we were working with, and so it's going exactly as expected, and then some. And so it's been prophetically spoken. We know exactly what was to come. And so unfortunately, we're dealing with the aftermath. And we have people in office, people that are working, that are not really for their own, that are not really for others, they're really for themselves. And so until people recognize that, hey, we need to be able to look out for others, we need to take a look at every view, opposed to just throwing.
I still don't know who she supports right now. I think she's against Trump, maybe?
Stuff out there. This is what we're working with.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, you're so right.
Oh, no, she likes Trump.
And you're saying the same thing, Shakira. There's a different skill set between getting elected and serving. But you have so many IOUs by the time you get in the job, it's like, whoa. I sold my soul to get the job, but now I feel like I need to do the job, but I sold my soul, because everybody that put up all that money, they're now sitting out in the waiting room saying, all right, Jack, I got you elected. Now it's your time to pay off. And it's tough. It's tough, but if you get the money out, but what you said is empirically true. Is there a race where the one that spent the least has won?
Yeah. Way back in, was it 2024? Kamala Harris against Donald Trump? I think those are the two candidates.
In the last 100 years?
Yes, it's 95% of the time the person with more money wins.
Who was it?
So I started a group called Justice Democrats, and almost all of them, and some of you might or might not like some of the folks in there, but AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, etc. But those folks had less money, and they won anyway. And by the way, the reason they had less money.
Wait a second. You got 4 people elected to Congress on money that you raised? Doesn't that make Cenk the donor class?
Again, you might disagree on some social issues, but they didn't take any corporate PAC money. So at least they're honest. So it's in the same Bernie Sanders wing where at least we're being honest about where we're coming from, agree or disagree, right? But it's very hard to do.
But has there been a president that spent less money on a presidential election?
Donald Trump.
There you go.
Well, okay, that's true, but he didn't have to buy media because
That's exactly right,
He brought
yes.
the circus to town.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, the Democrats don't understand that. Try to be interesting, right? I mean, especially at the presidential level where we're having not a money battle because Trump is winning with less money than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris.
But more media.
But way more media. And so the Democrats even to this day, they have this crazy idea that is like now leading within Democratic circles in Congress of let's just do nothing and wait for the Republicans to hurt themselves.
But what was that idiot?
My God, do something. Do something. Be interesting. Be exciting. Fight for your voters.
What was that idiot drill we were watching today? They were doing when we were on the news. They were running that new ad campaign they had.
Oh, yeah.
So they're talking about how they all have the same talking point they got from a Democratic consultant and about how, oh, they're for their billionaire buddies and we're for you guys. Yes, but I wish you were, right? So, like, what the Democrats need to understand is your policy, in my opinion, your policies are pretty good on economic stuff, right? But you've got to actually do them. If you don't do them, you don't get any credit for them. So don't tell me what a Democratic consultant told you to say. I mean, you're talking about billionaire buddies, brothers. You guys have billionaire buddies too. Who are you kidding? That is why the one thing that Joe Biden said that was fundamentally true was when he said to his donors, nothing will fundamentally change. And that's what this room is saying. No, we don't want that. We don't want the status quo. And then sometimes folks like Trump, they upset the status quo a little too much, a little too aggressively, a little wrong in the wrong direction. But,
What'd you call it a minute ago? Crony capitalism?
Yeah.
Is that your term?
No, I didn't invent it, but yeah, but it's also called corporatism and crony capitalism. That's when corporations capture the government and have the government do their bidding instead of our bidding.
Wow.
Yeah. I wish you had said that first. I'd steal it from you. Because that's exactly what it is. It's crony capitalism. They're just paying off their cronies, and they have to do it. But what do you guys think about all the executive orders that were signed? Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
Base.
If doing the things he did by executive order was a good thing to break the stalemate, raise your hand. If you think that's a good thing, raise your hand real high so the camera can see it so we can kind of count them later.
There we go.
Okay, if you think, no, that's too much like being a king, raise your hand. That bothered some of you, but not too many. But you're okay with some of them.
Yeah, so I like the action.
Wow, Dev, thanks for the host.
But some of the executive orders are crazy, like ending birthright citizenship, things that they ran on inflation, they ran on controlling the border. So when they go to do that, most people are going to agree that's what they voted for. But when they start taking away rights through executive orders, it's too much.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wait, was there another press conference today that I missed? This is at 3:10 p.m. Did this happen? I just forgot it.
President, since you last spoke about it yesterday, some details have come out about your cabinet meeting with Elon Musk and some clashes potentially between Secretary Rubio and Secretary
No
Duffy.
clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker. And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup.
Ooh. Not supposed to be asking that question.
Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
Mr. President, bottom line.
Who are you with? Who are you with?
Whoa, now you're targeted. I'm sorry. Who do you work for, motherfucker? One sec. Hey, Pam, hold on. I want cases on all these motherfuckers. I'm about to give you a media entity name. Hold on 1 second. He should just lie and say, oh, I work for, I think it's called One American News Network. OANN. That's who I am.
No wonder.
Who do you say?
Who are you with? Who are you with?
NBC.
NBC. Get him out of here. Into the hallway with AP and Reuters. Right into the trash can. Bloop.
No wonder. That's a NBC.
Who has more authority, Elon Musk or the cabinet secretary?
Any other questions about the World Cup?
Can we unveil the trophy, maybe?
I'd love to.
Because this is something.
Oh, yeah. Let's go do...
About the World Cup?
What did he...
Can we unveil the trophy, maybe?
Unveil the trophy thing? Is that what he said?
I'd love to.
Because this is something, Mr. President.
Yeah, how long until Trump installs like a trap door in the Oval Office? Come up here to ask a question. Is it really true that you did this? Gone. Next. President Trump. It's been reported that you're the bravest man in the entire country. Next. President Trump. It's been reported that you're the bravest man in the whole world. Yes, go ahead. Talk to me. Is it really true that... Okay.
Private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Wait, is there a full video of this?
But when a child dies of leukemia,
Fuck. Sam Cedar. I want to see this one.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies.
Wait, what did this guy say? Hold on.
private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Wait, where is that tax cut at? How do I qualify for that one? I'm pretty sure I got a couple of weird looking names on my payroll. I'm pretty sure these motherfuckers are not white. I want my tax cut. What?
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general? Like
xenophobic
yes.
nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture.
You and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Fucking. Oh.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wait, that was. How did he denounce
mistakes?
Don't ruin it with Emma, please, God. Okay.
That Elon was like saluting or.
Holy shit, we know this guy.
Do you think that Elon was like saluting or doing a Nazi salute?
Oh, Elon Musk was not doing
Wait, isn't this is an older one, isn't it? Or
the Nazi salute.
Okay, will you do it?
Yes, as I did it actually at USC. I said, my name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you in this crowd
oh my God, I hate this guy so much.
out here today.
You put your hand on your chest and then do it us?
I just did it.
That's not what he did.
Okay, so let's do it again, Parker. Can you do it with me?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I think it's a Nazi salute.
Well, mirror it with me. Hi, everybody. I'm so glad from the bottom of my heart you are here, and thank you all for being here today.
Do you want me to show you a video of this doing it?
He debated him yesterday? Oh, that was from an event yesterday?
Hey everyone, I'm at California State University Northridge, and there's supposed to be a Turning Point event today where Charlie Kirk is going to Doing good.
Holy shit. Wait, have you ever smoked so much weed or like such intense weed that this is what it looks like in real life? You ever had this happen before? Wait, like this? Oh.
Doing good.
We're like trying to get the deaf people to see all the interpreters, so I've yet to see or hear.
Dude, oh my.
I don't go to school anymore.
MAGA! MAGA! have a familiar face. You go to school here, Parker?
No, I don't.
You know, where do you go to school?
I don't go to school anymore. I graduated.
So you traveled from where to be here?
From Los Angeles.
Okay,
I live like 30 minutes
welcome.
away.
We have a familiar face from Jubilee. Parker, welcome, and the mic is yours.
Yeah, can I ask you, do you think that Elon was like saluting or doing a Nazi salute?
Well, you didn't even say hello, man.
Oh, sorry. Hello, how are you doing,
I'm
Charlie?
doing great, Parker. How are you? No, Elon Musk was not doing the Nazi salute.
Okay, will you do it?
Yes, as I did it actually at USC. I said, my name was Elon Musk, and I love all of you. We got like one other question because we got a long line, but okay.
You think slavery at all points in history was wrong?
You asked the same question. No, we only got a long line, but okay.
You think slavery at all points in history was wrong?
Do you think slavery at all points in history was wrong?
But okay.
You think slavery at all points in history was wrong?
That's what he's saying, right? Do you think slavery at all points in history was wrong?
You asked the same question at Jubilee, but yes, you did actually. So what is my answer?
Well, you'd have to say yes, because in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life.
Okay,
in Exodus 21, 20 through 21, God says you can beat those slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two.
So let's talk. We want to talk about chattel slavery versus what it actually. So what is the word slave in Hebrew?
I don't know.
It's Eved, right? Or my Jewish friends in the audience, by the way. Yeah. Am I right? Is it Eved in Hebrew? Right? So what the Torah did was the first ever historical document that led to the abolition of slavery. Do you know that slaves were actually mentioned in the Ten Commandments?
You want to respond to those two verses that I just mentioned?
Well, yes, and by the way, do you know in the New Testament, which is the completion of the entire Bible, slavery is explicitly said as evil and immoral. So we have to.
Is it okay though?
But
back then, with the New Testament, was it okay back then?
Well, we need to understand in the Levitical law, right, that it was not that it was condoning slavery, right? It was making the steps.
Wait, what's the commandment against slavery? I'm sorry, I just had to look this up. Did I forget one? No other gods before me. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. Remember the Sabbath. Honor your mother and father. You shall not murder. No adultery. No stealing. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife or his manservant or maidservant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Is he trying to stretch that like either 7 or 10? Like slavery is a form of stealing?
Towards the abolition of slavery, which you can even acknowledge that Christianity helped abolish slavery, right? You know who Wilberforce is? William Wilberforce?
21, 21.
Who is
God says you shall not be punished if you beat them insofar as they recover after a day or two.
Hold on a second.
You're saying that they shall not be punished.
That is taken out of context.
No, it's not. That's the verse. Go read it.
Who is William Wilberforce?
Read the verse. Go read it.
So William Wilberforce was a Christian minister who used the Bible as a justification to abolish slavery. Another Levitical law says
there's people who've used the Bible. This is a dumb argument.
shall never kidnap another individual and bring them to your land, which is otherwise known as chattel slavery. So anybody who ever used the Bible to justify slavery was going against the scripture. Finally, we as Christians believe, no it's not. The Bible has,
what does Leviticus 25, 44 to 46 say?
Again, as I would say, it was talking to a primitive people that led to the abolition of slavery, which it did so successful. But we also, as Christians, believe that we are all set free in Christ Jesus, and that we are all set free of our slavery. And I hope, Parker, one day that you can give your life to Jesus, because you seem like someone that is seeking truth, and there is a God who loves you, and he sent his only son, Jesus Christ. Whoever gives his life to Jesus will live forever. Last question, Parker.
So if they beat their slaves back then, insofar as they recover after a day or two, they shall not be punished?
No, again, taking the verse in context of the times and what it led to, which was the abolition of slavery, it was talking to a primitive people where slavery was the norm and it was accepted, and that never before had anyone even challenged the idea of slavery. Finally,
answer the question.
No, I'm talking about it at it directly. It's a far more complex.
Shall they not be punished back then?
Far more complex than what you're getting at. And you would have to acknowledge the Bible led to the abolition of slavery. Parker, thank you so much for being here. Let's get to some of our students here today. Thank you, Parker, so much. Appreciate it. The Bible led towards the abolition of slavery, an irrefutable fact.
So shall they be punished or not?
Of course, as it says in the New Testament, that slavery is wrong. Thank you, Parker. We'll get to the next question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm curious why of all the questions he could have argued him on, Why a religious debate?
Thank you, Parker. Of course. I hope you'll give your life to Jesus. Thank you. Can't hear what you're saying. Thank you. Next question.
Hopefully you and Parker can get like a round 2 debate. I enjoyed the Jubilee video.
Thank you. We're good, Parker. Thank you.
You don't want to debate later?
Guys,
No, we're good. I got others. You don't go to school here.
No, and then like later, a different day on the podcast.
I can't hear you.
A different day on the podcast. Let's debate.
Thanks.
No?
We're good.
You're scared?
I only debate people in good faith. You came up here.
How am I not
you
in
asked
good faith?
2 sloppy questions. We're done.
How are they sloppy?
You seem like someone that is seeking truth.
He's so mad. He's scared. He's running away. How are you gonna run away like this, bro?
Well, do you want a hat, Parker? Do you want a MAGA hat?
I don't take hats that support rapists.
I'm sorry?
I don't take hats that
you don't
support
hats from a rapist?
No, I don't support hats that support rapists.
Oh, you know, so you...
Is Parker playing this correctly, or would you do anything wrong? I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever have a religious debate publicly. Also, it's not like my biblical scholarship is fucking amazing after being out of school for 30 fucking years. But I don't know how you could ever... Also, just as a thing, it's the same thing when you argue history. Listen, if you want to do this, if anybody wants to do this, okay? If you want to argue something about religion, you have to come with more than just one quote from a book in the Bible. The books in the Bible, it's not long. It doesn't take long to read through. Like books in the Bible. Like, if you want to pick out a story, like I'm pretty sure there are stories of slavery in the New Testament. New Testament slavery stories. Fuck. I thought in Ephesians, I thought there was one written about from the perspective of a slave. I don't fucking remember, bro. But like, just read the whole book and then you can talk about it. Trying to quote snipe like 1 or 2 quotes is like not. Corinthians, Ephesians. Ephesians chapter 6. Oh, even this is only like 4 lines. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them, not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly, as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know that the Lord will reward each one of whatever good they do, whether they are slave or free. And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. Do not threaten them, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and that there is no favoritism with him. I think there are longer stories about slaves, but like I don't remember any part of the New Testament ever being against slavery. Like it just wasn't. The reason why he's bringing up this argument is that you're getting into like autistic religious arguments, but most all of the Abrahamic religions, I believe, are going to believe that the morality is a thing that's held constant from the beginning of the universe to the end. Morality doesn't change from year to year or from society to society. There should be one consistent set of morals that's commanded by God himself. And so if it was at one point in the Bible morally acceptable to have slaves, it doesn't make sense that nowadays it's not morally acceptable. Why would God's moral law change? That's generally Abrahamic people or the Abrahamic religions aren't like moral relativists. They would be moral absolutists. And they would believe in the universality of them as well, right? They would not change and they would apply to all people. That's what he was trying to get at, right? So if the Bible gives you commands about how to treat slaves or what to do with slavery at some point in time, why would slavery all of a sudden become immoral unless God's laws have changed? And obviously, especially if you believe in any type of like Christian God, that's not really possible. Charlie Kirk was trying to make some argument about how like, oh, well, those people were primitive, but that doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure is it Old Testament tribes of, I mean, we can look at the story of Moses, right? You can't say that, well, those people are primitive and that's why God flooded the cities or whatever, because, or we would say that like God flooded the cities because they weren't believing in his moral laws. They weren't following his moral laws, not because they were primitive, so they got a whole bunch of slack on it, right? That doesn't make any sense. But there's like a whole autistic religious debate argument. I don't know why you would ever have, there's just too much and nobody cares, so
slave in Hebrew.
That was before Moses? The Egypt story shit? Well, that was during Moses, wasn't it? And then after that happened, because wasn't that Moses going up and telling the Pharaoh, like, the plagues are going to come and fuck your ass if you don't let my people go? And then they raped all the goats and they painted everything, and then the plague came and fucked everybody over. And then he was like, okay, fine, get the fuck out. Oh, yeah, the flood was before Moses. I'm sorry. It's not. I wasn't thinking of the flood. I was thinking of the plagues in Egypt. My bad. But the flood is another example of, apparently God didn't think those people were too primitive, right? Why didn't he flood the earth? When God did the first flood, why didn't he flood and get rid of slavery too, right? Shouldn't he have done that? We use for picture-in-picture? I don't use picture-in-picture. I just use OBS.
I don't have that phone. It's Ebed, right? Or am I?
But I mean, like, if I was going to do this debate, I would just try to read up on, I would do it just, you could probably spend like 30 minutes to an hour just researching like stories of slavery and the Bible, and then go from there, I guess. But also, fuck, why do this? Wait, did we get to the end of this?
He's kicking me out. I can't go through them. Can you let me go around?
That's a bit of a shame because like I feel like seeing you two debate. But
okay, I
guess to start.
Okay.
Charlie,
I gotta go through the crowd.
I think.
Appreciate you.
This is my first time doing one of these, so like this is all new.
Any MAGA want to debate?
But my question for you, Charlie, is
How you doing, man? How you doing, man?
Is worth a total of $460 billion. Is that not an indication that MAGA is about putting elites first and Americans last?
Every day, man.
No.
Nice to meet you.
No. What makes the MAGA movement?
Charlie Kirk just kicked me out of a Turning Point event for literally destroying him in this debate. He was so embarrassed and he was caught off guard when I showed up as the first person at his Turning Point event at California State University Northridge for asking him very simple questions. Seemingly, he was the one who didn't want to engage in good faith, clearly because he didn't actually let me engage in any actual debate. The conversation lasted less than 5 minutes.
Why'd you stop doing these? I don't know about necessarily stop, I just haven't done one.
Like a Jubilee appearance, because he knew exactly that I was going to destroy every single one of his views, and he was so scared. You could see the terror in his eyes.
Rip. I believe you have to look at the Bible as God's teaching to the people in that context, and we take the spiritual lessons from that. The morals don't change and God doesn't change. I think you just have to look at the Bible as a product of humans who created something that resembled the morals that they had at the time, and then that's it, because religion is cringe and bullshit. How do you make YouTube appear in a window? I'm just showing you a capture from my other monitor. I have a second monitor hooked up to this. That's all you're seeing. Ample Cash Label, Lumen, Buffalo, Mark, Helena, Mercury, Seal, Irving, Dylan, Dote, Brown, Stamp, Poach, and Phoenix. Ugh, this is gonna be like pop culture shit, singers, something. A mark, a seal, a stamp, and a label. Please just give it to me. Thank you. An emblem. Cities? For some bullshit, like Buffalo, New York, Irving sounds like a city. Phoenix, Arizona. And why? This doesn't even make sense. maybe colleges? Brown University? That sounds like a real place. Imagine if it just gives me this. Fuck! Not one away. Not the dreaded one away. Fuck. Holy, I don't even know what I'm guessing for. Buffalo. Brown. Phoenix. Are they like state universities? Dillon State University? Lumen Poach? Brown. Wait, actors? Like Chris... Oh, singers? Actors? I'm sure some actors. Joaquin Phoenix? Something Buffalo? No. Cash, Lumen Poach? Dote? Mercury? Irving Ample? Bro, I'm never guessing this. What a waste of my time in life. Fuck my shit up, fam. Wait! It was Irving and what did I guess after? Did I guess Helena? I got one away when I changed. But I didn't get the one away with it. Wait, what does that mean? Did I fuck up? Oh god, my logic isn't even working right now. This. Helena was right. Is that the one that I just guessed before? I don't even remember. Ample, Cash, Poach, Lumen, Dote, Mercury, Irving, Ample. I have no fucking idea. I wish it would show you what you've guessed. Did I guess that? Oh, I just lost. Fuck me. I didn't remember. I don't care. Get me out of here. Oh my god. Subjects of acclaimed musical biopics. Brown, I would have never gotten that. Johnny Cash, Bob Dylan, Freddie Mercury. Okay. I probably could have guessed Brown here. U.S. cities. U.S. cities is a shitty one because I'm pretty sure like fucking every fucking noun in the dictionary is probably a U.S. city. I'm sure there's a city called Brown City, United States. Wow, city in Michigan. I'm sure there's a city called Mercury City in the United States. Never mind, maybe not Mercury City, but... Oh, Mercury, Nevada is a town 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas. And is a test site. Fuck you. There's definitely an Ample City, USA. I know there is. I know there's one somewhere. Fruits with their second letters changed. Apple... Date, lemon, and peach. Kill me. Really? Destiny, stop. These are huge cities. Buffalo is a huge city? What is the population? In New York, or is there another Buffalo? Yes? Wait, what is a huge city to you guys? Metro population 1.1 million. Well, I mean, I guess. All right. We'll give it. I guess. We'll give it. We'll give it. I guess. I guess. Oh, Omaha proper is much larger than the metro. Makes it seem. Buffalo represent? Fuck off. No one cares. Jesus Christ. Hello? Of Versailles. Oh my my God. It's Gordon Levitt. Just kidding. Why? Why would it do this? What kind of picture is this? Treaty of Versailles. Was it signed in French? Is this a French city? Fuck, I should know this. No, is it way the fuck over here? Fuck, I just saw this on a map. Oh, I just, I mean 3 weeks ago. Just pop out. Just come to me. Fuck this cringe shit. Oh, Jesus. Fuck it. All right. Old as fuck cars. 1920. Let's go. Good luck. I was in Paris. 15 years off. 6.2K. We're going for 30K today. Versailles was the palace. Oh, was it? I don't fucking remember. Why would they name a treaty after a palace? It's a commune in the department of the of France. Oh, okay. Cringe. Oh my God, it's Usain Bolt. Running. In Beijing. Oh my fucking God. In 2000 and something. Fuck, how long has he been famous for? That doesn't say 2008, right? No shot. Fuck, somebody give me a fucking year. Good luck. Fuck! How old is this motherfucker? What? It did say 2008. Maribor Mapdikga. Oh shit, we got some Soviet-style text. We got some... I'm getting Polish vibes. I don't know why. No, because it's got the weird... The DayZ text. Ugh, I'm never, ever, ever finding this. These aren't Jews being shipped away, right? No, they gotta be like... Oh, fuck, is it? Do they feel Jewish? Are they Nazis? No, this isn't German shit. This gotta be... Good luck. Holy fuck. Hundreds of students from the Yugoslav People's Army's military medical officer school at a train station in Maribor, Slovenia. What the fuck? Since when does anything ever happen in Slovenia? Why would you even take pictures from there? Okay, that's right. We still got 35K. All right. Okay, we got the Munich police. Right? That's what this is, right? No, that says municipal. Never mind. Policia. Oh, we almost got baited there. Okay, close. Ooh, okay. What am I doing? Okay, Venezuela means... Sure, we'll just guess the city, because why the fuck not? I have no idea. Wait, can we get any more information? Hold on. Sucre! Do you think that's a city license plate? Is that the name of a city? Bercaster. Oh shit. The legendary city of Bercaster. You know what? I'm feeling like we're over here more, you know? That's the vibe I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting. 2001 or 2021? Oh, 2020 because of the mask. I don't know how long they wore masks for. Where were they? How far? Officials. Oh, correct. Fuck, I should have stayed here. Okay, one more. One 9K guess, and we're good to go. Fuck me, dude. Not the fucking presidents and shit. I never know what they look like. Wait, is that the bad guy? No. Imagine if this could be like Ford and Nixon, and it's about their shit, and I just knew that. How impressive would my historical knowledge be in D.C.? I have no idea. Fucking kill me. Washington, D.C. I don't even remember when he got fucking when the pardon and all that shit was. I don't know. Somewhere at 70. Fucking guess. Guess this. Who cares? Oh fuck! It was Johnson and Nixon. You know what? We take that. Okay. President Lyndon B. Johnson meeting with presidential candidate Richard Nixon at the White House. Johnson wanted Nixon to support his efforts to negotiate peace during the Vietnam War, but Nixon's campaign was secretly working to undermine these negotiations. Damn. Ugh. Hold on. We should turn down the lights for reading time. There we go. Shh. Okay. No, wrong thing. Fuck. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Start working, please. Thank you. The fit and the unfit. If there was one achievement through which the Weimar Republic could claim the loyalty and gratitude of the masses, it was the creation of a new welfare state. Of course, Germany did not lack welfare institutions before 1914, particularly since Bismarck had pioneered such things as health insurance, accident insurance, and old age pensions in an attempt to wean the working classes away from social democracy. Bismarck's schemes, which were elaborated and extended, change scene. Oh, sorry. Bismarck's schemes, which were elaborated and extended in the years following his departure from office, were pioneering in their day and cannot be dismissed simply as fig leaves for governmental authoritarianism. Some of them, notably the health insurance system, covered millions of workers by 1914 and incorporated a substantial element of self-governance that gave many workers the chance of electoral participation. Yet none of these schemes reached anywhere near the bottom of the social scale, where police administered poor relief, bringing with it the deprivation of civil rights, including the right to vote, was the norm right to the end of the Wilhelmine period. Still, even here, the operation of the system had been reformed and standardized by 1914, and the new profession of social work that had emerged on the back of the Bismarckian reforms was busy assessing and regulating the poor, the unemployed, and the destitute, as well as the ordinary worker. On the basis of this modern version of Prussian bureaucratic paternalism, however, the Weimar Republic erected a far more elaborate and comprehensive structure, combining, not without tension, the twin influences of social Catholicism and Protestant philanthropy on the one hand, and social democratic egalitarianism on the other. The Weimar Constitution itself was full of far-reaching declarations of principle about the importance of family life and the need for the state to support it, the government's duty to protect young people from harm, the citizens' right to work, and the nation's obligation to provide everybody with a decent home. On the basis of such principles, a whole raft of legislation was steered through the Reichstag, from laws dealing with youth welfare and juvenile courts to regulations providing relief and job training for the war disabled, decrees replacing poor relief with public welfare, and above all, as we have seen, the statutory provision of unemployment benefits in 1927. Existing schemes of health insurance, pensions, and the like were further elaborated and extended to all. Massive housing schemes, many of them socially innovative, were initiated with over 300,000 new or renovated homes being provided between 1927 and 1930 alone. The number of hospital beds increased by 50% from the pre-war days, and the medical profession also expanded accordingly to keep pace. Infectious diseases declined sharply, and a network of clinics and social welfare institutions now supported socially vulnerable individuals, from single mothers to youths who got in trouble with the police. The creation of a free and comprehensive welfare system as the entitlement of all its citizens was one of the major achievements of the Weimar Republic. Perhaps in retrospect, it's most important. But for all its elaboration, it failed in the end to live up to the grandiose promises made in the 1919 Constitution, and the gap between promise and delivery ended by having a major effect on the legitimacy of the Republic in the eyes of many of its citizens. First, the economic difficulties that the Republic experienced almost from the outset placed a burden on its welfare system that it was simply unable to sustain. There were very large numbers of people who required support as a result of the war. Some 13 million German men served in the armed forces between 1914 and 1918. Over 2 million of them were killed. According to one estimate, this was the equivalent of one death for every 35 inhabitants of the Reich. This was nearly twice the proportion of war deaths in the United Kingdom, where one soldier died for every 66 inhabitants, and almost 3 times that of Russia, where there was one war death for every 3 inhabitants. Wait, what? Where there was one war death for every 100 inhabitants. Is that what that's supposed to mean? Is this some weird British way of writing numbers? I know there's some awake bonger in here. And almost 3 times that of Russia. I'm going to assume it's 1 for every 100 because that would make sense. It's almost 3 times, I guess, huh? Oh, no, 111. That's what that means. Why are the ones written as I's? For 111 inhabitants. Okay. By the end of the war, over 500,000 German women were left as war widows, and 1 million German children were without fathers. About 2.7 million men came back from the war with wounds, amputations, and disabilities to form a permanent source of discontent as the politicians promised rewards for their service to the nation failed to materialize to anyone's satisfaction. The government increased taxes on the better off to try and cope until the real tax burden virtually doubled as a percentage of real national income from 9% in 1913 to 17% in 1925, according to one admittedly biased estimate. Yet, this was in no way enough to cover expenditure, and governments dared not go any further for fear of being accused of raising tax revenues to pay reparations and alienating even further those who paid the most taxes. Not only did the economy have to bear the burden of unemployment insurance after 1927. It was in 1926 still paying pensions to nearly 800,000 disabled former soldiers and 360,000 war widows, and supporting over 900,000 fatherless children and orphans, and all this on top of an existing system of state support for the elderly. The payment of pensions took up a higher proportion of state expenditure than anything apart from reparations. Finally, the welfare system boosted an already swollen bureaucracy in the Reich and the Federated States, which increased in size by 40% between 1914 and 1923, almost doubling the cost of public administration per head of the German population in the process. Such massive expenditure might have been feasible in a booming economy, but in the crisis-racked economic situation of the Weimar Republic, it was simply not possible without printing money and fueling inflation, as happened between 1919 and 1923. Or, from 1924, by cutting back on payments, reducing the staffing levels of state welfare institutions, and imposing ever more stringent means testing on claimants. Many claimants thus quickly realized that the welfare system was not paying them as much as they needed. Local administrators were particularly stingy, since local authorities bore a sizable proportion of the financial burden of welfare payments. They frequently demanded that claimants should hand over their savings or their property as a condition of receiving support. Welfare snoopers reported on hidden sources of income and encouraged neighbors to send in denunciations of those who refused to reveal them. Moreover, welfare agencies, lacking the staff necessary to process a large number of claims rapidly, caused endless delays in responding to applications for support as they corresponded with other agencies to see if claimants had received benefits previously or tried to shift the burden of supporting them elsewhere. Thus, the Weimar Welfare Administration quickly became an instrument of discrimination and control, as officials made it clear to claimants that they would only receive the minimum due to them and inquired intrusively into their personal circumstances to ensure that this was the case. None of this endeared the Republic to those whom it was intended to help. Complaints rose, fisticuffs, even demonstrations were far from uncommon inside and outside welfare offices. A sharp insight into the kind of problems which the welfare system was confronting and the way it went about dealing with them is provided by the example of a saddler and upholster, Adolf G. Born in 1892, Adolf had fought in the 1914 to 1918 war and sustained a serious injury, not in a heroic battle against the enemy, however, but from a kick in his stomach by a horse. It required no fewer than 6 intestinal operations in the early 1920s. An old industrial accident and a family with 6 children put him into further categories of welfare entitlement apart from war injury. Unable to find a job after the war, he devoted himself to campaigning for state support instead. But the local authorities in Stuttgart demanded, as a condition of continuing his accident benefits after 1921, that he surrender his radio receiver and aerial, since those were banned from the municipal housing in which he lived. When he refused to do this, he was evicted with his family, a move to which he responded with a vigorous campaign of letter writing to the authorities, including the Labor Ministry of Berlin. He acquired a typewriter to make his letters more legible and tried to acquire other kinds of benefits, reflecting his situation as a war invalid and a father of a large family. The conflict escalated. In 1924, he was imprisoned for a month and a half for assisting in the attempted abortion for assisting an attempted abortion, presumably because he and his wife thought that in the circumstances 6 children were enough. In 1927, he was fined for insulting behavior. In 1930, his benefits were cut and restricted to certain purposes, such as the purchase of clothes, while his housing allowance was paid direct to his landlord. He was charged in 1931 with welfare fraud because he had been trying to make a little money on the side as a rag-and-bone man, and again in 1933 for busking. He approached political organizations of the right and left in order to get help. An attempt to persuade the authorities that he needed 3 times more food than the average man because of his stomach injury that left him unable to digest most of what he ate was rebuffed with stony formality. In 1931, at the end of his tether, he wrote to the Labor Ministry in Berlin, comparing the Stuttgart welfare officials to robber barons of the Middle Ages. What angered the somewhat obsessive Adolf G. was not just the poverty in which he and his family were condemned to live, but still more the insults done to his honor and standing even in the lower reaches of German society by a welfare apparatus that seemed determined to question his motives and his entitlements in seeking the support that he felt he deserved. The anonymous, rule-bound welfare bureaucracy insulted his individuality. Such feelings were far from uncommon among welfare claimants, particularly where their claim for support resulted from the sacrifices they had made during the war. The huge gulf between the Weimar Republic's very public promises of a genuinely universal welfare system based on need and entitlement and the harsh reality of petty discrimination, intrusion, and insult to which many claimants were exposed on the part of the welfare agencies did nothing to strengthen the legitimacy of the Constitution in which these promises were enshrined. More ominous by far, however, was the fact that health and welfare agencies, determined to create rational and scientifically informed ways of dealing with social deprivation, deviance, and crime, with the ultimate aim of eliminating them from German society in generations to come, encouraged new policies that began to eat away at the civil liberties of the poor and the handicapped. As the social welfare administration mushroomed into a huge bureaucracy, so the doctrines of racial hygiene and social biology, already widespread among welfare professionals before the war, began to acquire more influence. The belief that heredity played some part in many kinds of social deviance, including not only mental deficiency and physical disability, but also chronic alcoholism, persistent petty criminality, and even moral idiocy in groups such as prostitutes, many of whom were in fact forced into sex work by economic circumstances, hardened into a dogma. Medical scientists and social administrators began to compile elaborate card indexes of the asocial. As such, deviants were now commonly called Liberal penal reformers argued that, while some inmates in state prisons could be reclaimed for society by the right sort of educational programs, a great many of them were completely incorrigible. Incorrigible or incorrigible? Wait.
Incorrigible.
It's incorrigible. Where were we? Liberal penal reformers argued that, while some inmates in state prisons could be reclaimed for society by the right sort of educational programs, a great many of them were completely incorrigible, largely because of the inherited degeneracy of their character. The police played their part, too, identifying a large number of professional criminals and habitual offenders to place under intensive surveillance. This frequently became a self-fulfilling prophecy, as surveillance and identification left released prisoners no chance of engaging in an honest trade. In Berlin alone, the police fingerprint collection numbered over 500,000 10-finger cards by 1930. The spread of such ideas through the professional worlds of medicine, law enforcement, penal administration, and social work had very real consequences. Psychologists asked to assess the mental health of convicted criminals began to use biological criteria, as in the case of an unemployed vagrant, Florian Huber, convicted of armed robbery and murder in Bavaria in 1922. Huber concluded a psychological assessment of the young man, who had suffered severe injuries in war action, earning him the award of the Iron Cross. Although in other respects he cannot be proven to be hereditarily damaged, demonstrated some physical evidence of degeneracy. The structure of his physiognomy is asymmetrical to the extent that the right eye is situated markedly lower than the left. He has a tendency towards full-throatedness, his earlobes are elongated, and above all, he has been a stutterer since youth. This was taken as evidence, not that he was unfit to stand trial, but that he was incorrigible and should therefore be executed, which indeed he was. Legal officials in many parts of Germany now made liberal use of terms, such as vermin or pest, to describe criminals, denoting a new biological way of conceptualizing the social order as a kind of body, from which harmful parasites and alien microorganisms had to be removed if it was to flourish. In the search for more precise and comprehensive ways of defining and applying such concepts, a medical expert, Theodor Wernstein, founded a Criminal Biological Information Center in Bavaria in 1923 to gather information about all known criminal offenders, their families, and their background, and thereby to identify hereditary chains of deviance. By the end of the decade, Wernstein and his collaborators had collected a vast index of cases and were well on the way to realizing their dream. Soon, similar centers had been founded in Thuringia, Württemberg, and Prussia as well. Many experts thought once such dynasties of inferior human beings had been mapped out, compulsory sterilization was the only way to prevent them reproducing themselves further. In 1920, two such experts, the lawyer Carl Binding and the forensic psychiatrist Alfred Hockey went one crucial step beyond this and argued in a short book in which they coined the phrase, a life unworthy of life, that what they called ballast existences, people who were nothing but a burden on the community, should simply be killed. Another scholar, Brittany Simon, referred to them as level ones. Just kidding. The incurably ill and the mentally retarded were costing millions of marks and taking up thousands of much-needed hospital beds, they argued. So doctors should be allowed to put them to death. This was an ominous new development in the debate over what to do with the mentally ill, the handicapped, the criminal, and the deviant. In the Weimar Republic, it still met with impassioned hostility on the part of most medical men. The Republic's fundamental insistence on the rights of the individual prevented even the doctrine of compulsory sterilization from gaining any kind of official approval, and many doctors and welfare officers still doubted the ethical legitimacy or social effectiveness of such a policy. The very considerable influence of the Catholic Church and its welfare agencies was also directly firmly against such policies. As long as economic circumstances made it possible to imagine that the Republic's social aspirations could one day be realized, the continuing debate on compulsory sterilization and involuntary euthanasia remained unresolved. Middle-class Germans reacted to the 1918 Revolution and the Weimar Republic in a wide variety of ways. Perhaps the most detailed account we have of one man's response is from the diaries of Victor Klemperer, whose experience of the inflation we already have noted. Klemperer was in many ways typical of the educated middle-class German who just wanted to get on with his life and relegated politics to a relatively small part of it, though he voted at elections and always took an interest in what was going on in the political world. His career was neither entirely conventional nor outstandingly successful. After making a living as a newspaper writer, Klemperer had turned to the university world, qualifying shortly before the war with the obligatory 2 theses, the first on German, the second on French literature. As a relative newcomer and outsider, he was obliged to start his academic career in a post at the University of Naples, from where he observed the deterioration of the international situation before 1914 with concern. He supported the German declaration of war in 1914 and considered the German cause a just one. He returned to Germany and joined up, served on the Western Front, and was invalided out in 1916, working in the Army Censorship Office up to the end of the war. Like other middle-class Germans, Like other middle-class Germans, Klemperer saw his hopes for a stable career dashed with the defeat of Germany. For such a man, only a return to orderly and political circumstances could provide the basis for a steady income and a permanent job in a German academic institution. The events of the last 2 months of 1918 were upsetting to him in more than one respect. He wrote in his diary, "The newspaper now brings so much shame, disaster, collapse, things previously considered impossible, that I, filled to bursting with it, just duly accept it, hardly read any more. After all I see and hear, I am of the opinion that the whole of Germany will go to the devil if this soldiers' and workers' uncouncil, this dictatorship of senselessness and ignorance, is not swept out soon. My hopes are pinned on any general of the army that is returning from the field." Working temporarily in Munich, he was alarmed by the antics of the revolutionary government early in 1919. They talk enthusiastically of freedom, and their tyranny gets ever worse, and recorded hours spent in libraries trying to do his academic work while the bullets of the invading Free Corps whizzed past outside. Normality and stability were what Klemperer wanted, yet they were not to be had. In 1920, as we have seen, he managed to obtain a professorship at Dresden Technical University, where he taught French literature, researched and wrote, edited a journal, became increasingly frustrated as he saw younger men obtain senior positions at better institutions. In many ways, he was a typical moderate conservative of his time, patriotic, bourgeois, German through and through, in his cultural attitudes and identity, and a believer in the notion of national character, which he expressed at length in his historical work on 18th century French literature. Yet, in one crucial respect, he was different, for Victor Klemperer was Jewish. The son of a preacher in the extremely liberal Reform synagogue in Berlin, he had been baptized as a Protestant, one of a growing number of German Jews who acculturated in this way. This was more a social than a religious decision, since he does not seem to have had a very strong religious faith of any kind. In 1906, he provided further evidence of his acculturation by marrying a non-Jewish German woman, the pianist Eva Schlemmer, with whom he came to share many intellectual and cultural interests, above all, perhaps, an enthusiasm for the cinema. The couple remained childless, yet through all the vicissitudes of the 1920s, it was his marriage that gave stability to his life, despite the couple's increasingly frequent bouts of ill health, exaggerated perhaps by growing hypochondria. Throughout the 1920s, he lived a stable, if less than completely contented life, disturbed early on by fears of civil war, although this never materialized and looked less likely after 1923. He filled his diary with reports of his work, his holidays, his amusements, his relationships with his family, friends, and colleagues, and other aspects of the daily routine. I often ask myself, he wrote on September 10th, 1927, why I write such an extensive diary, a question to which he had no real answer. It was simply a compulsion. I can't leave it alone. Publication was dubious. So what was his purpose? Just collect life. Always collect impressions, knowledge, reading, events, everything, and don't ask why or what for. Klemperer occasionally let slip that he felt his career blocked by the fact that he was Jewish. Despite his increasing output for scholarly works on French literature history or literary history, he was stuck in Dresden's Technical University with no prospect of moving to a post in a major university institution. There are reactionary and liberal universities. He noted on December 26, 1926, the reactionaries don't take any Jews. The liberal ones always have 2 Jews already and don't take a third. The growth of anti-Semitism in the Weimar Republic also posed problems for Klemperer's political position. It's gradually becoming clear to me, he wrote in September of 1919, how new and insurmountable a hindrance anti-Semitism means for me. And I volunteered for the war. Now I am sitting, baptized and nationalistic, between all stools. Klemperer was rather unusual among middle-class Jewish professionals in his conservative political views. The increasingly rabid anti-Semitism of the German nationalists, with whose general political line he rather sympathized, made it impossible for him to support them, despite all of his nostalgia for the pre-war days with the Bismarckian and Wilhelmine Reich. Like many Germans, Klemperer found himself apathetic and indifferent when he contemplated the violent party political conflicts of the Weimar Republic. Instinctively hostile to the left, Klemperer was nonetheless obliged to record in March 1920, as he heard the news of the Kapp push in Berlin, "My inclination to the right has suffered greatly as a result of permanent anti-Semitism. I would dearly like to see the current pushists put up against a wall. I truly cannot work up any enthusiasm for the oath-breaking army, and really not at all for the immature and disorderly students. But neither can I for the legal Ebert government either, and less still for the radical left. I find them all off-putting." What an agonizing tragicomedy, he wrote, that 5,000 to 8,000 soldiers can overthrow the whole German Reich. Surprisingly, perhaps, for a man who devoted his working life to the study of French literature, he was very much in favor of waging another war against the French, perhaps as a result of his experiences on the Western Front during the war, still more as a result of his evident outrage at the Treaty of Versailles. But this hardly seemed possible under the Weimar Republic. On April 20th, 1921, he wrote, "The monarchy is my banner. I long for the old German power. I want all the time to strike once again against France. But what kind of disgusting company one keeps with the German racists? It will be even more disgusting if Austria joins us, and everything we now feel was felt with more or less justification by the French after 70, and I would not have become a professor under Wilhelm II, and yet..." Already in 1925, he was regarding the election of Hindenburg as president as a potential disaster, comparable to the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914. Fascism everywhere. The terrors of the war have been forgotten, and Russian terror was driving Europe into reaction. As time went on, Klemperer grew weary of the constant political excitement. In August of 1932, as the Weimar Republic entered its final turbulent phase, he wrote, "Moreover, I don't need to write the history of my times, and the information I provide is dull. I am half repelled, half full of a fear to which I don't want to surrender myself, completely without enthusiasm for any party. The whole thing is meaningless, undignified, miserable. Nobody plays a part for himself. Everyone's a puppet. Hitler before the gates, or who else? And what will become of me, the Jewish professor? He preferred instead to write about the small black kitten that had wandered into their house and instantly became their pet. Under the influence not only of the threatening political situation, but also of his wife's serious clinical depression and frequent illnesses, Klemperer wrote less and less and seemed by the end of 1932 on the verge of abandoning his diary altogether. Klemperer's political pessimism owed a lot to the personal troubles he was experiencing, yet his attitude was shared by many patriotic, liberal, conservative German Jews who felt ill at ease amidst the conflicts of the Weimar Republic. Beyond that, his distaste for the extremes of politics and his disquiet at the violence and fanaticism that surrounded him was surely characteristic of many middle-class Germans, whatever their background. His Jewish ethnicity not only caused him to suffer some adverse discrimination, but it also gave him a sharp and sardonic eye for political developments that were ominous for the future, as he rightly guessed. Yet he did not suffer unduly from anti-Semitism. He did not experience any violence. Indeed, he did not record a single instance of a personal insult in his diary at this time. In formal terms, Jews such as Klemperer enjoyed far more freedom and equality under the Weimar Republic than they had ever done before. The Republic opened up new opportunities for Jews in the civil service, politics, and the professions, as well as in government. A Jewish foreign minister like Walther Rathenow would have been unthinkable under the Wilhelmine Reich, for instance. The Jewish-owned parts of the press, particularly the newspapers controlled by the two Jewish liberal firms of Mosse and Olstein, which together produced over half the newspapers sold in Berlin in the 1920s, strongly supported the liberal institutions of the Republic. The arts' newfound freedom from censorship and official disapproval brought many Jewish writers, painters, and musicians to prominence as apostles of modernist culture, where they mingled easily with non-Jewish figures like the composer Paul Hindemith, the poet and playwright Bertolt Brecht, or the artists Max Breckmann and George Grosz. Jews signaled their support for the Republic by voting particularly for the Democrats, and to a lesser extent for the parties on the left, or of the left. On the other hand, partly in reaction to these developments, the 1920s also witnessed a broadening and deepening of the currents of anti-Semitism in German politics and society. Even before the war, the Pan-Germans and others on the right had pumped out propaganda accusing the Jews of undermining the German nation. This kind of racist conspiracy theory was more than shared by military leaders such as Ludendorff. It found notorious expression during the war in the so-called Jewish census of October 1916, ordered by senior army officers who hoped it would give them support in refusing Jews admission to the officer corps once the war was over. The aim was to reveal the cowardly and disloyal nature of the Jews by showing statistically that Jews were underrepresented in the army and that those who had joined up were overrepresented in desk jobs. In fact, it showed the reverse. Many Jewish Germans, like Victor Klemperer, were nationalists to the core and identified strongly with the Reich. German Jews were over, rather than underrepresented in the armed forces and at the front. Confounding the expectations of anti-Semitic officers to such a degree, the results of the census were suppressed. But the knowledge that it had been ordered caused a great deal of anger among German Jews, even if the attitudes it revealed were not shared by the majority of rank-and-file troops. After the war, the widespread belief on the right that the German army had been stabbed in the back by revolutionaries in 1918 translated easily into anti-Semitic demagogy. It was, men like Ludendorff evidently believed, the Jews who had done the stabbing, who led subversive institutions like the Communist Party, who agreed to the Treaty of Versailles, who set up the Weimar Republic. In fact, of course, the German army was defeated militarily in 1918. There was, as we have seen, no stab in the back. Leading politicians who signed the treaty, like Matthias Erzberger, were not Jewish at all. If Jews like Rosa Luxemburg were overrepresented in the Communist Party leadership, or like Eugen Levine in the revolutionary upheavals in Munich early in 1919, they were not acting as Jews, but as revolutionaries, alongside many non-Jews, such as Karl Liebknecht, who many right-wingers thought instinctively must be Jewish because of his ultra-left political views. Most Jewish Germans supported the solid liberal parties of the center, or to a lesser extent, the Social Democrats, rather than the revolutionary left, whose violent activism shocked and appalled a respectable citizen like Klemperer. Nevertheless, the events of 1918 to 1919 gave a boost to anti-Semitism on the right, convincing many waverers that racist conspiracy theories about the Jews were correct after all. Alongside extreme right-wing propaganda scapegoating Jews for the catastrophes of 1918 to 1919, there also emerged a more popular form of anti-Semitism, directed particularly at war profiteers and the small number of financiers who managed to get rich quick in the throes of the inflation. Anti-Semitism had always surged at times of economic crisis, and the economic crises of the Weimar Republic dwarfed anything that Germany had witnessed before. A fresh source of conflict arose in the gathering pace of immigration on the part of impoverished Jewish refugees fleeing anti-Semitic violence and civil war in Russia. There were perhaps 80,000 Eastern Jews in Germany before the First World War, and their arrival, along with that of a much larger number of immigrant workers from Poland and elsewhere, had led the Reich government to introduce a virtually unique kind of citizenship law in 1913, allowing only those who could show German ancestry to claim German nationality. After the war, there was a renewed influx as the Bolshevik Revolution swept across Russia, prompting anti-Semitic pogroms and murders on a huge scale by the revolution's Tsarist opponents. Although the immigrants acculturated quickly and were relatively few in number, they nevertheless formed an easy target for popular resentments. At the height of the hyperinflation, on November 6th of 1923, a newspaper reported a reporter observed serious disturbances in a district of Berlin with a high proportion of Jewish immigrants from the East. Everywhere, in the side streets, a howling mob. Looting takes place under cover of darkness. A shoe shop at the corner of Dragoon Street is ransacked. The shards of the window panes are lying around on the street. Suddenly, a whistle sounds. In a long human chain covering the entire width of the street, a police cordon advances. "Clear the street," an officer cries. "Go into your houses." The crowd slowly moves on, everywhere with the same shouts. "Beat the Jews to death." "Fuck Dan Saltman." Just kidding. Demagogues have manipulated the starving people for so long that they fall upon the wretched creatures who pursue a miserable goods trade in the Dragoon Street cellar. It is inflamed racial hatred, not hunger, that is driving them to loot. Young lads immediately follow every passerby with a Jewish appearance in order to fall upon him when the moment is right. Such a public outburst of violence was symptomatic of the new preparedness of anti-Semites. Like so many other groups on the fringes of German politics, to stir up or actively employ violence and terror to gain their ends, rather than remaining content, as they mostly had been before 1914 with mere words. A wave of still imperfectly documented incidents of personal violence against Jews and their property, attacks on synagogues, acts of desecration carried out in Jewish cemeteries was the result. What? Okay. It was not just an unprecedented willingness to translate vehement prejudice into violent action that broadly distinguished post-1918 anti-Semitism from its pre-war counterpart. While the overwhelming majority of Germans still rejected the use of physical force against Jews during the Weimar Republic, the language of anti-Semitism became embedded in mainstream political discourse as never before. The stab in the back, the November traitors, the Jewish Republic, the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy to undermine Germany, all these and many similar demagogic slogans could be regularly read in the papers, whether as expressions of editorial opinion or in reporting of political incidents, speeches, and trials. They could be heard day after day in legislative assemblies where the rhetoric of the nationalists, the second largest party after the Social Democrats during the middle years of the Republic, was shot through with anti-Semitic phrases. These were more extreme and more frequently employed than they had been by the conservatives before the war, and were amplified by splinter groups of the right that collectively enjoyed much more support than the anti-Semitic parties of Allwart, Bokel, and their ilk. Bokel. I can't pronounce this stupid letter. Closely allied to many of these groups was the German Protestant Church, deeply conservative and nationalist by conviction, and also prone to outbursts of anti-Semitism. But Catholic anti-Semitism also took on new vigor in the 1920s, animated by fear of the challenge of Bolshevism, which had already launched violent attacks on Christianity in Hungary and Russia at the end of the war. There were large swaths of the German electorate on the right and in the center that frequently desired a rebirth of German national pride and glory after 1918. They were, to a greater or lesser degree, convinced as a result that this had to be achieved by overcoming the spirit of Jewish subversion that had supposedly brought Germany to its knees at the end of the war. The sensibility of many Germans was so blunted by this tide of anti-Semitic rhetoric that they failed to recognize that there was anything exceptional about a new political movement that emerged after the end of the war to put anti-Semitism at the very core of its fanatically held beliefs, the Nazi Party. The rise of Nazism. Wow. That's crazy, chat. One thing that the author expresses, I think one of the things that Evans was trying to get across for the beginning was, and it's something that I've repeated a lot, is that history is not inevitable. That it's not like in the year 1900, World War II was like inevitable, that there were a lot of things that could have happened otherwise. One thing that he points out, and he keeps pointing out, is that like even though there is like a rise of anti-Semitism, or even though there's a rise of like revolutionary violent action or whatever, the majority of Germans still didn't support it. One thing that's kind of like sticking out of my head though is that I think there's a huge difference between like 1% of a population supporting a thing and like 5% of a population supporting a thing. I guess it's almost like a disease if you think about it. Like in the human body, your immune system is either completely eradicating something, basically, or it's not. There is no like 5 to 10 healthy % of like a disease in your body. Where I guess like the parallel today is that it's not so much that like everybody in some political party believes a thing, but the fact that the ideas are so pervasive and they're not immediately considered distasteful, or they're not immediately considered like unacceptable, like Elon doing his Nazi salutes. It's probably a huge problem. Can you look at the coffee zone meme before you go? Like taking over Canada and Greenland? True. Why, this is so old, isn't it? I don't know, like people are tweeting about this, but wasn't this document literally leaked like a fucking year ago? Am I crazy? Sam Bankman Fried's plan, if he got caught, LeMayo, go on Tucker Carlson, come out as a Republican. Or was it years ago? I'd never heard of this before. Oh, I feel like I read this like a long, long time ago. Like when you got first arrested or some bullshit. Ironic that Elon was on Rogan a few years ago talking about mind viruses, and now he's helping spread them. True. Yes, but he's now on Tucker Carlson. Oh, funny. Do you really believe that Elon Musk meant to do the salute, or is it a meme? I think it's both. I don't think Elon Musk is like a Nazi, but I think he wants to signal to people that he's like cool and shit, and he's like okay with like ultra far right people, and he can be like a cool dude to him. That's just my take on it, but it was definitely, it was like an intentional Nazi salute twice, for sure. I just think he's doing it for fucking retarded reasons. Wow. I think it was to own the libs and get lib tears. Yeah, maybe. What is this?
Narrative that our house is a mess, that there's dog shit everywhere, that Sonny is eating shit and getting giardia, and that, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And well, it culminated in somebody finally, an anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses. And
Jesus.
They were able to provide enough details because of what I said on the show to make it appear that it was somebody. He said, like, when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report. And I'm like, no, okay. So I mean, they used. I mean, yeah, you could easily impersonate.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Go ahead.
What's truly like despicable to me is the fact that like you hear so often that CPS, like that they're not always.
They're underfunded.
Yes, and also it always like seeps through the cracks for some reason.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they were so on it here, it's like that could have gone to a family that really needed it and a child that really needed to.
Damn. Okay. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. We might brainstorm tomorrow. I think I'm talking to George Santos. Is it Santos or Santos? I don't know. But it's in like 2 weeks. That should be interesting. We'll see how that goes. All right. You guys have fun. Be careful. Rubber, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Catch you guys next stream.